Golden finger generating. A stream of strange symbols flashed before her eyes, each shadow representing a different special ability. She tried hard to see what they were, but before the process was complete, all the words blurred like a mosaic. Nothing was clear. Golden finger bound, blessed with good fortune. Congratulations, host. You are now a proud member of the Quick Travel Bureau. You will soon be sent to your first mission world. Please prepare yourself. A wave of suffocation hit her, and Lin Qingyu instinctively began to struggle. She forced her eyes open and saw the world around her shaking wildly. Not far away, a young man stood at the doorway, staring at her in shock. Mother! He looked about 17 or 18. He shouted and rushed toward her. She tried to speak, but her throat felt tightly squeezed, making it hard even to breathe, let alone talk. Luckily, the young man reached her quickly and wrapped his arms around her waist. With a strong pull, he lifted her up and fell backward, holding her tightly. She didn't hit the ground. Instead, she landed safely in his warm embrace. Mother, why would you do something like this? Father just passed away, and now you want to follow him? How are your sons supposed to live? Nyo Aigwa held his mother and cried with all his heart. Lin Qingyu, unable to speak because of her injured throat, wanted to comfort the boy, but had no strength to move. He was so frightened that he held her too tightly, making it hard for her to breathe again. Before she could react, everything went dark, and she fainted. Mother! Mother! That was the last thing she heard before losing consciousness, the desperate cry of her new son in this world. It turned out that the man of this household, Nyo Yud, had recently passed away. A month earlier, while chopping wood in the mountains, he had slipped and fallen down. His right leg hit a rock and broke. Without proper treatment, the wound became infected, and he eventually died. The original woman and Nyo Yud shared a deep bond. After her husband passed away, she lost the will to live and decided to end her life. But after she took her own life, her two sons met even more tragic fates. Not long after her death, a man claiming to be a senior relative came to the Nyo family. He harshly scolded the two children and blamed them for the deaths of their parents, saying they had brought misfortune to the family. At first, the boys tried to defend themselves, but over time, they began to believe that they really were the cause of their parents' deaths. They became timid and fearful, unable to speak up even when others insulted them. That so-called great uncle kept suppressing the brothers, making them live in shame within the village. After some time, he found a chance to send the older brother to work in a mine, while the younger one was forced to serve him constantly. Not long after arriving at the mine, Nyo Aigwa died in a collapse. Nyo Aihua was heartbroken, but the great-uncle cruelly called him a bringer of bad luck, saying he had caused the deaths of his parents and now his brother. People in the village, who had once doubted the great-uncle's words, began to believe him. Rumors spread, and Nyo Aihua became the target of gossip and cruelty, living in constant misery. Later, when the great-uncle thought the time was right, he drove Nyo Aihua out of the village. His mind already unstable, Nyo Aihua wandered south, begging for food along the way. He was beaten by bullies and attacked by stray dogs. In the end, he was harmed by a cruel man and died from his injuries. Thus, the entire Nyo family perished. Although the original woman had taken her own life, her spirit followed her sons, watching them die one after another. Overwhelmed by regret, she cried out in her heart, "If heaven would give me another chance, I would be a good mother. I would help my sons build families and live normal, happy lives." She made this wish at the cost of her soul. And so, Lin Qingyu was sent into this world. When she woke up again, Lin Qingyu felt what it truly meant to be starving. But by the end of the world, she had already grown used to this feeling, so it didn't affect her actions. She sat up quickly from the bed and looked around. With the memories of the body's original owner, everything felt familiar. "Big brother, why do you think Mother did that? Does she not want us anymore? Father is already gone, and now Mother wants to give up on life. How are we supposed to live from now on?" As she moved closer to the door, she heard voices outside. "Don't worry, second brother. Even if mother doesn't want us, I'll still protect you. We're grown now. We can survive with our own hands. After his sadness faded, Nyo Aigwa began to feel angry. How could their mother do such a thing? What would people think of the two of them? If she really died this time, they would have to face the gossip and judgment of the whole village. It was clear that in their mother's heart, she only loved their father. She didn't have much affection left for her two sons. Lin Qingyu listened quietly for a while, surprised by how hopeless the brothers sounded. No wonder, in her previous life, they had met such tragic ends. The seed of self-doubt had already been planted. Once they met someone with bad intentions, it would be easy for them to be dragged down. Although Lin Qingyu's own life had been full of hardship, she had lived through the end of the world and had a stronger mind than most. As long as there was a chance to live, she would seize it and keep going. Living was more important than anything else. Aigwa, Aihua. When she opened the door, she saw the two brothers crouching outside. Their faces were streaked with tears, and their eyes were red. They had clearly just been crying. Boys shouldn't cry so easily. Why do you look like this? Go wash your faces. If someone sees you like this, they'll laugh. She didn't really know how to comfort them. Even though she had the original owner's memories, she was still just a young girl, one who had seen too much life and death. Other than her parents, it was hard for her to feel deeply for anyone else. Her parents used to tell her that in a team, everyone shares both honor and loss. Only by uniting all possible strength could they become a strong rope and overcome every challenge together. That was exactly how her parents had lived. Father, as a gifted member of the team, always fought on the front line, while Mother, the team's doctor, was deeply respected by everyone. Unfortunately, things ended in tragedy. Mother, you're awake? Nyo Aigwa called out in surprise. He was still in shock, clearly frightened by what had happened earlier. Mother, please promise me you won't do anything foolish again, all right? Even though Father is gone, we will take good care of you. We won't let you suffer with us. Nyo Aihua hugged his mother's leg tightly, afraid she might try to harm herself again. He had talked a lot with his older brother just now, and he didn't want to become a child without parents. Even though he was only 16, boys his age in the village were already starting to talk about marriage. His older brother was 18, and before their father's accident, the family had planned to find him a match and hopefully have him married by the end of the year. They had even saved some money for the wedding gifts. Sadly, their father's illness used up most of that money, and the marriage plans had to be put aside. Still, neither of the brothers complained. They only wished for their family to stay safe and well. But fate was cruel. Nyoya didn't survive the infection, and their mother, overwhelmed by grief, tried to end her life. The two brothers felt as if the sky had fallen, losing the pillar of their family in an instant. Although Nyo Aigwa tried to act calm, he was more frightened than anyone. He forced himself to stay strong so his younger brother wouldn't worry. Now, seeing his brother crying so hard, Nyo Aigwa couldn't hold back his own tears anymore. Mother, even if you don't care about me, please think of my brother, he cried. He's still a child. Can you really bear to leave us both alone? Fear filled his heart again, and he trembled as he wept. Lin Qingyu felt the warmth of the two boys clinging to her legs and knew they were terrified. She sighed deeply. People say a mother becomes strong for her children. How could the original woman have been so selfish? To make things easier for herself, she chose the most foolish path. She might have found comfort, but it brought suffering to her two children. Lin Qingyu had already forgotten that her real age was the same as Nyo Aigwa's, just 18. But with the memories of the body's original owner, she felt much more mature, and her way of seeing people and things had changed. For example, when she looked at the two boys, even though they were about her age, she still saw them as children. The moment she arrived in this world, she suddenly felt a mother's heart. Aigwa, Aihua, don't cry anymore. I'm not leaving you. From now on, we'll live well together. Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, the two brothers lifted their heads, their tearful eyes fixed on her. Really? Mother, you're not lying to us, are you? The brothers looked at her nervously, their faces full of hope. It hurt too much before, Lin Qingyu said softly. I don't want to go through that again. She touched her neck, where a deep mark still remained. The memory of that suffocating moment was still vivid. But Lin Qingyu thought, in this world, there were no zombies, no deadly mutant plants. As long as one worked hard, there was food to eat and clean water to drink. For someone who had lived through the end of the world, this was like paradise. Unfortunately, the body's original owner had still found life here too hard. Every day began with work and ended with exhaustion, only to start again at dawn. There was no rest, just endless labor. When her husband was alive, his presence had brought her some comfort. But after Nyo Yud's death, she became like an empty shell. She lost all motivation, no strength to work, no mood for housework, and no energy to care for her sons. All this time, the two children had been carefully watching her emotions, afraid to speak loudly at home, working hard in the fields. They knew that with their father gone, if they didn't work harder, the family might not survive. But their mother had been lost in her own sorrow, blind to the reality around her. She only thought about escaping her pain, never considering how her death would leave her children to face the world alone. Lin Qingyu didn't need to mention how many bad people there were in the village. Just her third great-uncle alone was enough to harm two children. She remembered this grudge clearly. It reminded her of the ungrateful people her father once protected during the end of the world. She swore she would repay everything 100-fold. Mother, you must keep your word. From now on, you don't need to do any housework. Just live well. That's the most important thing. Neo Igor finally seemed to find his voice again and began to think clearly. He quickly got up from the ground and ran toward the kitchen. Mother, please rest. I'll cook for you. Second brother, take care of mother. After walking a few steps, Neo Igor turned back to remind him again. Don't worry, brother. I'll stay with her. Neo Ihua stayed close to Lin Qingyu, afraid she might do something foolish again. Lin Qingyu could only smile bitterly. She knew her two sons were uneasy, so she let them be. If this could make them feel a little better, she was willing to accept it. The meal was ready soon. It wasn't anything special, just a big bowl of sweet potato and millet porridge and a few dry grain cakes. Mother, you must be hungry.
Please eat something.
Nyo Igwa served his mother a bowl of porridge and handed her a cake. Only then did he and his brother serve themselves. This was the most common food in the village. For them, as long as they could fill their stomachs, taste didn't matter. But for Lin Qingyu, who came from a world where food was scarce, every bit of it was precious. For her, eating was the greatest joy in life. So when the steaming porridge was placed before her, and she felt the warmth of the grain cake in her hand, her heart filled with happiness. She took a small bite, almost in disbelief. The simple aroma of the food spread through her mouth. Though the cake was rough and grainy, she savored every chew as if it were a gift from heaven. The scene before the two brothers made them think their mother's throat was hurt because of what had happened before, so she found it hard to swallow the dry bread. Mom, how about some porridge instead? Nyo Igwa spoke with concern. He used to feel upset with his mother, but seeing her in such pain made his heart ache. You two eat, don't worry about me. Lin Qingyu looked at her two caring sons, feeling a gentle warmth in her heart. She knew that by inheriting this body, she had also taken on part of the original person's emotions. She didn't know if the original soul could still see this moment, but since she had accepted this task, she would complete it seriously. The original woman's wish was simple, to see her two sons marry, have children, and live normal lives. So, after finishing this meal, she needed to start working hard. Hiding at home would solve nothing. She enjoyed her food slowly, but in her son's eyes, it looked like she was suffering. Mom, you rest at home. I'll go to the mountain to find some herbs for you. Your throat is hurt. You need some herbal tea to get better. The herbs Nyo Igwa mentioned were just licorice roots, the kind old people often use for tea. It was the only thing he could find that might help his mother. Wait a bit, I'll go with you. Ihwa, you stay home and tidy up the house. Your father has been gone for a while now. Some things should be put away. Keeping them like this makes me feel uneasy. The original Lin Xingyu had deeply loved her husband, but the current Lin Xingyu was not her, so she couldn't truly share those feelings. Having a memorial tablet for the dead at home made her uncomfortable. Besides, such things were not allowed in those days. The original woman had insisted on keeping it, and since no one in the village reported them, they had managed to live peacefully until now. But if someone found out they were practicing old superstitions, trouble would surely follow. Second brother, I'll take mom to the back mountain later. You put everything away at home. Nyo Aigwa thought his mother was right. It was because she kept seeing those things every day that she couldn't let go and had done something foolish before. Maybe after they put these things away, their mother would be able to pull herself together again. Since the person had already passed away, they should let the deceased rest in peace. If they kept thinking about it, their father would not be able to leave peacefully either. The living must slowly learn to move on. After giving his younger brother some instructions, Nyo Aigwa went to the kitchen to get a sickle and a small shovel. He also picked up a basket and carried it on his back before heading out with Lin Xingyu. The mother and son soon reached the back mountain, and they hardly met anyone along the way. Nyo Aigwa went straight to the place where licorice grew, while Lin Xingyu quietly felt the natural energy of the mountain. In her previous life, during the end of the world, she had a special ability. But her parents said her power was not meant for fighting, so they always told her to hide it and never show it in front of others. Because of that, until the moment she died, no one except her parents knew that she had a space-related ability. After she joined the Quick Travel Bureau, that space was completely preserved. According to 005, it was because the space was tied to her soul, so it would follow her through reincarnation. Whether it could be activated again depended on luck. In other words, her space ability was part of herself and would not disappear because of time travel, unless someone could tear that space away from her soul. Fortunately, the Quick Travel Bureau she joined was a proper organization and would never take away an employee's personal property. Still, to be safe, 005 personally helped her clean and disinfect the entire space to make sure nothing inside carried any virus. Now, as she looked at the plants on the mountain, she realized many of them were edible. There were wild vegetables on the ground, leaves on the trees, and small flowers and grasses. To them, all of these were precious food. In the end times, there were very few normal plants, and whenever people found some, they cherished them deeply. But now, seeing the mountains full of clean, unpolluted food, Lin Xingyu felt incredibly excited. Mother, you don't need to help me here. Please just rest. We'll go back soon, but please don't walk toward that. The original person's act of taking her own life had left a deep shadow in Nyo Aigwa's heart. Seeing his mother standing there blankly, her eyes empty, made him feel uneasy and afraid. Lin Xingyu's gaze fell on the hillside where her husband had once met with an accident. Nyo Aigwa couldn't help but wonder if his mother was planning to follow the same tragic path. This time, he was determined to keep an eye on her and make sure she didn't do anything to harm herself. Host, he's afraid you might hurt yourself. Lin Xingyu had been lost in thought and didn't understand what Nyo Aigwa meant. Fortunately, 005 understood his concern and reminded her. When Nyo Aigwa saw his mother look at him in confusion and then turn her eyes away as if she understood, he became even more certain that something was wrong. He looked at the herbs and asked himself if they really needed to be dug up. Lin Xingyu had wanted to say she just wanted to pick some wild vegetables. But before she could finish, a furry creature suddenly ran down and crashed into a big tree she had been looking at. Waiting for a rabbit to hit the tree, she muttered, thinking of the old saying. What rabbit? Nyo Aigwa asked, not hearing her clearly, and stepped closer. There's a rabbit over there. It ran into the tree, she said. At first, Nyo Aigwa thought his mother was joking. But when he looked in the direction she pointed, he really saw a rabbit lying under the tree. I can't believe there's such a silly rabbit in the world. He put down his shovel, ran over, grabbed the rabbit by its ears, and lifted it up. It's pretty plump, he said with a grin. Mom, we'll have meat for dinner tonight. Catching the fat rabbit lifted his spirits. Lin Xingyu looked at the rabbit in his hands and remembered the time, back in the end days, when she had encountered a group of strange, dangerous rabbits. Those rabbits had glowing red eyes that could confuse people, making them see illusions. Their ears rubbed together to create a sound too high for humans to hear, which caused people to faint. If it hadn't been for a teammate with strong mental powers, their whole group might have been lost to those creatures. Now, looking at the gray rabbit in front of her, its four paws curled tightly together as Nyo Aigwa held it up, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. She looked gentle and harmless, her eyes still glistening with moisture. She looked quite tempting. To be honest, Lin Qingyu had never eaten real meat before. In the apocalypse, even vegetables were hard to find, let alone meat. Most mutated animals had poisonous flesh. The few that weren't toxic were so rare that their price was sky-high. Even if her team occasionally managed to get some, they would trade it at the survivor base for supplies. Ordinary people couldn't afford meat. It was a luxury only the wealthy could enjoy. Aihua, can we go home now? Now that they had caught a rabbit, Lin Qingyu didn't want to stay in the mountains any longer. She couldn't wait to go home, prepare the rabbit, and enjoy a proper meal. She wondered what meat really tasted like. Her parents once told her that before the apocalypse, food was abundant and people could eat whatever they wanted. Chicken, duck, fish, beef, horse, donkey, there was nothing they didn't have. Now that Lin Qingyu had come to a normal world, she believed that as long as she worked hard, she would one day taste all those delicious foods her parents had talked about. I didn't dig up many herbs today. I'll come back another time, said Nyo Aigwa. But first, we need to take this rabbit home. It would be a pity if it escaped. He placed the rabbit at the bottom of the basket and covered it with wild vegetables and grass. Then he led his mother home. It was rare for his mother to be so calm today. Not only had she eaten properly, but she had also gone out for a walk with him. As long as she could open her heart, everything would slowly get better. Feeling pleased, Nyo Aigwa walked home with her. When they arrived, Nyo Aihua had already hidden everything that shouldn't be seen, storing it in the brothers' room. Those things would have to be dealt with carefully later. They couldn't just be thrown away like trash. Some things needed to be handled properly. Second brother, come here. As soon as they entered the yard, Nyo Aigwa called out loudly. Big brother, mother, you're back? Give me the basket. You must be thirsty. I boiled some water earlier. It should be cool now.
I'll pour some for you.
After facing one setback after another, Nyo Aihua had come to treasure the love and warmth of family more than ever. Things she never cared about before now felt truly precious. When she saw her older brother and mother return, she quickly ran to the kitchen and brought out 2 bowls of warm water. Second brother, take a look in the basket. Guess what mother and I brought back? Nyo Aigwa was in a good mood and wanted to tease his younger brother a little. When Nyo Aihua pulled a rabbit out from the bottom of the basket, his face lit up with joy. He hugged it tightly, jumping and laughing with excitement. He didn't look like a 17-year-old at all, more like a little boy again. Back when their father was still alive, their home had been filled with laughter like this. But ever since their father's injury, life had grown harder day by day. If Nyo Aigwa hadn't noticed the problem early this time, even their mother might not have survived. If old superstitions were still allowed, he might have gone to find a fortune teller to check the family's luck and see why misfortune kept visiting them. You 2 brothers, take care of the rabbit and fill up the water tank in the kitchen, said Lin Qingyu as she stood up. I'll tidy up the house. I haven't been to work for a while, so I can't stay home any longer after today. She planned to go back to her room and sort through Nyo Yud's belongings, keeping what was useful and throwing away what wasn't. She didn't want to keep a deceased person's things around. After all, she wasn't the original owner of this body, and it still made her uneasy. Mother, your health isn't strong. Why not take this chance to rest for a few days? Nyo Aigwa suggested. I remember tomorrow is the market day. How about letting second brother take you there to look around and see if there's anything we need to buy? Although the family didn't have much money left, Nyo Aigwa was willing to spend whatever it took to make his mother happy. As long as the family stayed healthy and safe, he had no other wishes in life. Is there really a market tomorrow?
His mother asked.
In this area, the market was held in different places every few days. It was officially approved, and as long as people traded small household goods there, they wouldn't be accused of illegal trading. But private exchanges outside the market were forbidden. Anyone caught doing so would be taken away for thought education. Lin Qingyu didn't know much about this era, but from the original owner's memories, she understood what could and couldn't be done.
Then,
Shall we rest for another day? She had to admit, though she hadn't seen much of the world, she couldn't help feeling tempted. It was her first time coming to a normal world, where everything was clean and edible. She no longer had to worry about starving and could see many interesting things. Even though she had the original owner's memories and knew these things existed, she still wanted to see them with her own eyes. Rest, mother. You should take a few more days off. With my brother and me at home, we won't let you go hungry. The two brothers worked hard every day to earn full work points. In the village, they were known as honest and diligent, earning the respect of others. If it hadn't been for their third great-uncle stirring up trouble in their past life, their good reputation wouldn't have been ruined by rumors. Worse still, they had been misled and failed to see people clearly, which led to their tragic end. Third great-uncle. Lin Qingyu silently repeated the name in her heart, thinking that if she ever met him again, she would make sure he learned his lesson. You two are such good sons. I'm really happy, their mother said with a smile. I won't do anything foolish again. I still want to see you both get married and carry on our family name. Fortunately, in this life, she didn't have to marry anyone, nor was she forced to be with a man from the start. Lin Qingyu was quite pleased about that. Although suddenly becoming a mother felt awkward for a young woman like her, she slowly got used to it. Having people who cared for her sincerely felt surprisingly nice. At least now, she had a reason to stay. That evening, Nyo chopped up half a rabbit and made a big pot of stew. He added potatoes and sweet potatoes, which soaked up the rich broth. Every bite filled Lin Qingyu with warmth and satisfaction. The sweet, savory flavor made her eat 2 extra bowls of rice. Nyo and his brother Nyo weren't far behind. People often said growing boys could eat a lot, and these two certainly proved it. Earlier, they had been too worried about their mother to eat much. Now, seeing her appetite return, they felt relieved and cheerful, eating heartily. After dinner, Lin Qingyu looked at the messy table. With the way the three of them eat, how much food would it take to keep them full? She wondered if the work points her 2 sons earned were enough to cover the family's expenses. If not, she would have to find some extra work. She had heard that meat was very expensive in this time, so maybe she could go into the mountains to hunt for food. In the original owner's memory, there was even a black market. Although she had gone there once with Nyo Yud, she still remembered the place. When she caught something in the mountains, she would take it to the black market to sell. Then she could trade for more grain, so the three of them could eat well. Touching her full stomach, she felt so comfortable that she started to doze off. Nyo Aihua, being very thoughtful, quickly came over to help his mother into the house. Mom, you should rest for a while. You've been tired these days. Tomorrow I'll take a day off and go to the market with you. Although Nyo Aihua's tone sounded a bit like he was coaxing a child, Lin Qingyu knew it came from his care and respect. She accepted his concern honestly. Since she was truly tired, she decided to take a nap. So, before it was even completely dark outside, Lin Qingyu had already fallen asleep. The next morning, the sound of roosters crowing one after another woke her up. Rubbing her face, she sat up from the bed. When she opened the door, she saw that both of her sons were already awake. Smoke was rising from the kitchen. They must be making breakfast. In the corner of the yard, the vegetable patch was still wet from watering. Although the Nyo family had a chicken coop, all the chickens had been eaten when Nyo Yud was sick. Now the coop was empty, and even the crowing of roosters came from the neighbors' homes. Looking at the poor state of the house, Lin Qingyu silently promised herself that one day she would make this small family prosperous again. The things they had sold or used up during Nyo Yud's illness would be replaced little by little. Life had to go on, and it was best to stay positive. Taking the basin of water her eldest son brought, she carefully washed her face and neck. Then she used the warm water to wash her hair as well. Her hair was so long that when it hung down, it almost reached her knees. This won't do. Not only is it hard to wash, but it also gets tangled easily. The feeling of pulling on her scalp was really unpleasant. She grabbed a pair of scissors and snipped away, cutting off more than half of her hair. She left it about an inch long, then braided it into two short plaits that hung over her shoulders. Surprisingly, this made her look much younger. She felt lighter, and even her head didn't feel as heavy anymore. "Mom, give me the hair you cut off. Next time someone comes to trade, I'll exchange it for some candy for you." Sometimes, small vendors would come by secretly to trade little things, like sugar candies, popsicles, hair ties, or cotton candy. These were children's favorites, and some girls even cut their hair short just to trade for sweets. The adults didn't mind, since short hair was easier to take care of. After all, they worked in the fields every day and were too tired to wash their children's hair and bathe them often. In those days, things like lice and fleas were still common. Even in the end times, Lin Qingyu had never experienced such things. But in the original owner's memories, many girls in the village had them. When the fields weren't busy, the women would gather at the edge of the village to chat. They would casually pull their daughters close, checking their hair for lice while gossiping with others. The sound of cracking sunflower seeds mixed with the soft popping of crushed lice filled the air, and everyone seemed perfectly at ease. Just thinking about that scene made Lin Qingyu's skin crawl. It felt as if she already had lice herself, and she couldn't stop feeling itchy. Fortunately, the Niu family liked to stay clean and bathed every other day, so they didn't have any lice. That was a relief to her. "Mom, breakfast is ready." Niu Aigua waited for Lin Qingyu to dry her hair before bringing the food to the table. Breakfast was simple, a big pot of sweet potato and millet porridge, along with leftover cornbread from last night. They also had a bit of pickled vegetables, and the whole family ate happily. "Mom, there's still half a rabbit left. I kept it in the well water last night to keep it cool. Come back a bit earlier at noon. I'll cook some meat for you." Niu Aigua felt a little worried. The rabbit would be gone after just 2 meals. He wondered if his mother would feel sad when there was no more meat. Maybe they should eat less at noon and tell his second brother to save more for their mother. If there was any left, they could warm it up and eat it again in the evening. That way, his mother might feel a bit happier because of the rare treat. After all, eating meat was a luxury that only happened during holidays or festivals. If a family often ate meat, the villagers would surely gossip about it. Luckily, the Niu family lived far from others, so no one noticed. Otherwise, with all the talkative women in the village, any small thing would quickly spread everywhere. "Aigua, don't work too hard in the fields. If you get tired, take a break. It's fine if you don't earn full work points. In a few days, I'll go to the fields with you. Together, we'll earn enough food for the 3 of us." Lin Qingyu thought that children these days really had it tough. At such a young age, they already had to carry the weight of the family. Even though life had been hard for her in the end times, she had capable parents. Her father, with his special abilities, could always get enough food. Her mother worked in medicine, so her situation was also better than most. It was because of their special positions that they could raise a child in such a harsh world. Other families wouldn't have had the means to do so. Lin Qingyu felt deeply grateful to her parents. Without their strength and love, she wouldn't have survived, nor would she have joined the Quick Travel Bureau to experience different worlds. "Mother, it's getting late. Shall we go?" "Don't worry about the fieldwork. My brother and I aren't foolish. We'll pace ourselves." There were different ways to work. Some people worked themselves to exhaustion just to earn 10 work points, while others, by being clever, could earn the same with less effort. Smart people knew when to work and when to rest. But everyone had a daily quota. If they didn't finish it, they wouldn't even get 5 work points, let alone 10. Also, if you failed to finish your tasks several times, the team leader will automatically lower your rank. You'll be given less work, and naturally, your work points will decrease. But ordinary people rely on those points to live, so no one would let them slip away for nothing. So, even if people slack off sometimes, they still have to finish their work, at least well enough for the leader to approve it. On the way to the market, villagers from different places could be seen one after another. Everyone carried baskets on their backs, heads down, walking quickly without greeting anyone. Lin Qingyu didn't know them, so she didn't start any conversations. Everyone was there to trade things. In those days, people didn't say sell, they said exchange. But aside from the wording, there wasn't much difference. People brought what they had extra of to trade for what they needed. Most villagers brought grain and vegetables, while people from the town usually brought goods. In short, it was a process where everyone got what they needed, using what they had more of to get what they lacked. Lin Qingyu and her family also carried a few pounds of grain in their baskets, ready to trade for something they liked. Oh, isn't this from the Niu family? Your husband just passed away, and you already have the mood to come to the market. Didn't people say you two were so close? Why didn't you go with him? Just as they were about to reach the market, a sharp voice came from nearby. When Lin Qingyu heard it, her scalp tingled. Who could say something so cruel? They knew her husband had just died, yet still spoke like that, clearly trying to cause trouble. How can you talk like that? Do you have no decency at all? Saying such things to my mother's face. Are you looking for trouble? His mother had just gone through a terrible shock and had barely survived. And this woman dared to say such heartless words right in front of her. If his mother couldn't take it and did something foolish, he and his brother might not be able to save her in time. At that moment, Niu Aihua's eyes turned red as he glared at the woman. Why did this awful woman have to speak that way to his mother? I just heard people say that your mother and father had a good relationship, didn't they? If their relationship was so good, why would your mother show herself in public after your father passed away? I didn't say anything wrong. Why are you getting so worked up, boy? The woman saw Niu Aihua stand up to defend his mother, but instead of stopping, she became even more aggressive. Her eyes were full of disdain, as if she were looking at something worthless. She stared openly at the mother and son. Mother, don't listen to her nonsense. She must be some crazy woman from who knows where. Let's not bother with her. Niu Aihua really wanted to slap the woman, but he held back. The most important thing now was to take his mother away from this trouble. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? How ridiculous. Poor Da, he died so unfairly. Who knows if it was illness or something you two did? Why did you hit me? Did I say anything wrong? The woman didn't expect Lin Qingyu to strike her. Just as she was about to continue her insults, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her face. She was knocked to the ground, and Lin Qingyu grabbed her by the cheeks, forcing her mouth open. It looked as if she might tear her mouth apart. Ah! Help! Someone help me! This woman's gone mad. She's trying to hurt me. Many people had heard the woman's earlier words. They stood nearby, watching the scene unfold, but no one stepped forward. Serves her right. She knew the woman's husband just passed away and still came to provoke her. She got what she deserved. An old woman with narrow eyes spat on the ground in their direction, her face full of excitement, eager to see more drama. Why are they fighting? Why isn't anyone stopping them? A newcomer, not knowing what had happened, looked worried. I'd advise you not to get involved, someone said. See the one pinned down? She was the one who started it, mocking the other woman for coming to the market after her husband's death. She even accused the mother and son of causing the man's death. Everyone knew what she meant. With such a mean tongue, she deserved to be taught a lesson. Even if that woman didn't start it, I still couldn't help wanting to give her a good slap. People nearby started talking again, retelling what had just happened. Those who came later, seeing that Lin Qingyu hadn't been hurt, stopped to watch. Miss, stop fighting. Don't hit her too hard. They say you shouldn't hit someone's face. There's more flesh on the backside. It's safer to hit there. Go ahead, miss. We'll testify for you if anything happens. That woman was rude first. Among the onlookers, some were worried for Lin Qingyu, reminding her not to hit the face so it wouldn't be obvious. Others were just there for the drama, hoping the fight would get even worse. Everyone had their own thoughts. Mother. Niu Aihua was so anxious that he kept pacing, wanting to step in and help. Be quiet. When women fight, men should stay out of it. Lin Qingyu was speechless. It was bad enough that she had suddenly become a mother after arriving here, and her husband was already gone. And now, just going out for a walk, she had to run into such a rude person. In the world she came from, there were plenty of people like this. Her mother had taught her that when you meet someone unreasonable, you either stand your ground and make them back off once and for all, or stay far away and don't let them cling to you. People like that never listen to reason. Only strength could make them stop. If you tried to reason with them, you'd always end up being the one in the wrong. Because in their world, reasons simply didn't exist. Mother, please be careful. Don't get hurt, Nyo Ihwa said anxiously, still pacing. But he couldn't step in to fight. Not only was the other person older, but she was also a woman. If she happened to be a widow, things could easily be misunderstood. Nyo Ihwa had heard stories some widows, desperate to remarry, would use extreme ways to get close to men. If that happened, he could be accused of being inappropriate, and no one would believe his side of the story. The security team is coming. Someone shouted, and Lin Qingyu, quick to react, immediately stopped. She quickly messed up her hair and wrinkled her clothes on purpose. Then she grabbed the old woman, pressed her down, and held her hands tightly so she couldn't fight back. At the same time, she shouted loudly, "There's no justice. You're bullying a poor widow and her child. My husband is gone, so what? Does that mean I don't deserve to live? You cruel woman. I don't even know you. Why are you hitting me? Please, everyone help me. This old woman is being too mean.
Wah.
Help. Someone help me. She's going to hurt me." The crowd was stunned by Lin Qingyu's reaction. Wasn't she winning just a moment ago? How did she suddenly end up on the ground? What are you all standing there for? We men can't get involved in this kind of fight. Women, go help her. An old man shouted, and a few women quickly stepped forward. Some grabbed the old woman's arms, some held her legs, and others pulled her back by the hair. Ouch, ouch. Be gentle. But Lin Qingyu kept the woman pinned down, making sure she couldn't move. If she didn't make herself look pitiful enough, the security team might blame her later. People aren't always reasonable. But in front of a crowd, sometimes you have to make things look fair. What are you all doing? Let her go right now. A loud voice cut through the noise, and the crowd fell silent. Lin Qingyu quickly released her grip, letting the old woman be pulled away. "Comrade, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, this old woman would have bullied us to death. Wah, she was really trying to hurt me." Seeing the officials arrive, Lin Qingyu immediately started crying loudly. Her crying was different from others. It sounded both miserable and pitiful. Don't ask why someone so young would use such a trick. When she used to follow her father around, she saw many ordinary people use this method to ask for help. Her father once said that when there's no clear evidence, this kind of act wins the most sympathy. As long as you cry loudly enough and look pitiful enough, people will believe you're in the right. Even without reason, people would still take your side a little. That's the rule of survival for the weak. Lin Qingyu now applied this rule directly to the security officers. Some of the younger ones looked at her, a woman old enough to be their mother, with a gentle face and calm manner, and naturally felt sympathy for her. Then they looked at the other woman. Though she was also in a messy state, her strong build and sharp eyes made her seem tough and unfriendly. Before asking what had happened, they had already made up their minds. Clearly, the older woman looked aggressive, while the gentle one didn't seem like someone who would start trouble. With that first impression, the rest was just routine questioning. Lin Qingyu didn't even need to speak. As long as she cried, many people would defend her. "Comrade, it was that woman who started it first. Look at that young lady. She's so gentle and looks easy to bully." She mocked the poor woman who just lost her husband and even gossiped about her and her child. She said terrible things, like asking why she didn't follow her husband in death. We all heard it. It was heartless. In her eyes, if someone in a family dies, the whole family should die too. She not only insulted her, but even grabbed her. That's just too much. People spoke all at once, their voices mixing together, making it hard to tell who was right. But from their words, the young officers pieced together what had happened. "You old woman, why did you pick a fight for no reason? At your age, your parents must be gone, right? If you didn't die with them, why should a widow have to die with her husband? The old days are long gone. How can you still think like that?" One young officer, eyes red, was the youngest among them. He had lost his mother when he was little and always envied those who still had one to protect them. His father had died in the war, and he had grown up on the kindness of others. Having faced much cruelty himself, he knew well how hurtful words could be. Sometimes, gossip alone could destroy a person. Of course, the young man was lucky and met many kind people along the way. When he was a child, he was adopted by an elderly couple, and as he grew up, his life became even better. Now that he had joined the security team, he was determined to be an honest and kind person. What happened today, along with the gentle yet strong look in Lin Xingyu's eyes, fulfilled all his childhood dreams of what a mother should be like. If his own mother were still alive, she would probably be just like this kind and strong lady. "Comrade, please help my mother get justice. My parents always loved each other deeply. Just a few days ago, my mother was so heartbroken that she almost wanted to follow my father. Luckily, we found out in time and managed to stop her. My brother and I are still single, and it's for our sake that our mother decided to keep living. How could that woman be so cruel? We worked so hard to comfort our mother, and now that woman is saying terrible things again. If anything happens to my mother, how are we brothers supposed to go on?" Neo Aihua couldn't hold back his emotions anymore. Tears and snot ran down his face as he cried. His expression of grief and despair convinced everyone that he was telling the truth, especially the young soldier. He hadn't expected that this lady had loved her husband so deeply that she was willing to give up her life for him. But then he looked at the man crying beside her, who seemed even older than himself. What a useless fellow, he thought. He couldn't even protect his own mother. She had been beaten so badly, and he just stood there watching? If it were him, he would have fought back without hesitation. The young soldier gave Neo Aihua a look of disdain, then stepped forward to help Lin Xingyu up. "Auntie, the ground is cold. Please stand up first. Don't worry, with so many comrades and our security team here, we'll make sure you get justice. If that woman doesn't give you a proper explanation today, she won't be going home. The security team cell is still empty. Maybe it's time someone cleaned it." The young soldier's eyes turned red with anger, not from sadness, but from his hatred of injustice. You can't just listen to her side of the story. She was the one who started it. Why is everyone blaming me? The woman, who had just caught her breath, grew furious again when she heard the crowd's murmurs. What did I say that was wrong? Everyone around here knows she and Neo Yud were a model couple. They were deeply in love and always together. Some even say they were like a pair of birds that never part. If that's true, then why is she still alive after Neo Yud's death? The old woman's words became more and more offensive. If she weren't much older than Neo Yud, people might have suspected she had feelings for him. Look at what she's saying. "Old woman, are you jealous because no man wants you, so you envy their love?" Maybe she's just a bitter widow, jealous of others' happiness. People began to whisper and guess among themselves. The old woman's behavior was so strange that everyone started to doubt her intentions. "I know who she is. She's from the Qian family in Lijiang. I heard she once tried to arrange a marriage for Neo Yud with one of her relatives. But Neo Yud married someone else instead, and her relative was rejected. That's why this woman has held a grudge ever since. Now that Neo Yud is gone, she's trying to stir up trouble out of spite. She probably wants to harm the widow too. How cruel." Someone in the crowd shouted this loudly. When everyone turned to look, they saw a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. He fell silent under their gaze, then spoke again after a moment. "That's all I know. Many of the older folks remember this. If you want to know more, you can ask the people from Lijiang. So that's how it is. But even if the match didn't work out, she didn't have to be so spiteful. Comrades, you should really look into this. See if she's done similar bad things before. With such a mean attitude, she's probably hurt many women already. If she slanders a young girl like this, the poor thing might not be able to bear it." The old woman never expected that one careless moment would bring such serious trouble upon herself. She only wanted to provoke that sly woman, hoping to break up the Neo family completely. Why did Neo Yud ignore her cousin back then and choose this woman, who didn't look like she could do any real work? How was her cousin any worse than this so-called charming woman? Her cousin was good-looking and capable. After getting married, she gave birth to 2 sons in the very first year, rare twins. Clearly, her cousin was much more capable than this woman, yet everyone kept praising Nyo Yud and his wife. That woman, what right did she have? If the couple was so deeply in love, then why didn't they stay together even in death? Nyo Yud was gone, so why was this woman still alive? She should have fulfilled the rumors and become his eternal companion. When she saw Lin Qingyu and Nyo Aihua at the market today, the old woman was furious. She had only spoken carelessly, but who would have thought that this gentle-looking woman would actually fight back and even beat her so badly? What made her angriest was that, even though she was the one who suffered, everyone sided with that woman. Could it be that this woman had somehow won everyone over? But there were both men and women present. How could that be? The old woman just couldn't understand. "All right, we've got the situation clear," someone said. "Mrs. Qian, please come with us." 2 people came forward, one on each side, and took hold of her arms, ready to take her away. "Let me go," she shouted. "Why are you arresting me? It was a fight between the 2 of us. Why only me?" And she was the one who started it. Mrs. Qian was furious and refused to accept it. But no one in the crowd spoke up for her. "Comrades, take her away quickly," someone called out. "We can all testify for the young woman. It was this old lady who started the trouble and threw the first punch." The speaker had arrived later, but after hearing what others said, was completely sure. That gentle young woman didn't look like someone who would start a fight. And even if she had, it must have been because she was pushed too far by Mrs. Qian. As people who stood for fairness, how could they side with the wrongdoer? They had to speak up for the young woman and make sure she wasn't blamed unfairly. You see, the people's eyes are sharp and clear. When one person says you're wrong, it might be biased. But if everyone says so, you should really think about it. Come with us now. You've turned good days into a mess. In the end, the old woman was taken away by the officers from the security station. Only the young man with red eyes stayed behind, still looking at Lin Qingyu. "Auntie, my name is Fang Shun. You can call me Shunzi. If anyone bullies you again, come to the security station and find me. I can't stand those who pick on the weak. As long as I'm around, no one will dare to gossip about your family." Fang Shun felt that Lin Qingyu had a special kind of charm. It was like she carried a bit of sunshine with her, giving people a warm feeling. Even though she hadn't spoken much to him, the love-starved young man still wanted to feel more of that warmth from her. You could say he saw her as a motherly figure, or simply that he wanted to do the right thing. Either way, he just wanted to protect her. "All right, thank you, Shunzi. I'm from Nyo Village. Come visit us when you have time." Lin Qingyu nodded gratefully, then watched Fang Shun leave. "Mom, why is he being so nice to us for no reason?" Nyo Aihua asked, watching Fang Shun's back. He couldn't help feeling like someone was trying to take his mother away. If the age gap weren't so big, he might have thought Fang Shun liked her. "He's a good and honest boy. Don't make wild guesses," Lin Qingyu said. "If people hear that, it might hurt his feelings, and then no one will look out for us anymore." She patted Nyo Aihua's shoulder, picked up the basket that had fallen to the ground, and said, "Come on, since we're already at the market, we should buy something before heading home." She brushed the dust off her clothes, tidied her hair, and tied it back again. Then she took Nyo Aihua with her into the busy market. There were quite a lot of vendors there. Although people said it was a barter market, most still used money or coupons to buy things. Especially the workers from the city, they lacked not only grain but also vegetables. Luckily, those were things the villagers had plenty of. Lin Qingyu walked from stall to stall with Nyo Aihua. Many of the things she saw were new to her. Because everything felt so fresh, they looked around very carefully. "Aihua, should we buy some potatoes to take home?" As they walked, Lin Qingyu noticed an old man selling very large potatoes. Some of them were so big that each weighed more than a pound. Usually only a few potatoes in a whole field could grow that large. She wanted to buy some to see if she could plant them in her special space. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, she truly had a spatial ability. Although she had never planted anything in that space before, it could hold living things. However, once something living entered, it would fall into a deep sleep. Only when taken out would it wake up again, forgetting what happened inside. Still, she was curious and wanted to experiment. "Mom, we still have plenty of potatoes at home," Manhwa said. "They should last until the autumn harvest. There's no need to buy more." He glanced at the old man's potatoes and shook his head at his mother. "But these are really big," Lin Qingyu said. "If we use them as seed potatoes, we might grow a lot more." Lin Qingyu had never really farmed before. Although she had the original owner's memories, that person hadn't been good at farming either. It was always Nyo Yud who chose the seeds, which explained her mistake. "Mom, big potatoes like these can't be used as seed potatoes," Manhwa explained.
See?
"They don't have many sprouts. You can only eat them. They're no good for planting." Hearing her son's words, Lin Qingyu felt a little embarrassed. So, big potatoes weren't good for planting after all. It seemed that the more sprouts a potato had, the better it was for seed. "I forgot," she said quickly. "I just thought that if we planted big ones, we could grow big ones too." She tried to explain herself, but Manhwa didn't mind. His mother usually just followed what others did when it came to farming. Even the small vegetable garden at home was taken care of by his father and the two brothers. It was normal that his mother didn't know much about it. After this small mistake, Lin Qingyu stopped making decisions on her own. After all, she came from a world that had ended, so there were many things she didn't understand. It was better for her to watch and learn more first. She should broaden her knowledge before doing anything else. The mother and son walked around for a long time, but didn't buy anything. The food they brought still lay quietly in the basket on her back. Lin Qingyu had wanted to buy some meat, but the pork at the market was too expensive. The money they had wasn't enough to buy much. Then she thought there was plenty of game in the hills behind their home, so why spend money? So even when Manhwa offered to buy her some meat, Lin Qingyu refused. "We don't have much money left. Let's save what we can."
Didn't we just have rabbit meat?
"We're not short on food for now." But in truth, they were still short on good food. Not to mention Lin Qingyu, who had always loved to eat well. Even her two sons were thinner than other children their age. Everyone in the family needed to eat better, but money was really tight, so they had to save as much as possible. In the end, the mother and son went home empty-handed. "Mother, it's our fault," Manhwa said. "If my brother and I worked harder, you wouldn't have to worry about money." Manhwa felt deeply guilty. If he and his brother had taken more odd jobs during the slow farming season, maybe their life wouldn't be so hard now. The Nyo family had once lived comfortably. Nyo Yud had been a hardworking man, and the family had been fairly well off. But his illness had dragged the whole family down. Not only was most of their money gone, but they had even sold part of their grain. "Don't say such silly things. Life will get better," Lin Qingyu said. "Let's hurry home. Didn't your brother say he'd cook rabbit for us?" The thought of eating meat gave Lin Qingyu new energy. When she saw Manhwa walking slowly, she couldn't help but feel a little impatient. "Mother, wait for me." Seeing his mother walking so fast, Manhwa quickly ran to catch up. The two of them walked briskly down the road toward home. "Ihwa, did you hear something?" Lin Qingyu's ears twitched slightly as she asked uncertainly. "What sound?" "I didn't hear anything." Manhwa was startled and immediately looked around carefully. There was no one here except him and his mother. Everyone else was probably still at the market, and the road was quiet and empty, not even a bird in sight. But Lin Qingyu clearly heard the sound of an animal. It was different from the rabbit she had seen before. This sounded more like a pig rooting for food. But how could there be a pig in such a remote place? There was only one possibility. Wild boars had come down from the mountain, and they had just happened to run into one. The sound was faint, nearby but hard to locate. "Ihwa, let's split up and look around," she said. "There must be something close by." Lin Qingyu stopped walking home and turned toward a nearby. The area where they lived was full of hills. After walking a short distance, one would always come across another mountain. Many families built their homes halfway up the slopes, and the villages were scattered among the hills. The places where people lived were relatively flat, with small paths leading to each village. Cars couldn't drive through, but bicycles or donkey carts could manage. "Mother, please be careful," Nyo Aihwa said. He didn't really know what his mother wanted him to find, but since she told him to look, he would do as she said. This was not the time to go against her wishes. If she became upset and did something foolish, it would be terrible. Nyo Aihwa was a good and obedient son. The two of them searched around the area until Lin Qingyu discovered a large wild boar behind the digging up wild vegetable roots. Found it, she thought happily. She didn't call out to Nyo Aihwa, but quietly moved closer on her own. Her special space could hold living creatures. As long as she touched the animal, she could store the wild boar inside. Since no one else was around, she didn't have to worry about being seen. If she could store the boar, the meat would be hers. She could sell it on the black market or keep it for her family to eat. Either way, it would be a great find. After all, it was meat. The wild boar soon noticed Lin Qingyu's presence. It opened its small green eyes, raised its long tusks, and aimed straight at Lin Qingyu. One of its hind legs kicked the ground, and then it charged toward her. "You little thing, still trying to act up?" If it had been the original person, she would probably have fainted from fear by now. But Lin Qingyu had survived the dangers of the apocalypse, so facing a wild boar didn't scare her at all. Earlier, the reason she had struggled so much with that old woman was because Lin Qingyu knew this was a lawful society. She couldn't kill anyone or hurt them too badly. That was why she had held back and let the old woman leave unharmed. If it had been during the apocalypse, someone like that old woman wouldn't have survived another day. Lin Qingyu was strong, but she used a clever move. She stepped aside, letting the boar rush past her. Then she lightly tapped the boar's body with her hand, and it disappeared into her storage space. Inside the space, the boar immediately quieted down and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Qingyu turned to look back and saw that her son hadn't noticed anything unusual. She walked to the spot where the boar had been digging and pulled out the root it had unearthed. "Mother, what are you doing?" "Oh, isn't this a sweet lawn root?" Sweet lawn root was a kind of wild food. When used in soup, it made the whole pot taste naturally sweet. The local people loved searching for it in the mountains, but it was rare and hard to find. "Is it tasty?" Lin Qingyu weighed it in her hand. Although part of it had been chewed by the boar, there was still plenty left, enough for one meal. "It's delicious, really delicious." "Mother, don't worry about it. I'll cook something special for you later." Nyo Aihwa didn't notice anything strange, nor did he see the boar tracks on the ground. Happily, he put the sweet lawn root into his basket, searched around, and found two smaller ones. Then, carrying the roots, he cheerfully led his mother back home. "Brother, we're back." As soon as they arrived, Nyo Aihwa called out toward the yard. But his brother wasn't home, so he found the house key in the corner. After unlocking the gate, the two of them went inside. "Your older brother is probably still working in the field. Aihwa, if you're tired, go rest for a while. I'll go check the kitchen." In the end, it was Nyo Aihwa who went to the kitchen to boil some water and tidy up the house a bit. Lin Qingyu seemed like a delicate porcelain doll. She wasn't allowed to do this or that, so she could only sit aside and rest while watching her second son work. Sigh, is this what a retired life feels like already? Sitting on a small stool, she stared at the clouds in the sky, mumbling to herself.
Huh.
What kind of bird is that flying up there? It's really big, and getting bigger. As she spoke, she realized the bird was coming closer and closer. Seeing it about to fall on her, she quickly moved to the side. A large bird, weighing 2 or 3 pounds, landed right at her feet. Before she could react, Nyo Aihwa came out of the kitchen, planning to fetch some firewood, and saw the scene. He rushed over immediately. He caught the bird in his arms and lifted it up for a look. "Where did this wild duck come from?" "Mom, it's dangerous to sit here. You should move over a bit." How could a wild duck suddenly fly toward his mother in broad daylight? If it had hit her, he and his brother would have been heartbroken. Lin Qingyu looked curiously at the wild duck in his hands. Its feathers were grayish, not much different from a domestic duck. How did her son recognize it as a wild one so quickly? Host, that's because wild ducks can fly, but domestic ones can't. So please, try not to look like someone who's never seen the world. If other people in your field saw this, it would be quite embarrassing. 005 couldn't help but mutter softly. Was it that obvious? Lin Qingyu hadn't expected that. Even though she tried hard to act naturally, the system still said that. She must not have done a good enough job pretending.
Host, you did fine.
It's just that when the wild duck flew toward you, you didn't react at all. Normally, wouldn't someone try to catch it first? You just stood there watching, and the wild duck almost flew away. 005 was expressing her feelings. Her host came from a post-apocalyptic world. So many things that were normal here were completely new to her. It was understandable that she didn't know how to react. In the world she came from, birds were even more dangerous than beasts. They ruled the skies, and it was very hard for people to get rid of them. Her host had a spatial ability. To be honest, that power was very useful, but it didn't offer much protection. So, hiding when danger came made perfect sense. But this was a normal world now. There was no need to be so cautious. I'll be more careful next time. 005, when you have time, could you tell me more about the rules of this world? I'm afraid I might make mistakes without realizing it and cause you trouble. Lin Qingyu was truly curious about this world, but she couldn't just go around asking others directly. Many things that were common knowledge here were completely new to her. It was normal that she didn't react right away. 005 had just happened to see her host's startled expression and couldn't help but comment. Host, you can ask me anything you want to know. Little 5 will tell you everything I can. Hearing that, Lin Qingyu felt relieved. She turned to look at her second son, who was boiling water and getting ready to pluck the duck. Aihua, the wild duck isn't dead yet. Why don't we keep it for a few more days? Why was he in such a hurry? They couldn't keep the wild rabbit because all three of them were craving meat. But they hadn't even finished the rabbit yet. Why kill the duck so soon? Mother, you don't know, Aihua said. This wild duck flew over from the reed marsh. If the villagers find out, they'll take it away. If that happens, we won't get to eat it. So before anyone notices, we should take care of it now. We'll just say it's a duck we bought from town. No one can prove otherwise. Nyo Aihua planned to burn all the duck feathers in the stove. Once the feathers were gone, no one could tell whether it was a wild or domestic duck. After hearing her son's explanation, Lin Qingyu finally understood. It seems she still doesn't know enough about the world. Looking at her son, he is much more experienced than she is. In the future, she should observe and learn more, or else she might seem foolish. Actually, Lin Qingyu didn't realize that the fight she had with Aunt Qian today was enough to make her son admire her. He wouldn't look down on her. Instead, he would feel proud to have such a mother. Mom. Second brother. Are you back so early? At noon, Nyo Aigwa returned from work and found the door to their yard slightly open. He immediately guessed that his mother and second brother had come back. He put down his against the wall and went to the water well to fetch a basin of water. He quickly washed off the dirt from his body, even cleaning under his nails. After finishing, he looked at his mother sitting nearby, lost in thought. I went to the big market, but I didn't buy anything. Lin Qingyu helplessly shrugged. Big brother, although Mom and I didn't buy anything, I found a few sweetroot stalks on the way, and just now a wild duck flew into the yard. I've already cleaned it. Nyo Aihua happily shared their harvest. He didn't plan to tell his brother about the fight with Aunt Qian right now. They would talk about it after dinner, when they had a chance alone. Since Aunt Qian bullied his mother, he couldn't just let it go. But Nyo Aihua, lacking experience, planned to discuss with his brother how to get revenge. Mom, you're so lucky. Just sitting in the yard, meat comes to you on its own. After hearing his second brother, Nyo Aigwa felt pleased and went to check the wild duck, which his brother had cleaned. Seeing no problems, he rubbed some salt on the duck, then placed it in a jar and put it into the well to keep cool. The weather outside was hot, and if they didn't store the duck in the well, it would spoil easily. Almost every household here had a well. It wasn't just for daily water. In summer, it served as a natural refrigerator to keep things fresh. Big brother, didn't you say we would eat rabbit meat at noon? I've already cooked the rice, just waiting for you to come back and cook the dish. The two brothers quickly went into the kitchen, leaving Lin Qingyu alone in the yard. 005. Why do you think my luck is so good? Just as her son said, she was only sitting in the yard, and food was delivered right to her.
And
The rabbit from yesterday. The wild boar they encountered on the way. Lin Qingyu didn't believe that there could be so many coincidences in the world. At least one person shouldn't always be lucky. Host, have you forgotten you have a special ability? Before entering this world, I already told you about the awakening of your special ability here. My own host, surely not doing tasks has made you forget yourself? Lin Qingyu's thoughts were racing quickly. Soon, she remembered a piece of information that had appeared in her mind before. At that time, she hadn't entered this world yet, but she had already left her original body. Her soul was floating in midair, and many blurry characters flashed before her eyes. Later, she heard the system say that she had awakened her special ability, the koi fish blessing. It turns out that her special ability was already linked at that time. Although she knew about her special ability before linking with the system, it was her first time using it, so she had no experience. Sorry, system, I forgot about this. Can this special ability make my luck really good? Like I go up a mountain and find prey, or I go out and pick up money. She knew about koi fish. They are ancient creatures believed to bring good luck. Many buildings have carvings of koi fish, symbolizing good fortune. Lin Qingyu was very happy with this ability. At least she wouldn't have to worry about not having enough food in the future. That's about right. But the specifics depend on you, the host, to explore. 005 knew that her host didn't have much experience, and recognizing koi fish was already very good. It didn't have many demands for her, as long as she completed her tasks well. After staying outside for a while, her host would naturally learn more about the outside world. Now that I have the koi fish blessing, I should be able to sell things at the black market without getting caught. She glanced at the wild boar still sleeping loudly in the space. If she left this wild boar out for too long, it would become thin from hunger. It was better to find time soon and go to the black market. After selling the wild boar, I can buy more grain. The family had sold some grain earlier, and now there isn't much left. To avoid going hungry, I need to buy more. If I don't before the harvest, my family might face the problem of having no food. Lin Qingyu feels she can go without meat, but she must not go hungry. Having been hungry for so long during the end times, it doesn't make sense to stay hungry in the normal world. Moreover, the original owner hoped to see her two sons settle down and start their own families. Since they want to marry and build a family, without any savings, no girl would want to marry her sons. The future is still long, and the children are of the right age now. So, she doesn't have much time left. In the afternoon, both sons went to the fields. Lin Qingyu went alone to the back mountain. She was lucky and found many edible mushrooms. She couldn't tell which mushrooms were safe and which were not. But with the system, she wouldn't pick the wrong ones. 005 is quite dedicated, carefully teaching her how to tell the difference. Besides mushrooms, she also saw a confused mother hen and a rabbit with a broken leg. This trip to the mountain was a fruitful day. On the way back, she put the wild chicken and rabbit into her space. She only left half a basket of mushrooms and a large bundle of dry firewood she collected. That way, even if villagers saw her, they would think she was just gathering firewood. No one would suspect anything. Back home, she threw the big bundle of firewood at the door, mixing it with other firewood. Then she carried the basket into the yard. There was wild duck meat at home, so she didn't take out the 2 hunted animals from the space. She planned to save them and sell them at the black market later. 5 days passed like this. Lin Qingyu didn't go to work in the fields as she initially planned. Instead, she waited until her sons left and then went into the mountain alone. She told her children she was picking mushrooms, wild vegetables, and firewood. But in reality, she was hunting. Her space finally had more than 10 hunted animals, and she thought it was time to go to the county. Although there was a black market in the town, it was too small. She knew that bringing these things wouldn't fetch a good price. So, She planned to go to the county to sell more and earn some money. Then she would buy fabric to make clothes for each family member. The remaining money would be saved to help her two sons find marriage partners. After a long period of hard work, the land finally received some much-needed rain. Because of the rain, the team leader specially gave the villagers a day off. Lin Qingyu took her two sons and went out. They used the excuse of visiting their aunt in the county, who was married there. The original owner's family wasn't just one girl. But because her sister married well and her brother-in-law didn't think highly of his wife's family, they rarely visited each other. Still, Lin Qingyu needed this reason to go to the county. Niu Aigua and Niu Aihua also knew about the aunt, but since her brother-in-law was quite proud, they didn't like visiting her often. But Lin Qingyu didn't care about that. Visiting her sister's family was just an excuse. If she was unhappy, she would leave quickly. All she wanted was a reason to go to the city. The family of three walked for over an hour before reaching the county. They let the two sons go to Huer Lane for breakfast, while Lin Qingyu sneaked off to the black market. Because they left early in the morning, they arrived in the county around 7 o'clock. Lin Qingyu smoothly reached the black market, where the crowd was already starting to thin out. The busiest time in the county's black market was roughly between 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the morning. Outside this time, both sellers and buyers would be fewer. But Lin Qingyu couldn't arrive before 6 o'clock, so she had to wait. She wandered around the black market first, then slipped out and went back in with her catch. Remember, buying things doesn't cost money, but selling items requires a stall fee. However, the gatekeeper saw her with so many hunted animals and didn't charge her the stall fee. Instead, he quickly let her in. "Big sister-in-law, you have quite a lot of things here. Selling them slowly would take a long time," one of the men said warmly, calling her big sister-in-law, and the other called her big sister. Of course, Lin Qingyu was not foolish and did not show her true face. Instead, she smeared her face with dirt and ash, at least making it hard to see her real appearance. Even so, the two of them could roughly guess her age. But that was enough. In a black market, everyone needs to disguise themselves, and no one asks too many questions. "How do I know that the price you give is the same as what I could sell for in the black market?" Lin Qingyu felt a bit tempted. Although she believed her prey would definitely sell well. Anyone with money wouldn't miss the chance to buy good meat. But if she could sell at a normal price in the black market, she wouldn't have to wait here so long. "Don't worry, sister. The prices in our black market are regulated. Whether you're selling to others or to us, you have to follow the rules." To persuade Lin Qingyu, they even brought a price list. She looked at it and saw that it was true. "All right then, weigh the game. I've given you everything." The most valuable thing among her goods was that big wild boar. That boar alone weighed about 300 to 400 pounds. The rest were just small amounts. When Lin Qingyu agreed, the two men immediately rushed into the backyard. Soon, they brought out a strong middle-aged man who was explaining the situation to the others. The middle-aged man only glanced at Lin Qingyu, said nothing, and led his people to drag the game into the backyard. Of course, Lin Qingyu followed inside. Soon, the weight of the game was measured. The middle-aged man signaled to a thin, bamboo-like man nearby, who quickly took out an abacus and started calculating rapidly. Unexpectedly, they sold everything for a total of 460 yuan. In the 1970s, that was a lot of money for a farmer's family. These were all animals hunted from the mountains, and they didn't waste any grain at home. Selling so much money at once was impressive. How could anyone not be happy? This was much better than earning work points in the fields. A family working in the fields for a year might only earn 100 or 200 yuan. And after covering daily expenses, they'd only have about 30 or 50 yuan left. $460. How many years would it take for their family to save that much? But now, they suddenly have that much money. How can Lin Qingyu not be excited? Now, the daughters-in-law in the family are a bit more comfortable. The bride price is about $80. Even girls from poor families are willing to marry for just $20 or $30. Otherwise, why do people always say girls are a loss? It's because, in those days, girls were raised to serve others' families. Back then, every household in the village was poor. It was very hard to marry into a wealthy family. People also wanted a match of similar social status, so the families were about the same. They simply couldn't afford much money. With this money, Lin Qingyu felt relieved. After counting everything carefully, she quickly left the black market. But just as she stepped out, she felt like she had a small tail behind her. But that was no problem for her. She quickly found a way to shake off the tail. With a space-like chi device, as long as she found a quiet place, she could easily lose anyone following her. And she would never let anyone catch up. She had already planned several routes to leave, with multiple spots to ditch her tail. Back in Huer Alley, her two sons were already waiting at the corner. "Mom, where did you go?" Nyoagwa saw Lin Qingyu and immediately came over. "Just went to your aunt's house. It's not good to go empty-handed, so I bought some things. Have you two finished eating? Once you're done, we'll leave." Actually, Nyoagwa and Nyoihua only bought one breakfast to save money. They shared it but still didn't get full. But they didn't want to tell their mother, since she hadn't eaten yet. Little sister, are you at home?" When Lin Qingshua's family was visited, Lin Qingyu knocked on the yard door. The yard was very quiet, no sound at all. "Huh? Big sister, you're Qingshua's older sister, right? You two sisters look alike. I saw you from far away and thought you were your sister. If it weren't for you knocking, I wouldn't have known Qingshua's big sister was here." The neighbor heard the knocking and came out to see. At first, she was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. "Ma'am, do you know where my sister and her family went? They didn't arrive late, so why is her sister's house so quiet? Even if she was at work, she wouldn't be alone. After all, her brother-in-law's grandparents are not working." That's really unfortunate. Today, her relatives are having a wedding, so they left early in the morning to visit. Big sister, you didn't call your sister in advance, did you? Otherwise, someone would be home. Now I understand. Knowing her sister's family wasn't there, Lin Qingyu saw no need to stay. "Oh, I see. I brought some local specialties for my sister. Ma'am, could you please help pass them to her when they return?" She handed over a basket hanging on her arm. Inside were a dozen eggs, half a bag of brown sugar, and some snacks. These were bought from the black market. There were also dried mushrooms, dried wild vegetables, and half a dried wild chicken. Lin Qingyu collected these herself from the mountain. She originally wanted to see her sister, but since she wasn't there, after thanking the lady, she took her two sons and headed back. "Your aunt has gone out to visit, and this time it was unlucky. Let's visit her next time. By the way, the rain has stopped completely. After we leave today, we'll take a shortcut back over the mountain." They chose the main road because of the rain when they came. Now that the rain has stopped, they plan to walk back through the mountain trail. Walking through the mountain saves a lot of time, and they can get home sooner. Although it rained earlier, the trail is covered with stones and grass roots, so it doesn't stick to their shoes. "Mom, let's go back quickly. We still have a wild chicken at home that we haven't eaten. When we get back, I'll cook it for you." Recently, because their mother often went up the mountain to pick mushrooms, their meat supplies have been steady. The mother and her two sons all looked healthier, their complexions rosy, and even their previously thin bodies had become sturdier. Lin Qingyu is quite fond of food. She was starving for too long during the end times, so she has a deep obsession with normal delicious food. Nyoigwa and Nyoihua are two straightforward young men who simply don't know how to hold back. All three felt that life was becoming more hopeful. Even though their father was no longer alive, their mother was still there, giving them strength. Life wasn't as hard as the two brothers had imagined. Wow, 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 a long crowing sound suddenly rang in their ears. "It's almost noon. Why is the rooster still crowing?" Nyoihua scratched her head, feeling confused. The village roosters usually didn't crow at midday. "Are you silly? This is in the mountains. The crowing must be from wild chickens." Nyoigwa couldn't help but gently pat his younger brother's head. Why is his younger brother getting more foolish as he grows up? Their mother caught many wild chickens. Maybe her younger son ate too much wild chicken meat, making his brain a little slow. "Big brother, why are you hitting me? I can't tell if it's a wild chicken or a domestic one crowing." Although it didn't hurt, Nyoihua instinctively complained. "Both of you stop arguing. If you keep arguing, the wild chickens will be scared away. Lin Qingyu immediately made a shushing gesture. Oh, these two silly boys. No wonder she didn't want to take them up the mountain. It was just too troublesome. They clearly heard the wild chickens crowing, yet these two were talking loudly. Were they afraid the chickens wouldn't hear? Just now, there was definitely a wild chicken calling, but now there's no sound at all. It must be that these two annoying kids scared them away. Mother, we're sorry. The brothers quickly admitted their mistake. In the end, they obediently followed their mother, saying nothing. It looks like we won't catch any wild chickens today. No matter how good her health was, she couldn't stop these noisy kids from following her. Next time, she wouldn't take these two troublemakers into the mountains. Otherwise, when could she save enough money to build 2 houses? Yes, Lin Qingyu didn't plan to live with her sons forever. She thought that once the children got married, they would split up. Then she could stay in the old house and enjoy a carefree life. She would let her 2 sons live happily with their wives and enjoy their small lives. Once married, she could take charge at home. This temptation probably made many young girls willing to marry her son, right? It also eased the pressure of having a daughter-in-law. Lin Qingyu felt she was the best mother in the world. She felt proud and her anger from earlier had mostly disappeared. The 3 of them continued walking forward. Lucky like a koi fish, lucky like a koi fish.
Come on, show some effect.
Having 2 helpers around gave her a proper reason to bring more meat into the family. Maybe her prayer worked. After walking a while longer, they finally heard some movement ahead. The 3 immediately stopped and looked curiously at what was in front, but they didn't rush forward. A faint sheep call sounded, making their eyes light up. They ran toward the sound and saw a wild mountain goat trapped in a small valley not far ahead. The goat's leg was pulled up, probably injured from falling. It also had many scratches, some bleeding. At least the goat was still alive. If they took it home, it could be a fresh meal. Oh, I haven't eaten lamb before. Me neither, said the older boys, staring eagerly at the goat. They couldn't help but drool, as if they were about to eat something delicious. You haven't eaten it, and I haven't either, Lin Qingyu said. The goat is injured, and not very aggressive. Why are you 2 just standing there? Hurry and go catch it, she ordered. Lin Qingyu was also very hungry. The original owner had never eaten lamb, so she couldn't imagine what it tasted like. It should be similar to chicken or rabbit meat she had eaten before. But in detail, chicken and rabbit meat are quite different. Every animal has its own unique smell. So, Lin Qingyu was very curious about what lamb would taste like. Mom, I caught it. Mom, should we kill it and take it home? If the villagers hear the goats bleeding, they'll find out it's ours, she worried. Remember, all game caught in the mountains must be shared with the community. They finally discovered that this injured wild goat, if confiscated by the village, would leave the 3 of them without food. Wait until we're almost home, then kill it, she thought. Right now, it can still walk a little further. If her 2 older sons weren't here, she would have already put the goat into her space. But now that her sons have seen it, she can't do that anymore. It's important not to show too much suspicion, even towards her own children. Her space is her biggest secret and must never be revealed. The system also said that she shouldn't trust anyone except herself. Since she was new here, she naturally listened to the system's advice. The 3 of them walked on, finally driving the goat to the hillside behind their house. Brothers Nyo Aigwa and Nyo Aihua hesitated about what to do next. It's a living creature after all, and they felt a bit guilty. But they couldn't just let it go. If it stayed alive, they wouldn't be able to bring it back to the village. Step aside, let me do it, she said. She waited a long time, but saw her sons didn't make a move. So she picked up a sharp stone from the side, crossed over them, and went straight to the goat. Ignoring the wet, pleading eyes of the goat, she quickly ended its life without mercy. In her son's admiring eyes, she proudly gave herself a thumbs up. Looks like experience counts. Aihua, go back and get a basket. My brother and I will wait here. Even after killing it, she still asked Aihua to go home and bring a basket. The 3 of them struggled to put the goat into the basket, then wrapped it with dry straw outside. Both Lin Qingyu and Nyo Aihua carried bundles of firewood, and they headed home. On the way, they indeed met some villagers. But seeing the actions of the mother and her sons, the villagers didn't suspect anything. They thought the family was just poor and needed firewood, so they went up the mountain to gather some whenever they had free time. They only sighed. Old Nyo's family is really hardworking. When they got home, Lin Qingyu and Nyo Aihua directly placed the firewood outside in the pile. Nyo Aihua carried the basket and quickly walked into the yard. She finally took down the firewood tied outside the basket and placed it against the wall in the yard. The wild goat was already dead, and after all the fuss, its body was a bit stiff. The two brothers didn't dare hesitate. While it was still warm, they moved the goat into the kitchen. They found a rope, hung the goat from the ceiling beam, and started skinning it. Lin Qingyu watched for a while, then went to sit outside in the yard. This way, she could always keep an eye on what was happening outside. If someone came to the door, she would notice immediately and could alert the two men. They had done this kind of hunting at home before, so they knew the process well. However, Lin Qingyu originally thought that this time, no one would come, just like before. Is anyone home? Lin Auntie, are you in? Nyo Aihua, Nyo Aihua. The knocking and the raised voices outside made the three inside hear the noise at the same time. The two brothers quickly took the goat down from the beam. They covered it with something, and then hurriedly ran out of the kitchen. Wash your hands first, you two. I'll go see who's at the door. Lin Qingyu glared at them, telling them to go back to the kitchen first. She then went to the gate and peeked through. Shunzi, why are you here at this time? Realizing she had misspoken, she quickly changed her words. I didn't expect you to come to the house. Hurry, come in and sit in the yard. Lin Qingyu didn't invite him inside the house but set out 2 stools in the yard. They sat there and started talking. About the matter with Grandma Qian, it's been settled. That's why I come whenever I have free time to tell you. Fang Shun liked the auntie in front of him very much. Seeing her made him feel like he was back with his mother. Although Fang Shun had never experienced maternal love, he always felt like he was back in childhood when he was with Lin Qingyu. Still that child who was cared for by his family. How did the organization decide? Lin Qingyu looked as if she was just going along with whatever the organization decided, making Fang Shun laugh. With me here, I won't let you, auntie, suffer any loss. This whole matter was caused by Mother Qian causing trouble, so we fined her 10 yuan and kept her detained for a few days. I've already brought you the 10 yuan, auntie. Please take it. Fang Shun took out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lin Qingyu. Then he picked up the basket beside his feet. This is my small gift on my first visit. I hope you won't refuse. The basket contained over 20 eggs, half a bag of brown sugar, and a pack of fruit candies. Good child, you should take these home and enjoy them yourself. Auntie knows you're kind, but my family isn't as poor as you might think. You're still young and growing, so you need to eat more good food to nourish yourself. These things will be more useful for you than for Auntie. Lin Qingyu felt a bit shy about accepting Fang Shun's gifts. After all, he's just a child. Although she didn't know much about Fang Shun's situation, the way he looked at her was full of warm kindness. Even without blood ties, there was a feeling of family between them. This feeling came unexpectedly, but it made people feel at ease. That's why Lin Qingyu was willing to trust him. Annie, actually, I came here for another reason this time. Since I brought these things, I won't take them back, but I hope you will listen to me and hear me out. If possible, please agree to my request. Fang Shun said this, glancing briefly toward the kitchen. As soon as he entered the yard, he smelled the scent of blood. This family must have been handling meat, either hunting in the mountains, buying meat in town, or slaughtering chickens and ducks at home. The smell was quite strong, and he couldn't ignore it. Just tell me what's going on. Look, we don't have outsiders here. Let's speak frankly, so there's no need to guess. Lin Qingyu didn't know what Fang Shun needed her help with. Her family was just an ordinary farm family, and Fang Shun was a member of the security team. He was employed by the government, so his status was much higher than theirs. Here's the thing. Next, Fang Shun explained his background to her, including the fact that he was an orphan since childhood, later adopted by his grandparents, and then became an orphan again. With the help of relatives from his grandparents' family, he managed to get a job in the security team. But he always felt lonely because he had no family to accompany him. When he first saw Lin Qingyu, he felt very close to her, so he wanted to make her his adoptive mother. When Lin Qingyu first heard about this, she was shocked. After crossing over, she was happy to become a mother, but why would a stranger she had never met want to adopt her as a son at first sight? Could it be that she had the potential to be a good mother? Annie, please, you must agree. I've met many people, but only you feel most like my mother. Even though he had never met his own mother, he felt that Lin Qingyu looked just like the mother he imagined. No wonder he felt that way. Lin Qingyu was overwhelmed by his persistence, but she also thought that becoming friends with Fang Shun wouldn't be a bad thing. Fang Shun was half a year younger than her second son. Having a young security team member as her adopted son, they finally had a strong backing in the village. Even if that third uncle caused trouble again, no one would dare target their family. Actually, Lin Qingyu had been waiting for the third uncle to reveal himself. She believed that even if the original owner was alive, the third uncle wouldn't let the Niu family go. So he would definitely show up. But this time, he would be scolding her along with others. But who was Lin Qingyu? How could she stand there foolishly, letting others push her around? Anyone who dared to hurt her would be met with a strong response. Respect for elders and love for children? That didn't work with her. She came from a chaotic world where order was missing, and she didn't kill people in this world, only to complete her tasks better. But not killing didn't mean she couldn't do other things. A woman from the end of the world? She was not a simple girl. Since you say so, if I refuse, that would be too unkind. Wait for me to call your older brothers, and the three of us will have a meal together today. This will be my way of officially adopting you as my son. When Lin Qingyu agreed to take him in, Fang Shun looked very happy. Mother, you rest. I'll go help my older brothers cook. He didn't even call her adoptive mother, just directly called her mother. Lin Qingyu didn't mind much since he had already accepted it. This son was just as much a goddaughter as a biological daughter. However, now he had one more person to worry about. Wait a moment. At first, Lin Qingyu didn't think much of it. Since he was the son, he wouldn't favor one over the other. Helping out was also a way to strengthen the brotherly bond. But suddenly, he remembered his two silly boys in the kitchen messing with wild goat meat. If Fang Shun saw them, he wasn't sure if this honest young man would confiscate their goat meat. After all, Fang Shun was a government worker. If he decided to act justly, their family's meat might be taken away. Originally, Niu Aigua and Niu Aihua had already put away the wild goat meat, not noticing Fang Shun talking to his mother outside. So, they took out the hidden meat again, now already skinned. They were just waiting for everyone to leave so they could chop the meat and cook it. But unexpectedly, Fang Shun suddenly burst in. The three of them looked at each other awkwardly. Fang Shun finally understood that his godmother's family was hiding a big secret. Apparently, they had somehow gotten such a large sheep. Thinking about how delicious the meat would be, he couldn't help but salivate. Big brother and second brother, I'm here to help you. They were stunned for a moment, but quickly regained their composure. Fang Shun rolled up his sleeves and joined in to help clean the meat. Why do you call us big brother and second brother? Niu Aihua knew Fang Shun, but Niu Aigua had never seen him before. It was only after their younger brother explained that they learned who he was. He was a security team officer, not someone ordinary people could mess with. They didn't know what their mother had just told him, but both of them had smiles on their faces. The brothers thought everything was fine, and that Fang Shun was just here to chat with their mother. Who would have thought he would suddenly barge in without warning? If it had been someone else, they would at least have said hello first. Barging in was one thing, but he didn't expose them. In fact, he even joined in. What kind of big shot was this big brother and second brother talking about? They had no idea they had such an impressive relative. I am the adoptive mother, just recently taking in my adopted son. He is your third younger brother. From now on, we are all family. Big brother and second brother, no need to be polite. Just tell me if there's any work, and I'll do it. Although Fang Shun didn't have a good first impression of Niu Aihua, after hearing more, he learned that these two brothers are very filial. The reason he didn't fight that day was because his adoptive mother told him not to. So when they met again, he changed his attitude and became more friendly. I didn't expect you to accept me as your mother. I tell you, my mother is the best in the world. Since you're our younger brother, you won't regret it. Nyo Aigwa and Nyo Aihwa also found it strange, but accepted this family relationship without question. They didn't think Fong Shun had any other motives. In the hearts of the two brothers, their mother is the best in the world. Fong Shun becoming their brother is a blessing for them. At least, the family will be much livelier in the future, just more people sharing meals. Fortunately, life at home has improved. If they were still as poor as before, people probably wouldn't look down on their family. Nyo Aigwa cared most about the other's background, while Nyo Aihwa felt that having more brothers meant he wasn't the youngest anymore. In short, everyone quickly accepted this new family bond. The four of them sat in the kitchen, eating hot mutton hot pot. It's been a long time since I had lamb. This taste really brings back memories. Fong Shun took a big bite of meat, smiling happily. He also sipped some lamb soup, feeling warm all over. Third brother, have you ever eaten lamb before? Nyo Aigwa was holding a large bone, tearing off the meat and drinking the lamb broth boldly. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was drinking wine instead of soup. I've had it twice. Both times when I went out with my grandparents for a meal. That taste is unforgettable for a lifetime. Fong Shun remembered the past, feeling both warm and nostalgic. That's great. My brother and I also went out for meals, but we've never had lamb before. This is the first time we've both eaten lamb. The taste is really wonderful. Nyo Aihwa held a lamb hoof, feeling the tender, chewy meat, which was truly delicious. You haven't tried mutton before, have you? That's really a pity, but luckily it's not too late now. During the new year, I plan to buy a sheep. We can drink a bowl of mutton soup every day, and that way, we won't be cold. Maybe others don't have connections, but Fong Shun, who often walks around the town, knows where to buy sheep. He has been saving his salary and hasn't spent much. Plus, he doesn't have a girlfriend yet, and he eats and drinks at the team every day, so his salary has hardly changed. But now, things are different. He has a mother and brothers. During the new year, there are people to share food with. No more lonely days at home, living on dry food all year round. That's good. I still have wild chicken at home. After we finish the mutton, let's cook wild chicken with mushrooms. The three brothers quickly became good friends. They didn't seem like strangers at all, more like brothers who grew up together. Lin Qingyu watched the brothers happily, her hands busy, eating just as much as they did. It would be great if she could eat like this every day. But compared to mutton, she prefers chicken. The mutton has a strong smell, and she's not used to it. But the smell won't stop her from enjoying the food. The children in the apocalypse are so pitiful, they've never had good food. Now Lin Qingyu feels incredibly happy and satisfied. But she hasn't forgotten to do tasks and earn points to save her parents. If she could bring her parents to this world and let them enjoy normal food, she wonders how happy they would be. Although this wish seems unlikely, she can stock up on delicious food in her space and bring it to her parents later. They ate for over an hour. They cooked half a sheep, and only some mutton soup was left. The four of them, full stomachs, didn't want to move. Today, you all rest. I'll clean up the leftovers. Lin Qingyu feels she hasn't washed dishes in this world yet. Everyone is full today, so let her, as the mother, finish up. Mom, you don't need to do these chores. Brother and I are here. There's no reason for Mom to work. Although my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable and I occasionally burp after eating, everyone is worried I might the food back up. However, my dry mother refuses to rest while working, as she simply cannot do that. Nyo Aigwa and Nyo Aihwa are also used to helping with household chores. When Fong Shun mentions this, they quickly stand up. The three of them tidy up the dishes and handle the sheep bones. Lin Qingyu is directly pushed out of the kitchen to the yard to help with digestion. Who understands? With three such filial sons, I am definitely starting to prepare for old age early, she says, holding her belly and walking in circles in the yard. When the three young men finish cleaning up, they join her to help with digestion. She feels so full that she can't sit still. She thinks she should find a way to exercise more to help digest the food, or she won't be able to go out later. If the villagers see her like this, they might think she has worms in her stomach. Otherwise, how could she be so bloated? Mother, I need to go back to the security office, she says. I'll come to see you again in a few days when I have a day off. Fan Shun walks around with the mother and children for a while but has to leave. Be careful outside and don't get hurt, he advises. Come visit me when you have free time. I'll make you something tasty. He also tells her to tell her older brothers if anyone bullies her, so they can support her. Lin Qingyu thinks highly of this sensible child and quickly reminds him as he prepares to leave. Where are the family members? When elders come, they should at least come out to greet them, she says. The visitors eventually arrive and luckily, Lin Qingyu doesn't have to wait too long. If she doesn't resolve this matter, she will keep worrying about it. Around noon, just after everyone finishes eating, an old voice suddenly sounds at the door. Although the third uncle is old, his voice is strong and loud enough to be heard 2 miles away from Lin Qingyu's house. This little old man is known for being quite harsh in the village. No young person in the village is not afraid of him. But he often uses his age and experience as an excuse to scold the younger villagers. The younger generation would see him from afar and quickly avoid him. Third uncle was not ashamed, but proud. He believed that his authority and honesty scared others, which made everyone afraid of him. He never thought that his appearance was actually annoying and that no one wanted to talk to him. However, the older people in the village valued this old man very much, because he had once joined the militia and fought against enemies. So, no matter how overbearing he was, the village elders still tolerated him. This was the reason why, in his past life, the main character's 2 older brothers were killed by others. Because this old man liked to act superior, pick fights, pretend to be just, and say one thing, but do another. Plus, his high status in the village led to that tragic ending. But Lin Qingyu couldn't understand. Since he was a veteran who had fought in battles, why was he so mean-hearted? Shouldn't the older generation cherish the good days they have now? Why would he do things that hurt his nephew's family? Third uncle, why are you here? When she opened the door, Lin Qingyu didn't look upset and smiled as she looked at the old man outside. Why can't I come? I haven't seen my nephew's widow in so long, so I came to check on her. Third uncle looked at Lin Qingyu and felt that she seemed to have something he couldn't understand. It was a bit like the aura his comrades had when fighting enemies long ago. But that shouldn't be. He was the elder, so why would his niece-in-law have any ill will toward him? Of course, third uncle, you're welcome to come. It's too hot outside. Let's go into the yard to stay cool. In Lin Qingyu's yard, there was a large jujube tree with benches underneath. They usually sat there to relax. When guests visited, they often talked under the jujube tree. Compared to the house, it was much cooler outside. Third uncle hesitated with his cane and then stepped into the yard. Before he could speak, Lin Qingyu's voice came again. Third uncle, I didn't expect that after what happened to my family, you'd still be willing to visit. Are you thinking that because we, an orphaned mother and children, are having a hard time, you plan to help us out? She looked hopeful, eagerly watching her third uncle. He hadn't even said why he came, and now the other person was already asking for favors. As a younger family member, was she really bold enough to do that? Before Lin Qingyu finished speaking, she continued. Third uncle, you don't know. This illness has drained all our savings. Our food supplies are almost gone. The 2 children are reaching marriageable age, but because we're too poor to pay the bride price, no one has come to ask for them. Third uncle, I feel so sad inside. There's still a long time until the harvest, but our food is decreasing day by day. I have no choice but to dig up some wild vegetables and dry them, hoping to save a little more. But drying wild vegetables can't fill our stomachs. If our food runs out, I wonder if you and the villagers could help us a bit. Because of the third uncle's arrival, some villagers who liked to gossip came over to see what was happening. The older ones went into the yard and sat on the benches nearby. The younger ones stood nearby, listening curiously. What is this wife talking about? If she has troubles, she can ask the team leader or the commune. Why is she talking to him? He came to ask for some favors, not to give away the family's food. Who has an easy life these days? Seeing his grandchildren and great-grandchildren struggling with not enough space for their house, and his grandson not having a wife, he thought about taking over the old Nyo family's house. He thought this orphaned mother and her children, being younger, would be easier to handle. Plus, the original owner was gentle by nature. Even if the other side didn't agree, with a little trick, he could chase away this mother and her children. Then the house would be his. That way, the housing problem would be solved, and he could get such a big house for free. He could also continue to be favored by his family because he brought benefits home. But now, when he arrived at Nyo Yid's house, he realized he didn't even get a chance to speak. But how could the third uncle give up so easily? His wife. Everyone says relying on others is unreliable. Relying only on others won't work. Uncle Third bumped his upper and lower lips together and immediately came up with an idea. Recently, he heard from his second son-in-law that the mine was hiring workers. It would be perfect to get the whole family working at the mine. When people leave, the house would be empty. He could then arrange for the children to live there. After some time, he could take over the house for himself. Mining work is hard, which is why others are willing to sell cheaply. Recently, several people in the mine area had accidents, getting hurt or killed. If something happened to the mother and her 2 children, he might even get a compensation payment. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and his mind grew sharper. Honestly, with our family situation, we shouldn't trouble the village. After all, neither I nor Ai Gua and Ai who are lazy. But we really have no other choice. Everyone, don't think helping us won't bring rewards. With my family's condition, in a couple of years, I can pay back all the grain. Besides, I recently adopted a godson who works as a security officer at the police station. If I told him about this, he could probably help me solve the problem. But since he's already considered me as his mother, I can't just ask him directly. Our Nyo family village is a big family. How can we not support a lonely widow and her children? We need outsiders' help. Thinking about it, I believe my family can manage. We shouldn't look down on the villagers. Lin Qingyu said this not only to Uncle Third, but also to the villagers around. As she said, with a little more time, they would recover. Adding flowers is easy, but offering help in times of need is hard. If someone steps in now, they will remember it forever. Moreover, Lin Qingyu revealed that she had a godson working at the police station. This was also to shut Uncle Third's mouth. If he dared to mention the mine again, Lin Qingyu would secretly set a trap. She was already in her 70s or 80s. What did it matter if she lived a little longer or shorter? If anyone dared to plot against her, she would rather not live at all. Others may not see it, but Lin Qingyu's third uncle, facing her, saw a strong sense of anger in his eyes. This reminded him of the scene when he fought enemies long ago, and a cold feeling ran through him. The prepared words he had just thought of now couldn't be spoken. Deedful daughter-in-law, we really didn't expect your family to be in such trouble. If your family is having difficulties, why didn't you tell everyone earlier? Our people in Nyo village have always been united. We would never let your family go hungry. Moreover, your adopted son is capable. If we can avoid bothering him, we should. Good relationships should be kept for important times. An older man nearby spoke up. His house was not far from Lin Qingyu's, though her family lived on the edge of the village and rarely relied on others.
But there were some who lived close by.
This old man was one of them. Uncle Kong is right. If your family is in trouble, just tell the villagers. You've always been hardworking, so everyone isn't worried about you defaulting on debts. When he said this, the onlookers nodded in agreement. Although not many people were watching, they were the ones who loved to see the excitement. After today, news about Lin Qingyu's family needing help would spread. Although she had money, it came from uncertain sources, so she didn't dare spend it freely. Their family was truly in trouble, and she needed a good chance to get through it smoothly. At least in the villagers' eyes, this family was poor but kind-hearted, worth associating with. This way, many people would speak up for them. Lin Qingyu didn't want to use other means, only relying on sympathy. Deedful daughter-in-law, we understand your situation. Later, a few of us will go to see the village head. Although you've lost your grain, you probably have many work points in the team. We'll try to persuade the captain to exchange some for you early. That way, your family should be able to get through this tough time. You won't have to face a famine alone. Her third uncle was truly stingy, not wanting to give even a grain of rice. This plan showed his wisdom without spending a single penny. In the end, the village committee took on all the responsibility. The village usually has some leftover grain each year. These grains are stored in the warehouse and are only used in emergencies. If a family is really struggling, they can ask the team leader to exchange some of their grain. They use their own work points for this, and it's just a matter of when they get paid back. If a family is doing well, their request is usually denied. Lin Qingyu frowned silently, thinking that the old man was really stingy. All right, dear wife, we're going to talk to the team leader. Don't worry too much. The village won't abandon you. The other two elders also stood up, nodded to each other, and left Lin Qingyu's house. Soon after, some villagers brought over things. Some brought a few pounds of grain. Others brought vegetables from their gardens. These were items sent by villagers who had left earlier and had discussed with their families before returning. Although the gifts weren't many, it was clear who they could trust. On the other hand, the third uncle's family didn't say a word after returning home. They hadn't appeared for several days. Lin Qingyu thought they had given up on bothering her family, but unexpectedly, the old man was secretly planning mischief. Host, the third uncle secretly hired an old bachelor to sneak into your yard at midnight. Why would he do that? Even if an old man sneaked into the yard, what could he do? Could he really threaten the three women? Not to mention her two sons, who had become much stronger lately because they ate well. It would be easy for them to fight off anyone. She thought to herself, not afraid of one old bachelor, she could kick 10 of them away. He's planning for that old bachelor to climb over your wall at midnight. Then he'll come with others, pretending to deliver gifts, to catch you in a scandal. If your reputation is ruined, you'll be seen as a troublemaker and taken away, possibly sent to a farm for forced labor. By then, your two sons will be left to deal with that old man. That old villain. I thought he had given up, but he's just hiding his evil plans. Him. How dare he scheme against me? Just wait. I'll make him regret it. Lin Qingyu quickly got out of bed, dressed swiftly, pushed open the door, and left. Host, what are you going to do? 005 asked curiously. It didn't know how its host could get through this crisis. The system is just a helpful tool. It can provide items, but this is the host's first task, and she doesn't even have any points. If the host speaks kindly, 005 wouldn't mind lending her a few items. But who would have thought Lin Qingyu didn't consider this at all? After dressing, she quietly left the room, not even opening the front door, but climbing over the back wall. Soon, she arrived at her third uncle's house. Her third uncle's house is at the front of the village, with a large yard and many family members. She accurately found her old uncle's house. Inside, only her third uncle was there, but he wasn't sleeping. He was waiting for the right time, waiting for that old troublemaker to break into Lin Qingyu's home. In a little while, I will send the eldest daughter-in-law to get some grain. Then, let's see if that little troublemaker still dares to act up. Her third uncle kept calculating the time. Since there was no clock at home, he could only keep track silently in his mind. Gurgle gurgle. Lin Qingyu arrived under the window, kicked over a jar. Then she hid and watched quietly from the dark. The sound of the jar falling wasn't loud, but her third uncle, who had been waiting for the right moment, heard it. He quietly crept out of the house and looked into the yard. The yard was silent. Nothing was there. Only a jar had rolled to his door. Why did this jar fall? Probably a stray cat from the village again. Tomorrow, I need to tell the village chief. These old cats can't stay. Rats catch only a few, and they keep sneaking into other people's kitchens to steal food. Her third uncle angrily picked up the jar, intending to put it back. But in the next second, he felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and fainted. This scene happened very quickly, without disturbing anyone else in the yard. Everyone was in their own rooms. Though not yet asleep, they were just beginning to feel sleepy. You old thing, sneaking into my house in the middle of the night. What do you want? I tell you, you old rascal, I, Qian Ho-hot, have never done anything to betray my family or my husband. Today, I will beat you to death, you old, and I want to ask your children how they are raising you. A loud, sharp cry echoed through the village. Many villagers were awakened and came out to see what was happening. At first, they thought a thief had broken into the widow Qian's house, but upon seeing the scene, they realized an old man had fallen to the ground. Widow Qian, stop it right now. Isn't that Uncle San? Why is he here? Everyone hurriedly tried to hold back Widow Qian. She was breathing heavily, full of anger, as if she wanted to tear someone apart. Especially when she looked at Uncle San, her eyes were full of hatred. Ask this old man yourself. Why did he come knocking on my door in the middle of the night? He told me to open the door quickly, or he'd teach me a lesson, calling me a worthless woman. Everyone knows who I, Qian Ho-hot, am. Besides my late husband, I have no other ties with anyone. This old man coming to trouble me in the middle of the night, that's just trying to force me to the edge. Everyone in the village knew that Widow Qian's husband was a hero from the war. She was devoted to her husband and, even after his death, she focused on raising her children peacefully. She had never spread rumors or talked to the men in the village, always avoiding trouble. So, even though she was a widow, she had good relationships with the women in the village. Everyone was willing to protect such a loyal woman, thinking it was an honor to be friends with her. When Widow Qian started crying, a group of her close friends immediately came forward to comfort her. Uncle San is so old. Even if he wanted a woman, he shouldn't come and hurt our sister Qian. Even though Sister Qian is a widow, in our hearts, she is the best woman in the world. A few younger women couldn't help but loudly curse. They were just about to rush forward and spit in Uncle San's face. Uncle San, what you did is really wrong. Qian Ho-hot is a decent person. How could you have such thoughts? Some people couldn't stand it but didn't dare to speak too harshly, so they just made sarcastic remarks. Old Third, you really went too far this time. The young people didn't dare to say harsh words to Uncle Third, but peers of the same age didn't have this worry. When he joined the militia before, he wasn't the only one. Many elders in the village had participated in that fight. Everyone has some achievements. It's their pride. But now, Uncle Third's actions have really embarrassed these elders. In the past, no matter how unruly Uncle Third was, because of past friendship, everyone was willing to forgive him. But today, he even tried to pursue the widow of a martyr, and people couldn't tolerate it anymore. After knocking Uncle Third out, Lin Qingyu had thrown him at the foot of the mountain to the west, thinking that wild animals might appear there sometimes, hoping to scare the old man. Even if she couldn't kill him, the shock would leave him too frightened to cause trouble. She wanted to leave some psychological scars, so he wouldn't sleep well at night. If that didn't work, she planned to do it a few more times to scare him to death. Unexpectedly, this stubborn old man was surprisingly tough. He woke up shortly after fainting. He was indeed frightened, but it also angered him, and he cursed everything and everyone around him. On the way back, overwhelmed with anger, he lost his bearings, entered the wrong house, and cursed his daughter-in-law and granddaughter, which was misunderstood by Mrs.
Qian.
That's how this big misunderstanding happened. Because Lin Qingyu's house was on the edge of the village, she shouldn't have heard much noise. So even if she heard something, she didn't dare to go see what was happening but stayed quietly at home. Meanwhile, she was communicating with the system in her mind, trying to find out about the village's situation. Unexpectedly, her accidental mistake caused trouble for Mrs. Qian, making her feel very guilty. Fortunately, with Mrs. Qian's good reputation in the village, she wouldn't really be misunderstood. Even though it was all her fault, Lin Qingyu couldn't turn back time. She could only keep this in her heart and try to make up for her mistake later. Tomorrow, she planned to visit the village women together and bring some gifts. Mrs. Qian's family had a good reputation, but they were poor at home. Their children were neither small nor big, so they couldn't help much, but they were the ones who ate the most. Lin Qingyu also felt helpless. This was the best way she could think of to make amends. As for the widow Qian, if she ever has a chance to get rich, she will bring her along. She couldn't give too much at once, to avoid suspicion. Tonight, the old bachelor did not come to visit. After such a big incident in the village, he wouldn't dare to act openly. If his scandal were exposed at this critical time, it would harm not only the widow Qian but himself. Lin Qingyu finally relaxed a little. This matter was finally over. After this, even if Uncle San wasn't punished, he probably wouldn't dare to see anyone again. His own children and grandchildren's gossip could easily ruin him, so he had no time to bother her. She was just worried that Uncle San might try to blame their family for everything. After all, he had just decided to cause trouble for Lin Qingyu's family, and then he got into trouble himself. If people didn't suspect him, it would be strange. But only he knew Uncle San's true thoughts. At most, the old bachelor knew a little. There was really no way to blame her for it. But that didn't stop Lin Qingyu from wanting to get rid of him. Sure enough, after Uncle San was carried home by his family, he fell ill with a fever that night due to repeated incidents. The next day, news spread that he was so frightened that he became paralyzed. Not only was he paralyzed, but he also couldn't speak properly. Many villagers secretly cursed him loudly. This old man is finally going to die. I always thought he was a bad person, often bullying villagers, taking advantage of his age to act bossy, scolding and punishing this one and that one. The village chief doesn't interfere as much as he does. Many who had been bullied by Uncle San cheered and clapped. People gathered in small groups, talking about Uncle San's family. Lin Qingyu, meanwhile, arranged to visit Widow Qian with a few close friends. This isn't your fault. It's all that old man's doing. Qian's sister, you need to stay strong. The children still need you, and you can't fall apart. Everyone shared some support. Although this incident damaged Qian's reputation, her life had become much easier. Thank you all for understanding. I, Qian Guohua, am sure everyone knows who I am. I am not afraid of those dirty, mean bullies. That old rascal is just getting what he deserves. I only hit him a few times and didn't use much strength. Even if he died, it wouldn't matter to me. Widow Qian still harbors resentment in her heart. She secretly hopes that her third uncle will die soon, so everyone can forget about this trouble and she can return to a peaceful life. Moreover, she hasn't really been wronged. The other person just knocked on the door and said some nonsense without touching her at all. Widow Qian has a hot temper and couldn't help but fight back, venting her anger. Actually, this incident is also partly due to her third uncle being too harsh in daily life. He is a bit kinder to his own family, but when angry, he reveals his true nature. Qian Jia, you really suffered this time, dealing with such an old bully, but believe me, life will get better and better. Lin Qingyu brought some gifts and comforted her a few words. Shaolin, don't call me Jia. It's not a big deal. You also have a tough life. You and Yud are so close. Everyone in the village envies you. Who would have thought? If you encounter any problems in the future, just come to me. I won't refuse. Lin Qingyu didn't expect the other person to turn around and comfort her instead. After returning from Widow Qian's house, Lin Qingyu felt uneasy for a long time. But given the situation at that time, she didn't dare admit that she was the one who knocked out her third uncle and left him in the wild. The system had clearly warned her not to kill anyone in this world. The rules of the apocalypse emphasize strength. If her parents hadn't educated her well, Lin Qingyu wouldn't have held onto her last moral bottom line. When her father had an accident, she had wanted to leave that group with her mother. Her mother was a doctor, and she was a space ability user. Joining a large team wouldn't have been difficult. But because her mother developed feelings for the team, and her father had protected that place, they stayed. Neither mother nor daughter expected that the people in the team would be so disgusting, which ultimately led to their tragic deaths. If given a second chance, Lin Qingyu would be very cautious around outsiders. Don't be fooled by her innocent-looking appearance. Even the system thinks she is simple-minded. But how many people can survive in the end times without being kind-hearted? She is not afraid of others' secret schemes, only of the debts and consequences she cannot repay. However, this matter didn't trouble Lin Qingyu for long, as Feng Shun quickly came knocking. Godmother, come out quickly. Big brother and second brother, don't sleep anymore. Hurry and open the door for me. Feng Shun arrived at night. The Niu family was all asleep, but with his loud voice, the three quickly woke up. When they opened the courtyard gate, they saw Feng Shun, face weathered and tired. It was still hot during the day, but at night, especially after traveling on the road, his hair and eyebrows were covered with dew. Aigua, go boil some hot water. Aihua, go make some and brown sugar water. With your third brother looking like that, he might catch a cold later. After some busy work, Fang Shun changed into Aihua's clothes, and everyone sat inside the warm house. Shunzi, why are you coming so late at night? Did something happen? Lin Qingyu asked worriedly. It's nothing serious, godmother, don't worry. Actually, I heard that a factory in town is hiring tomorrow. When I got the news, I immediately came to tell you. My older brothers farm at home and have no steady income. I thought, since there's such a good opportunity, maybe they should try too. If they get hired, they can become proud workers. Workers nowadays earn a good salary and get food subsidies. Life is much better than farmers working in the fields. That's great news. Aihua, come here quickly. Thank your third brother. No matter if you get chosen or not, remember your third brother's kindness. Lin Qingyu was very touched. She didn't expect her adopted son to always keep them in his heart. Otherwise, who would run out in the middle of the night just for them? It would have been fine to come the next morning. But because he cared so much, he braved the night journey. It's important to remember that traveling at night in this era is not easy. They didn't talk about staying up late at night or sneaking around like thieves. Instead, they worried about the wild animals that sometimes entered the mountains, which could be very dangerous. Encountering any of these animals could threaten their lives. Fang Shun's quick trip over that night showed how much he cared about his family. Let's not talk about that, he said. I'm just sharing some news. This job doesn't require much education. Just being able to read and work hard is enough. I think this job suits my two brothers, so I came quickly to tell you. They talked for a while longer, but since it was very late, they each went back to sleep. Fang Shun didn't leave. He was arranged to sleep in the same room as Lu Aigua and his brother. The next morning, the two brothers went to town with Fang Shun. They were so anxious they didn't even eat breakfast, saying they needed to handle something in town. Lin Qingyu also wanted to go, but because they didn't ask the team leader for permission, she had to stay behind. Her two sons went to find work, and the team leader wouldn't mind. But if she also left, she might lose all her work points for the day. After the children left, Lin Qingyu quickly prepared some food and went to the team leader's house. She explained the situation, and he didn't blame her. Finding work is important. Your family is lucky to get this news, thanks to Aigua and Aihua. Lin Andy, go back and do your work. I won't deduct any points from your family. Working as much as you can each day is fine, but if you skip work without permission, you'll lose extra points. Her family was worried about this. Although Lin Qingyu stayed, she was distracted all day. Fortunately, she managed to endure until the work break. She planned to go to town to find the children if they didn't come back soon. She wasn't sure when they would return, so she cooked a pot of mixed grains rice. She also picked some green beans and cucumbers from the garden, but instead of cooking right away, she decided to go to the village entrance to look out. Just as she was about to leave, she saw the three boys happily returning home. Mom, we're back. Seeing their smiling faces, she felt confident that everything was going well. At least one of them would be chosen. Mom, big brother was selected. He will be a proud worker from now on. Cao Aihua quickly walked over to Lin Qingyu and happily shared her joy. Since you didn't get chosen, are you not sad? Hearing the second boy's words, Lin Qingyu instinctively thought that the second brother probably didn't get chosen. But who would have guessed this mischievous boy was actually playing a guessing game with her? Who said I didn't get chosen? I just didn't work in the same factory as my older brother. Cao Aihua knew it would be like this. He lifted his head proudly, showing a confident expression. Mom, let me tell you, Fang Shun watched his second brother act spoiled in front of their mother, feeling very envious. The atmosphere in their foster mother's family was really good. They could say whatever they wanted, and everyone was peaceful, never losing their temper. Originally, only the older brother was hired at the factory, but after leaving, he found another factory that was hiring, so the second brother went to try. Unexpectedly, he was actually hired. From now on, the older and second brothers will be proud workers, and even talking about getting wives will be much easier. When the third brother spoke, Cao De-ge and Cao Er-ge looked a bit embarrassed. This third brother was perfectly fine, yet he was talking about getting married. He himself didn't have a partner either. Why was he so concerned about his two brothers' marriage matters? Ha ha ha. Shunzi, are you anxious to get married? Don't worry, your mother has already arranged marriages for all three of you. In just a few days, there should be news. When the time comes, I'll call you to meet the girls. Fang Shun just wanted to tease his older and second brothers, but he didn't expect his own matter to be involved. What moved him the most was that their foster mother not only cared about her two brothers' affairs but also kept his marriage in mind. He was overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling that this foster mother was truly worth valuing. Initially, Lin Qingyu thought she needed to persuade the three of them to agree. But unexpectedly, after their first matchmaking, each of them found someone. Plus, Lu Ai Gua and Lu Ai Hua had found jobs in town, becoming proud workers. Their family status in the village rose quickly. After the autumn harvest, they each married. After marriage, Lin Qingyu didn't ask her daughters-in-law to stay at home to take care of her. Instead, she let them go to town with their husbands to live. She used all the money she had saved from selling game catches to buy 2 houses in town. Although they were old houses, their age made them more sturdy. They were built entirely with large stones. Not to mention, they could last for dozens of years, probably over 100, without much trouble. The only thing needed was some roof repairs. Her 2 brothers were very happy with her arrangement for their mother. Fang Shun didn't need to buy a house because his grandparents had left him all their property. Among the 3 brothers, Fang Shun was the one who was secretly quite wealthy. A few years later, each of them had children. Everyone wanted to bring Lin Qingyu to live with them and take care of her, but she preferred to stay in her countryside house and enjoy a relaxed life. The work-based farming system didn't last long. Soon, the land was back in the hands of the common people. Lin Qingyu managed a few acres of land at her hometown, along with a vegetable garden in front and behind her house. Sometimes, she went hunting in the mountains, and later, she raised many chickens, ducks, and geese. For a woman in the post-apocalyptic world, this was truly a heavenly life. The system once suggested she go into business or start a company to make big money. But Lin Qingyu said she didn't have much education, only the basic knowledge her parents had taught her from memory. She could recognize some characters, but wasn't very smart. In this life, she had already fulfilled the original owner's wishes. Her tasks were almost complete. She just needed to wait until the end time and then be transported to the next world. So, there was no need to do things she wasn't good at. Instead, she preferred to stockpile more food and store chicken, duck, and goose meat in her space. In case she returned to the post-apocalyptic world, her parents could enjoy normal, delicious food. Thinking about it, she realized her perspective was still narrow and needed to improve her education. The best way was to send her back to her school days. That way, she could start learning from scratch and experience systematic education. Because Lin Qingyu always kept herself pure and was intentionally close to others, she quickly became friends with Qian Hohot from the village. Since both were widows, they had more topics to talk about. Additionally, Lin Qingyu felt she owed her third uncle for past favors. So, in life, she tried to take care of him as much as possible, help whenever she could, and even involved him in her business ventures. Surprisingly, Qian Guahua only faced difficulties for a few years. With Lin Qingyu's help, once her children grew older, life became easier and more comfortable. Her children were all respectful and hardworking. One even got into college. Qian Guahua finally turned her life around. Like Lin Qingyu, she chose not to move to the city with her children but stayed in the village to live a simple life. They became close friends and even started a large-scale poultry and livestock farm together, each contributing money and expertise. Lin Qingyu's space, however, had some strange issues. While it could store living creatures, once inside, they all fell into a coma. She couldn't raise animals there, only store food supplies. Fortunately, her space had some preservation abilities, but no matter how strong, it couldn't keep things fresh for decades. The system, seeing this, decided to help by merging her space with the system's space given by the main god. This merge gave her space some divine qualities. From then on, anything placed inside would stay exactly the same, forever. Time might pass, but at an almost negligible speed. According to the system, 1,000,000 years was just a blink of an eye. She was very happy with this result and didn't regret merging her space with the system's space. In her heart, only her own space truly belonged to her. Suddenly, decades passed. By then, Lin Qingyu was very old, with white hair and many teeth missing. Because of the incident with her third uncle, although he didn't live long, it left a bad influence on his children. The villagers no longer tolerated their family as they once did. Her children often blamed the old man for what happened. Later, the descendants of her third uncle moved away to other cities to find work. And the old bachelor who once tried to ruin Lin Qingyu's reputation accidentally fell into a stinky ditch and drowned one stormy night. Lin Qingyu, however, did not become rich by starting a company, as the system suggested. But she made her first fortune through farming. Later, because she had a lucky charm like nature, she could make money doing anything. Even though she rarely left the village, she left a large inheritance for her children. When she died, her 3 brothers knelt by her bed. "Mother, your sons can't bear to part with you. Mother, your daughters-in-law haven't had a chance to show their respect, and you've left us so suddenly." Everyone's face was full of sadness, especially the grandchildren. Every time they returned to the countryside, their grandmother would give them lots of delicious food and pocket money they normally wouldn't imagine. This pocket money made them stand out among their friends. It also made their childhood rich and happy. Later, just from the pocket money given by Grandma, they started their own businesses before graduating. As soon as they graduated, they became company owners. Without Grandma, their lives wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Although their parents also loved and helped them a lot, only Grandma was the greatest supporter when it came to money. The children always felt that their grandma was like a treasure chest, always giving them new surprises every visit. They also wanted to be filial and chat with her about the outside world. Now that Grandma has passed away, their parents are deeply sad. Whether it's her biological sons, Niu Yuegua and Niu Yuehua, or her adopted son Fang Shun, they all see Lin Qingyu as their most caring mother. The grandchildren see each other as family, with no differences. Lin Qingyu's death made everyone feel very sad. But after she passed, her farm, vegetable greenhouses, and her 10,000-acre orchard still needed someone to take care of them. This forced everyone to stay strong and continue managing her legacy. At first, they thought farming and raising animals wouldn't make much money. But once they took over, they realized that her monthly income was more than they could earn in 3 years. From then on, the brothers focused on managing her farm and orchard, and their lives became very smooth. They also built a strong foundation for their descendants. After the divorce, why do you regret it? Ding! You have arrived in the new world. Please prepare yourself. Generating the special ability. Special ability generated. Daily check-in system is now active. Please check your inbox. World storyline is transmitting. The original protagonist was an ordinary rural woman. She was lucky enough to marry Zhang Jingguo, the only officer in the village. But her luck was also bad. After marrying Zhang Jingguo, they never even spent a night together because he was called back to the military. He was gone for 10 years, with no news at all. To take care of Zhang Jingguo's parents, she worked hard in the fields during the day and handled household chores at night. Everyone in the village praised her for being filial and sensible, but they also criticized Zhang Jingguo for ignoring her. Many secretly mocked her, saying that because she was a woman from the countryside, her husband looked down on her. He preferred to stay in the military and refused to come home to live with her. Rumors spread everywhere, and she suffered a lot. Later, after Zhang Jingguo's parents passed away, he returned from the military. But he also brought a divorce paper. By then, the woman was 28 years old. She had wasted 10 years of her life, only to receive a divorce paper. How could she bear this? However, after dealing with his parents' affairs, Zhang Jingguo hurried back to the military. Even if she wanted to confront him, she couldn't find him. The villagers turned a blind eye to her suffering. Even the squad leader only sighed and didn't help. Plus, after the divorce, she couldn't stay at her in-laws' house, and she couldn't return to her own family. She was overwhelmed and chose to end her life. The story in this world is simple, but it makes Lin Qingyu feel oppressed inside. The original woman was really foolish, wasting half her life for such a man. So, what if she got married? She didn't even want to take care of her own parents or her aging parents-in-law, leaving them to a stranger. When her parents-in-law's duty was done, they kicked her out. Men like that, who forget kindness, deserve to go to the 18th level of. When Lin Qingyu arrived in this world, the original woman had already been married into this family for 3 years. It was just after the busy farming season, and Zhang Jiangwo's parents' health was slightly better. As soon as she woke up, Lin Qingyu opened the courtyard gate and rushed out. "Captain, my father-in-law and mother-in-law are very sick. We just can't wait any longer. You all know my husband. Since I married into old Zhang's family, I haven't sent a single penny home. Now that his parents are seriously ill, and he doesn't know about it, I plan to go to the military to ask Zhang Jingguo if he still cares about his parents. I don't want him to blame me later for not letting him show filial piety." Lin Qingyu hurriedly entered the big team meeting. Several officials were having a meeting, and they looked surprised when they saw her. "Captain, what's really going on? Take your time and tell us." Seeing Lin Qingyu crying and explaining, the captain quickly calmed her down. "Captain, I can't go on like this. What's wrong with Zhang Jingguo? Since we got married, he's been hiding in the military, leaving me, a weak woman, to handle everything at home. It's bad enough that he doesn't come back, but he also doesn't send any money for his parents' living expenses. I'm just a woman from the countryside. Maybe he doesn't see me as important, but does he also not care about his parents?" Lin Qingyu cried loudly, looking very wronged. Her sad expression made everyone feel heartbroken and tearful. "So, you want to go to the military to find him?" The captain understood her purpose as soon as she entered, because she was crying and running in. "Yes, Captain. I really can't take it anymore. We've spent all the money at home, and I have no more of the bride price I brought for my family. If I don't go to Zhang Jiangguo to ask for money, I can only watch my parents-in-law die." Her words made the officials think deeply. This is a bit difficult. They couldn't figure out Zhang Jiangguo's thoughts. If he cared about his wife, why didn't he come back all these years? Even if his wife didn't want him, he still had his parents, right? Lin Qingyu was right. Filial piety is the most important virtue. He might not like his wife, but he must take care of his elders. "Captain, please write me a letter of introduction. My father-in-law and mother-in-law really can't wait any longer." Seeing Lin Qingyu start crying again, the captain felt a headache. "What do you all think?" He looked at the others, seeking their opinions. "I think building a family is important, and dragging it out isn't good. Maybe I should write her a letter of introduction. It's time to clear up the misunderstanding between the two children. People say that couples argue at night, but make up in the morning. Keeping this going isn't helpful. Married couples, there's always a way to resolve their issues," the village secretary thought for a moment. He felt a bit sorry for Lin Qingyu, who had such a difficult family situation. On the surface, she married the most promising man in the village, but in reality, she was living a life worse than a widow's. This child also had a tough life. "I think Gua is not unkind. Maybe there's some misunderstanding between you. Perhaps the address was written wrong, and the living expenses went somewhere else. It's good for you to check. Clear up the misunderstanding, and let Gua come back to see his parents." The team leader carefully remembered what Zhang looked like before. The young man was quite handsome, always polite to others, and didn't seem ungrateful. He still wanted to believe there was some mistake. "Thank you, team leader." "Thank you, everyone." After getting the letter of introduction, Lin Qingyu hurried back home. She quickly packed her things and went to her parents' room. "Mom, Dad, you can cook for yourselves these days. I'm going to the army to find Gua." Hearing this, her parents were both surprised. Since their daughter-in-law moved in, they were happy with everything. The original wife could handle farm work and household chores well. Even when her son was away, she could manage everything. They were very satisfied with such a capable daughter-in-law. But they also felt a bit sad that their son was too busy to come home often. If only their daughter-in-law could give them a big, healthy grandson, that would be perfect. "Do you know where Gua's unit is?" Old Mr. Zhang asked carefully, his eyes a bit blurry. "I know. The team leader already told me. Gua hasn't come back for many years. I want to visit him and ask how he's doing. Hearing this, their parents' faces looked a little strange. But they didn't stop her. If she went, it would be good. Maybe she could talk to their son and settle things. Even if their son is busy and can't come back and their daughter-in-law is pregnant, the old Zhang family will still have a future. Parents, I have to leave now. Please take good care of yourselves at home. Actually, when Lin Qingyu went to the village office and said the old couple was about to die, it was all just an excuse. Their health really isn't good, but it has been that way since she married into the family. They haven't been well for many years. Although both of them can't do much work and can't even carry a bucket of water, they are very eager to eat. The original owner was fooled by their shameless words, but Lin Qingyu wouldn't be. She is not someone who likes to suffer losses. She only plans to get the divorce certificate first before making any moves. Isn't Zhang Jingguo just trying to use her as a fool to serve his parents? She won't stand for it anymore.
What will they do then?
Maybe they'll find another girl from the countryside to marry and leave their problems behind. This time, Lin Qingyu won't let them succeed. Those two old fools are actually healthy. Others their age can still help with farm work. But these two old fools are either pretending to be sick or on the way to pretending. Today they have a headache, tomorrow a stomach ache, the day after that a sore bottom. Out of 365 days in a year, they never have a peaceful day. But these two old guys are good at acting, just like their shameless son. They praise their daughter-in-law to others, saying how good she is and how filial they are, never saying a bad word. This is why the original owner was willing to work hard for their family. Even after 10 years of marriage, she never saw her husband's face, but she had no regrets. Maybe because it was the 1960s, people back then were very honest and simple-minded. They thought Zhang Jingguo was a good man defending the country, and she couldn't hold him back. She had to protect the rear. But they were just playing her for a fool. They were waiting for her to be exhausted and then abandon her. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu was walking along the main road, and there wasn't a single car in sight. In villages like theirs, public buses don't reach here. Moreover, buses are just for city folks, not for rural folks like them. Usually there is a bullock cart that goes straight to the county. Lin Qingyu's departure time was a bit unusual. She left afternoon. At that time, there were no ox carts, so to go to the county, she had to walk on her own feet. Lin Qingyu was glad that this world did not have collective labor. The communal meals, she wasn't sure if they had already ended or hadn't started yet. Anyway, from the original owner's memories, she couldn't find any specific year. The villagers' lives were also quite confusing. Big and small matters were decided by a few village leaders, and the villagers just followed orders. Zhang Jingguo owned over 8 acres of land, all managed by the original owner alone. Lin Qingyu looked at her hands, which were covered with thick calluses. She also touched her face. The calluses on her hands made her skin hurt when she rubbed her face. Even without a mirror, she could feel her skin was rough. Ah, no wonder the villagers laugh at me. With this look, it's no surprise that someone used to seeing a polished person like Zhang Jingguo would look down on me. Although Lin Qingyu didn't like the other person, she was also unhappy with her own skin condition. Fortunately, now she was here, and the original owner was still young. With some care, she could recover. But as she walked, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She turned her shoe over and saw that the sole had a hole. The original owner had a little money and bought good food for those two old guys, so she didn't even have a decent pair of shoes. Luckily, she had stored plenty of supplies in her space. She took off her shoes and put on a new pair to continue walking. When she reached the wilderness and saw no one around, she took out her bicycle and started riding. This saved her a lot of trouble. If she had to walk all the way to the county, she might have worn herself out. Once in the county, she headed straight to the state-run restaurant and used her money to enjoy a good meal. Big steamed buns, plain noodles, braised pork, these were the classic dishes of the restaurant, and she ordered all of them. After finishing her meal, she felt full and satisfied, with a pleasant, oily fullness. She then packed a few large meat buns and left the restaurant. She needed to buy her tickets before it got dark. I don't know if I can buy a train ticket for tonight. If not, I will have to wait until tomorrow. Fortunately, Lin Qingyu's luck was good. With her referral letter, she quickly bought a ticket to G Province. And it was for a train at 9 p.m. tonight. She found a place to store her bicycle and wandered aimlessly around the train station. However, after 7 p.m., Lin Qingyu accidentally discovered the entrance to a black market. She didn't expect that even in a busy place like the train station, there was a hidden black market. Since she was already there, she didn't hesitate and went inside. Everyone was dressed simply. Lin Qingyu only wore a headscarf, without trying to disguise herself much. She just came to look around and didn't plan to sell anything. Even if she bought something, she wouldn't buy much. For her, browsing the black market was quite easy and relaxed. Unlike others who hurriedly moved about, Lin Qingyu strolled and looked around. She still had money saved from her previous life, and she also had quite a few gold bars. So, she wasn't short of money. She bought what she liked, mostly antiques and calligraphy paintings, things she could look at but not eat, so she didn't attract much attention. In fact, many pickpockets kept an eye on those buying food. When the time was almost right, Lin Qingyu decided to leave the black market and go to the train station to wait for her train. Just as she stepped out of the black market, she heard a chaotic noise behind her. The patrol team is coming. Everyone run. Hearing the commotion behind her, Lin Qingyu quickened her pace and didn't dare to hesitate. After running quite a distance, she found a quiet place and stored everything into her space. Then she checked herself to make sure she was fine. She took out her already packed luggage and headed toward the train station. "Quick, girl, hurry up. I told you, when you see your dad, be smart. You can't be like before, seeing food and losing your mind." Just as Lin Qingyu was about to board the train, she heard a stern voice from behind. "Mom, I understand." The young girl's voice was timid, clearly having been scolded many times. "Don't blame me for being strict. We don't have much food at home, and I have to save it for your brother. But now that you're of marriageable age, I have to bring you to your father. Your father is about to get a promotion. Whether you find a good family depends on whether he is willing to help. If you dare to upset him again, I can't help you." Lin Qingyu listened carefully to the conversation behind her. It was clear that this girl was not well treated at home. But even so, her mother still loved her. However, her love was limited, and she gave more to her younger brother. Isn't this the real picture of most rural families? The idea of valuing boys over girls has existed for thousands of years, not just recently. Such things have happened throughout history. These were just thoughts in Lin Qingyu's mind. She didn't want to bother with strangers' affairs. The train had been moving for about 3 hours, and most people were already asleep. However, Lin Qingyu was awakened by hunger. Even though she had eaten quite a bit when they were in the county, why was she hungry again in the middle of the night? She patted her stomach and looked around. Everyone was sleeping, and no one paid attention to her. So, she quietly took out a large meat bun from her bag, using the cover of her cloth bundle. As soon as she took a bite, the smell of the meat filled the air. Where is that meaty smell coming from? Someone nearby was awakened by the aroma, and she heard a man's voice. Frightened, Lin Qingyu quickly covered the bun and pretended to be sleeping with her head on the table. She was sitting by the window, and tilting her head slightly made her small actions less noticeable. "Is that you eating a meat bun, sister?" Unexpectedly, her movements were seen by a young girl sitting across from her. The girl, called Daya, had bright eyes and was watching her closely. "I'll give you one, but you can't tell anyone." Lin Qingyu took out another meat bun. Luckily, she had cooled some of the buns outside before putting them into her space, so taking one out now didn't look suspicious. "I also have green onions and pancakes." Daya took the meat bun but didn't eat it immediately. Instead, she pulled out some pancakes and a big green onion from her small bag. She rolled up a pancake and handed a green onion to Lin Qingyu. The little girl was quite polite, even offering her a gift in return. Lin Qingyu wondered why her mother had said such things about her. It seemed like this girl was well-mannered and didn't lack etiquette. "Your bun has meat filling, so I guess I got the better deal." Daya's eyes sparkled as she looked at her mother, who was sleeping deeply and hadn't been awakened. They exchanged glances, and both turned their heads to look out the window. While stuffing the meat bun into her mouth, she watched the dark scenery outside. The train's speed wasn't very fast these days, and the clattering noise was quite loud. Honestly, it was hard to rest properly on the train. But there was no other choice. Ordinary people wanted to travel, and the train was one of the few transportation options available to them. The two quickly finished their meat buns. Lin Qingyu took out the pancake with scallions that Dia had given her. Now, there was no need to hide. After all, this was a common snack for going out. I also have chicken sauce here, Lin Qingyu said. Seeing Dia also took a pancake to eat, she reached into her bag and pulled out a jar of homemade chicken sauce. The chicken sauce was spicy and fragrant, with a very tasty flavor. She scooped 2 spoonfuls into her pancake and then signaled Dia to open her pancake. "Thank you, sister," Dia said happily. She stretched out her hand, waiting for Lin Qingyu to put the chicken sauce on her pancake. The strong smell made her saliva flow quickly. "Miss, can we share some of your sauce?" A young man sitting behind them asked softly, leaning over. Lin Qingyu was a bit startled by the sudden voice. She turned her head and saw the man behind her. He looked very strong and handsome, with a buzz cut and tall, at least over 1.9 meters. The train seat was not short, but he still managed to lean half his body over to their side. "I'm not asking for everything. I have eggs here. I'll trade you for some of your chicken sauce," he said, holding out 2 red eggs. These eggs looked like the kind cooked for celebrations, bright red and special. Lin Qingyu didn't refuse. Eggs are good, and trading her chicken sauce for them was fair. Plus, the red eggs symbolize happiness and good luck. Just looking at the red eggs, Lin Qingyu had a feeling that this trip would go very smoothly. "I'll give you the jar. You can take as much as you want," she said, handing over the whole jar of chicken sauce. The man smiled and took it. Then she heard the sound of plastic bags being rummaged through behind her. It seemed they were looking for something to eat. Lin Qingyu glanced back and saw 4 young people sitting behind them. They all looked strong and energetic. The oldest was the man who had just leaned over, probably around 24 or 25. "Dia, what are you eating?" one of them asked. "Why does it smell so good?" another added. Their noise finally woke Dia and her mother. Even the old man beside Lin Qingyu straightened up. Seeing that she had been caught, Lin Qingyu no longer hid. She calmly ate her pancake. Dia quickly stuffed an egg into her mouth, swallowed it in 2 bites, then took a big bite of pancake rolled with green onions. Finally, Lin Qingyu understood why the woman had said so much about her daughter before. Her eating manners were quite fierce. "Mom, the girl across the street is eating an egg. I couldn't resist the smell, so I rolled a pancake." Dia didn't dare look at her mother. She tilted her head toward the window and bit the green onion. "Oh, so it's the girl eating."
Wait.
"I can smell not just the egg but also the spicy sauce." The woman sniffed hard, but soon she noticed that the people sitting behind Lin Qingyu were eating quietly, making sounds like sigh and huff. "So, it's the people in the back seat. Dia, eat less. We don't have much dry food, and there's still a whole day tomorrow." The woman kept nagging her daughter, then leaned on the table to continue sleeping. The old man beside her was also tempted by the smell, but finally endured his hunger and went to the bathroom. While there, he also took a big cup of water from the tea room. They didn't bring much dry food, but water was free. The poor old man could only keep smelling the delicious food and keep drinking water. At this moment, Lin Qingyu didn't dare to interfere. She just pretended not to see and looked out the window. "Young lady, I'm really sorry. Your spicy sauce is so delicious that we ate a bit more. How about you exchange this bottle of spicy sauce with us? Tell me how much it's worth." Half an hour later, the people behind finally leaned forward again. 1.5 yuan. Lin Qingyu wasn't polite. She thought 1.5 yuan for a bottle of spicy sauce was not expensive. After all, she made it herself, and it contained a lot of meat. "Okay, here's 1.5 yuan.
Keep it.
If you have more, you can sell us a few more bottles. Whatever you have, we want it. Honestly, this spicy sauce smells so good that 1 bottle isn't enough." Plus, his friends are all big eaters. Now, only a little remains at the bottom of the bottle. He doesn't plan to share any more and wants to keep it for himself to enjoy slowly. It would be even better if Lin Qingyu still had some. Then he could take it back to the army, hide it secretly, and eat a little at each meal. That way, it might last for a while. There's still one bottle left. Here, you can have it. Lin Qingyu took out another jar of chicken spicy sauce and handed it to the man behind her. She then carefully kept the 3 yuan they had together and took out the egg the man had given her earlier, quickly peeling the shell. The big girl across the street was already full and satisfied. She had also drunk the half jar of water she had earlier. Now she felt a bit urgent to go to the bathroom, but she was afraid to go alone. So she held it in, waiting to see if Lin Qingyu would finish eating and could walk with her. The big girl thought Lin Qingyu was a very kind person, beautiful and gentle. Well, that's how she saw Lin Qingyu. She didn't think she was pretty herself. In the past years, the original owner had been working in the fields with rough, yellowish skin. She didn't look attractive at all. But when the original owner first married into the old Zhang family, she was quite a beauty in the area. Unfortunately, Zhang Jingguo always thought she was just a country girl and didn't deserve to be his wife. He looked down on her and kept her around only to take care of his parents in old age. He even stayed away for 10 years without returning home. That was quite a strange story to tell. Lin Qingyu finished the egg and took a couple of sips of water, noticing the young girls staring at her intently. She wondered if the girls still wanted to eat the egg. She had already given her some meat buns and the egg, which she considered generous. She couldn't give more. "Why are you looking at me like that?" After holding back for a while, Lin Qingyu finally asked with curiosity. "Big sister, I need to go to the bathroom urgently. Can you please go with me?" Hearing that she wanted to go to the toilet, Lin Qingyu relaxed. "Of course, I want to go too." Fortunately, the old man hadn't fallen asleep yet. When he heard their conversation, he quickly stood up and made space. Lin Qingyu smoothly left, but the big girl across the street was having trouble. She didn't dare wake her mother, so she crawled under the table to Lin Qingyu's side, then moved outside. The 2 young girls walked together near the train partition. "The bathroom is over there. You're in a hurry, you go first." Lin Qingyu planned to wash her hands and face at the sink. She had just peeled an egg, and her hands were a bit sticky. "Big sister, please don't leave. I'll be right back." The older girl quickly slipped inside, and soon she heard the sounds of things clattering inside. She really hated how good her ears were. She didn't want to hear all that noise. Maybe the girl ate too much, and her stomach couldn't handle it, so she ran to the bathroom? If that was true, she would feel guilty. But luckily, the girl was quick and soon came out. "I'm done, sister. You can go now." Seeing that the older girl looked normal, she felt relieved. It seemed she didn't have an upset stomach, just a noisy bathroom visit. Lin Qingyu also wanted to use the bathroom, so she didn't refuse. But as she squatted down, she remembered the noise earlier. She quickly finished and left the bathroom. She washed her face again, and the 2 didn't go back immediately. They went to the partition area, where they could feel the cool night breeze. From there, they could see the scenery outside the window more clearly. However, there were 2 people sleeping inside the partition. It looked like a couple, cuddled together in a corner. Lin Qingyu and the older girl stood at the other end, quietly watching the passing night scenery outside. "Big sister, where are you going?" she asked softly after a while. "To the army to find my husband," Lin Qingyu replied. Hearing this, the older girl's eyes lit up. "Is it the specific army?" she asked eagerly. "I just married my husband, and we haven't even had our wedding night. He was in such a hurry to return to the army. He left 3 years ago, and I haven't heard from him since. No letters, nothing. I'm worried something happened to him, so I plan to visit the army." Hearing this, the older girl's eyes widened in shock. "Big sister, do you think you might have been tricked into marriage?" Hearing Daya's words, Lin Qingyu looked at her with curiosity. "Big sister, you shouldn't doubt me. My dad is also in the army, and he's about to be promoted to company commander. I also visited my dad's unit before, and I heard something. A comrade of my dad's, who clearly had a wife in the countryside, married another woman in the army. At first, this was kept a secret, but then the countryside woman found out, and the truth came out. You wouldn't believe how big the impact was. He was even stripped of his position as squad leader and told he could never return to the army. He was driven out in disgrace, and his wife in the army divorced him. But his wife from the countryside didn't mind and happily took him back home. Hearing Daya's story, Lin Xingyu was shocked beyond words. Such things really happen. I've been thinking these past few days. My husband left on our wedding night without saying a word. Over the past 3 years, I even used my dowry to pay for his parents' medical bills. My husband's monthly salary is quite good, but I never saw a penny of it. Do you think he might have another woman outside? There are always 1 or 2 bad eggs that can ruin a good situation. Zhang Jingguo. She seems to be the class monitor of the 2nd grade. Do you remember her? Lin Xingyu immediately shared what she knew. Dia opened her big, round eyes, crossed her arms, and looked out the window and thought, I remember someone like that. He's a very polite and refined older brother. I saw him at my dad's place last time, but wasn't he pursuing the nurse in the clinic? Why haven't I heard that they got married? Dia's eyes lit up more as she spoke. Big sister, you probably married a bad guy. Looks good on the outside, but inside he's already rotten. Dia reviewed her impression of Zhang Jingguo again. He was really a young man who easily gained people's good feelings. She had once imagined how happy it would be if she dated him. But now, after meeting Lin Xingyu, she was glad she hadn't. Luckily, she hadn't taken any action, or she would have been the one suffering. I didn't expect he really had bad intentions. No wonder he hasn't sent any news home all these years, not even caring about his parents. Why is my life so hard? Why did I marry such a bad man? Lin Xingyu covered her eyes with her hand as she spoke. Dia thought she was crying from sadness and quickly patted her back to comfort her. Big sister, it's good that you two didn't get married. Just divorce him now, no need to wait. You're so pretty and capable. You'll definitely find a better man. When choosing a partner, appearance isn't everything. Being kind and good to us is the most important. While comforting Lin Xingyu, Dia also started to think. Her mother always wanted her to marry into a better family, but Dia knew her own worth. Even if she married a high-ranking official, life wouldn't be too easy. Matching families is very important. Instead of finding a wealthy family to weigh her down, she preferred to marry someone from a simple, harmonious family. She didn't seek wealth or fame, just a steady, honest life. If only the older sister in front of me had married a handsome young man, but instead, she married someone who turned out to be a troublemaker. Her whole life might have been ruined because of him. They talked for a long time, and the older sister promised that if Zhang Jingguo was really that kind of person, she would help. Don't worry, sister. When we get to the place, you can come with me. Let's not make any noise now, so we can catch him off guard. Let's see whether Zhang Jingguo is a good person or not, so we can plan our next move. On the way back, they kept talking. Yes, Dia, I really rely on you. If he truly cares about someone else, I don't want to stay with him anymore. Since I married him, I've been taking care of his parents. Even hiring a caregiver costs money, but I don't get paid, and I even used all my dowry. My life is so hard. Seeing Lin Xingyu look upset, Dia spoke more gently. Don't worry, sister. I am on your side. Let's go back first. We'll arrive tomorrow night. After returning to their seats, they chatted a little more and then went to sleep. Honestly, sleeping on the table is very uncomfortable. But Lin Xingyu couldn't get a sleeper ticket, so she had to endure it. Besides, she was traveling a long way to find her husband, so even if she had to pretend to be poor, she would. That way, people would feel sorry for her and speak up for her. Last night it was too dark, so I didn't notice. Aren't you the wife and daughter of Captain Li? The man sitting behind looked over again the next morning, wanting to talk to Lin Xingyu. But when he saw Dia and her mother, he froze. Young man, do you know us? Dia's mother looked at him for a while, but didn't recognize him. You don't remember me? Last time, when you took Dog Egg to the army, we met. That's right, I gave Dog Egg a piece of candy, and he said he liked me. Dia's mother really couldn't remember who he was until he mentioned the candy. Then she immediately recognized him. Oh, it's you, Lieutenant Sun. My husband often talks about you. He says you're the youngest company commander in the army. Are you just back from visiting family? What a coincidence to meet you on the train. Because I saw someone I knew. We started talking happily. Lieutenant Sun casually asked the woman about Lin Xingyu. When he heard they weren't together, he stopped talking about it. Annie and big sister Dia, after we get off the train, you can come with us. Our comrade is coming to pick us up so we can go back to the unit together. Lieutenant Sun said this, and was about to step back. Big brother Sun, can Lin Jiejie come with us too? Lin Jiejie is also going to our unit. Hearing this, Lieutenant Sun leaned in closer. You're also going to our unit. Who are you looking for? He asked curiously. I'm looking for Zhang Jingguo. When he heard the name Zhang Jingguo, Lieutenant Sun was silent for a moment, then remembered who he was. He wondered what the girl in front of him had to do with Zhang Jingguo. Could she be Zhang Jingguo's sister? I don't know what your relationship with Zhang Jingguo is. You know, without an introduction letter, you can't get into our unit. Lin Qingyu didn't expect to meet two groups of people going the same way on the train. They had a car, so she didn't have to ask around. Here is my introduction letter, please take a look. And Zhang Jingguo is my husband. Lin Qingyu was about to explain, but Dia couldn't help but speak up. That night, Zhang Jingguo was called back to the unit right after he married me, Lin Jiejie. They still haven't had their wedding night. As Dia said this, her mother gave her a tap on the back of her head. Young girl, what are you saying? Be quiet and listen to me. Dia's mother couldn't stand it anymore. How could a girl talk about such things? I didn't say anything wrong. Zhang Jingguo married Lin Jiejie and left her parents to take care of the house alone. They haven't gone home once in 3 years of marriage, clearly treating Lin Jiejie as a fool to do their filial duty. There have been similar incidents in the army before. Why can't I speak up just because Zhang dared to do it? The older sister didn't expect her daughter to be so quick with her words. How can she say such things in front of the person involved? How can that girl still hold her head up after saying that? Sorry about that, young lady. My daughter isn't very clever and speaks without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Before Lin Qingyu could speak, the man behind her clenched his fists. At first, he felt a bit disappointed when he heard Lin Qingyu was married. But then he learned her husband was Zhang Jingguo, and that they had been married for 3 years, during which she was neglected. With such a skilled wife, how could Zhang Jingguo be so careless? If she were his wife, he would want to keep her close, maybe even carry her around. He couldn't bear to see his wife suffer in the countryside or have to serve his parents. Is Zhang Jingguo dead? A real man should take responsibility for his family, not shirk his duties and leave everything to his wife. He's just a bad person, a scoundrel. Sun Nanqing didn't know why his anger was so intense. Seeing the young girl upset, he just couldn't stand it. Don't worry, girl. When we get back to the army, I'll find out more for you. Maybe there's some misunderstanding between you two. Although he thought Zhang Jingguo wasn't a good person, he didn't jump to conclusions. In the army, there have been cases of men cheating with other women outside, and also many instances where money sent home was stolen by relatives, causing families to go hungry. So, until he had solid proof, Sun Nanqing wouldn't accuse anyone. But he saw Zhang Jingguo flirting with a nurse himself. That shows this person definitely has a problem with his character. In the past, chasing after girls he liked wasn't a big deal. He never took it seriously, just pretended not to see, and quickly left. But now, knowing Zhang Jingguo has a hardworking wife at home, and that he still tries to flirt with the nurse, that's a serious issue. Sun Nanqing has already decided that he needs to investigate carefully when he returns. He wants to clarify everything. He doesn't know what he is hoping for, but his heart is very excited. His look at Lin Qingyu also shows a feeling he himself hasn't noticed. Thanks to Sun Nanqing's protection, nothing happened on the way. Even the drunk passers-by were sent away by him. No one can get close to Lin Qingyu and Dia. This makes the others feel much more relaxed during the trip. When they reach the final stop, it is already after 10 p.m. With Sun Nanqing and the others watching over them, everyone safely arrives at the military area. Miss, I will arrange a place for you at the guest house first, he said. Then I will help you find out about Zhang Jingguo. If everything is fine, I will come to pick you up tomorrow. Sun Nanqing feels a little reluctant to leave, but he knows it wouldn't be right. After arranging Lin Qingyu's accommodation, he leaves the guest house. Daya and her mother go into the military area by themselves. The rest of the brothers return to their team. On the way back, Sun Nanqing deliberately takes a different route to the medical office. Many lights along the way have already gone out, except for the medical office, which is still lit. Just as he is about to step inside, He sees Zhang Jingguo come out from inside. There is also a young nurse following behind Zhang Jingguo, both looking a bit inappropriate and flirtatious. Zhang Jingguo. Someone calls him. Hearing his name, Zhang Jingguo instinctively stands at attention and responds. Why aren't you sleeping late at night? What are you doing here? When he sees it as Sun Nancheng, Zhang Jingguo frowns. Although Sun Nancheng is a company commander, he is not Zhang Jingguo's direct superior. Honestly, stopping him here seems a bit like meddling. Commander Sun, Zhang Jingguo, is here to get some medicine, he says. Do you need to interfere with that? The young nurse next to him looks a bit unhappy, noticing Sun Nancheng's difficulty. He's injured and should rest early, she says. It's late. Go back quickly and don't stay outside. Glancing at the nurse, Sun Nancheng then steps into the clinic. The clinic's doctor is his sister. Sun Nancheng wants to find his sister to ask about Zhang Jingguo and the young nurse. Big sister, why haven't you finished work yet? When Sun Nancheng entered, he saw his sister, Sun Nancheng, packing up her things. You're back. Just now, there was a patient, so I couldn't leave early. How is the situation with your comrade's family? Have all the issues been resolved? Seeing her brother, Sun Nancheng felt happy inside. This time, her brother went out to visit the family of a fallen comrade. At the same time, he went to help solve some problems for them. It's said that because her husband's sacrifice, they couldn't receive their pension locally. So, she wrote a letter to the military district, and the senior leaders specifically asked her brother to handle it. Yes, it's been sorted out. It turns out that a village official saw their pension and, pretending to be a family member, illegally claimed the money. The village official has been dismissed and received strict punishment. From now on, no one will dare to illegally claim the pensions of martyrs' widows. Sun Nancheng easily found a place to sit and quickly found some snacks his sister brought. While eating, he watched her pack up her things. Only after the last young nurse left the clinic did he ask his sister about what had just happened between the nurse and Zhang Jingguo. Big sister, what's the deal with the young nurse at your clinic and Zhang Jingguo? I feel like they're pretty close. Could they be dating? His younger brother is still talented and just needs to open his mind to settle down and start a family someday. Sun Nancheng feels a bit hopeful, thinking that maybe this trip will lead his brother to consider marriage. He believes that their parents would be very happy to hear this news. I'm just curious, that's all, he says. I've seen the little nurse from our clinic pulling and tugging with Zhang Jingguo several times. After all, he already has a wife and such behavior isn't good. Sister, that young girl is under your care, so you can't let them do bad things. Sun Nancheng advises earnestly. He likes Lin Qingyu, honestly. From the first time he saw her, he thought she was very cute. The girl secretly eats snacks like a little squirrel, always worried about being caught. Actually, when Lin Qingyu took out her first meat bun, Sun Nancheng noticed her little move. He could smell the aroma of the bun clearly from across the seat. But since it was her business, he didn't want to bother her. Later, when the girl and Daya exchanged glances, the smell also made their mouths water. The other brothers were drooling with hunger, but didn't dare to make a move. In the end, he bravely asked for some spicy sauce. That spicy sauce was really delicious, with bits of chicken inside. Every time he ate chicken, he felt a surge of happiness. At that moment, he thought how wonderful it would be if his future wife could cook as well as Lin Qingyu. But unfortunately, she already had someone, so he couldn't be the one to interfere. Zhang Jingguo has a wife. That can't be true. Sun Nancheng has noticed how much their little nurse cares about Zhang Jingguo. He never heard that she was married. Little brother, where did you hear that? Please don't spread rumors. Our family wouldn't allow such things. Sun Nancheng is a bit worried. He hopes his brother didn't hear it from others and accidentally cause trouble. I'm not talking nonsense. His wife already found her way to the military district. We came back together on the same bus. Since it was late, I arranged for her to stay at the guest house. Sister, you don't know how bad Zhang Jingguo is. Blah blah. Sun Nancheng quickly told Sun Nancheng everything he heard. He explained how Zhang Jingguo left his elderly parents in the care of his new wife but didn't send any wages home. He also mentioned that Zhang Jingguo's wife spent all her dowry to treat the two elders. Big sister, how can Zhang Jingguo do such a thing? Sun Nancheng asked. He has quite a lot of annual leave, but as far as I know, he never takes it, Sun Nanching replied. If he didn't go home, where did he go? Sun Nanching wondered. And since he married that girl, why doesn't he take responsibility? He continued. Just up and leaves? What's going on? Doesn't want his wife, and it seems he doesn't care about his parents either. This was what made Sun Nanching the most angry. Although their family has 3 generations of soldiers, the atmosphere at home is very good. Grandma is a refined lady, and his mother was part of a cultural troupe. Both his grandfather and father went to great lengths to pursue their wives. Romance and courtship are traditions passed down through generations. Moreover, their family has a good reputation, and every child is very filial. They wouldn't raise a selfish person like Zhang Jingguo. If that's true, I need to warn Xiaoyu, Sun Nanching said. Before, I didn't know Zhang Jingguo had a wife, but I noticed they were dating and didn't stop them, since they're about the same age and ready to settle down. You know how these things go. Even if they don't get along, others will try to help them. Sun Nanching frowned, feeling ashamed of Zhang Jingguo's actions. Brother, tomorrow you should bring the girl to the military camp and talk to the leaders directly. Let the leaders decide what's right or wrong. We shouldn't get involved anymore. Sun Nanching finally shook his head helplessly. Every department has its responsibilities, and this matter isn't within their scope. Big sister, I might have to go on a mission soon. If I'm not around and the girl comes over, remember to help her out. That girl has had a tough time. Zhang Jingguo has been taking advantage of her for so long. Although they are married, they haven't truly been together. She's still young, and I worry she might get hurt. Sun Nanching worries that if he's not there, Lin Qingyu might be bullied by Zhang Jingguo. So he specifically reminded his sister, since she was always at the military district and could take care of things if needed. Alright, it seems that girl has good character. Otherwise, you wouldn't have spoken up. Up to now, Sun Nanching hadn't thought anything bad. After all, their family has strong morals. His brother definitely wouldn't like a married woman. Sister, you must be very careful. I think Zhang Jingguo hasn't sent money home for 3 years. That's suspicious. Maybe he didn't send money at all, or the money never reached the girl. It's very likely that Zhang Jingguo is working with his parents to deceive the girl, or why wouldn't Zhang Jingguo tell everyone about his marriage at home? Others might not know, but we are clear-minded. You need to report a marriage officially. Zhang Jingguo never filed a marriage report at the military district. Hearing this, Sun Nanching grew more annoyed with Zhang Jingguo. This kind of thing has happened before. They got married at home, but only had a wedding ceremony without a marriage certificate. Later, he denied the relationship, refused to acknowledge it, and filed a marriage report at the military district to follow proper procedures. This left the rural wife helpless, and she could only accept the loss. Even though she was taken advantage of and her labor was exploited, she ended up with nothing but a bad reputation. In some rural areas, reputation is very important. Even though the woman was not at fault, all the blame was put on her. Even the most cold-hearted men would find reasons to justify themselves. Sun Nanching hated this kind of bad habit. His standards for choosing a partner are honesty and good family morals. He would never accept someone who is hypocritical or insincere. Then, someone was sent specifically to investigate Zhang Jingguo's hometown and also called Zhang Jingguo himself to come over. When Zhang Jingguo saw Lin Qingyu, he didn't recognize her as his wife, who had already married him. He thought she was a relative visiting family, so he only looked at her briefly, and then looked away. Officer, what do you want me to do? The people inside the room could tell from Zhang Jingguo's expression what was going on. There is no way a newlywed couple, married for 3 years, would be so unfamiliar with each other. Not only did Lin Qingyu have a distant look in her eyes, but even Zhang Jingguo didn't recognize his own wife. They knew that Zhang Jingguo always used his annual leave to visit his hometown. He said he was visiting family, but even if Zhang Jingguo went back once, he wouldn't fail to recognize his wife. Now, even without hearing any news, they could be sure that Zhang Jingguo and Lin Qingyu were not truly married. Zhang Jingguo, do you recognize this girl? Although the leader already had an idea, he still asked personally. Leader, I don't know her. And I always keep myself pure and haven't caused trouble with this girl. I don't know why you're asking me. Hearing Zhang Jingwo's words, Lin Qingyu looked upset, as if she was about to cry. Zhang Jingwo, I ask you again, do you really not recognize her? The leader wanted to give Zhang Jingwo another chance, but unfortunately, he didn't understand the good intentions. He looked at Lin Qingyu again and nodded confidently. This made the leader really angry. Zhang Jingwo, you can't even recognize your own wife. Where have you spent your leave these past few years? Hearing this, Zhang Jingwo turned around in shock and looked at the girl in front of him, who was dressed plainly, even looking a bit shabby. Although she is now 21 because she worked hard for many years, she has little flesh on her body and looks very thin. This thinness makes her look younger. In this way, she looks like a young girl who hasn't married yet. And she is also a girl suffering from malnutrition. After all, being pale and thin is not just a phrase. Are you Lin Qingyu? Zhang Jingwo finally realized what was happening. He looked at Lin Qingyu with disbelief, trying to think of a way to respond. You haven't gone home in 3 years, and you haven't sent any letters or money to your family. This time I came here to ask you whether you still want this family, whether you still care about your parents. Lin Qingyu didn't start by talking about herself. Instead, she mentioned her hometown. Don't talk nonsense. I send money to my parents every month. I have bank transfer receipts to prove it. These receipts show I haven't avoided my responsibility to support my parents. Zhang Jingwo spoke confidently. He did send money home every month, but all the money he sent was for his father. His father was healthier than his mother, so he could go to town to withdraw the money himself. However, this was something the Zhang family kept secret from Lin Qingyu. If you sent money home, why do your parents say they haven't received anything? For the past 3 years, I have been supporting your parents alone. I've even spent all my dowry on medical expenses. If your parents weren't seriously ill, I wouldn't have come here to find you. When Lin Qingyu said this, her eyes were red. She covered her face with her hand and started crying softly. Don't cry. Seeing Lin Qingyu cry, Zhang Jingwo looked impatient. Why did this woman come to the army? He had already sent money to his parents. Why was there no money for their medical bills? His parents were unreasonable. If they had no money, they should have paid for their own treatment. Why make a big fuss and ruin his reputation? Stop crying, do you hear me? Zhang Jingwo couldn't take it anymore. Why was this woman crying louder and louder? It made it seem like he was the one who hurt her. Why are you so fierce? What does your Zhang family mean? You send money every month, but I haven't seen a single cent. You married me but didn't fulfill your duties as a wife. You left for 3 years and left the whole family to me. So, Zhang Jingwo, is your family trying to find trouble? Lin Qingyu looked very upset, as if she had suddenly exploded after holding back for a long time. She poured out all her feelings of frustration. Don't talk nonsense. When did I marry you? She said. Zhang Jingwo saw that she finally mentioned marriage and immediately got angry. He wanted to cover her mouth but didn't dare because the leaders were present. Zhang Jingwo, are you trying to deny it? I brought the marriage certificate today to ask the leaders to judge. If we weren't married, why would I work so hard for your Zhang family? Lin Qingyu suddenly took out the marriage certificate from her bag and threw it in Zhang Jingwo's face. Seeing the certificate, Zhang Jingwo's face darkened even more. But inside, he still had hope because he knew the certificate was fake. Even the original owner didn't know about the fake marriage certificate. She was just a rural woman, and Zhang Jingwo had gone alone to get the certificate. She believed she married Zhang Jingwo and was willing to take care of his parents and stay with his family. If she had known the certificate was fake, she wouldn't have endured for 10 years, no matter how timid she was. Xiao's son, bring the marriage certificate here, so I can see it, the leader said. Hearing their conversation, the leader's doubts grew stronger. He quickly took the certificate from Sun Nansheng and examined it. This marriage certificate is definitely fake, he said. The official stamp is wrong, and our military always requires a marriage report in advance. Zhang Jingwo hasn't filed a marriage report yet. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu couldn't hold back her tears. She looked at everyone with shock. Leader, everything I said is true. Everyone in the village knows we are married. The marriage certificate was given to me by Zhang Jingwo. He said he took our household registration books to the town to get it. I'm not lying. How did this happen? How could the marriage certificate be fake? They didn't expect Zhang Jingguo to be such a person who outwardly agrees but secretly opposes. If he didn't like the young girl, why did he marry her? And if he married her, why did he make false documents? Could it be that he wanted one thing outside the family and another inside? Thinking about this possibility, the leader's eyes showed a hint of anger. In his life, he hated people who were unfaithful in love the most. Lin Qingyu, stop talking nonsense. Who are you trying to impress with this act? You're just the caregiver we hired. When did you become my wife? Hearing Zhang Jiangguo's words, Lin Qingyu felt happy inside. If he completely denied the relationship and said he didn't know her, it would take more effort to deal with. But now, knowing the marriage certificate was fake, their marriage was also fake. So, whether they divorced or not didn't really matter. The most important thing now was to recover all the wages for the 3 years the original owner had worked and give them back. At the same time, she wanted to severely punish this unfaithful man and vent her anger for the original owner. In her previous life, she had sacrificed her whole life for him, only to be forced to commit suicide by Zhang Jingguo. That kind of loss couldn't be made up with a little compensation. Since you say you're just a caregiver, why haven't you paid her wages, and you're letting the young girl support your parents with her own money? Zhang Jingguo, you're so shameless. Zhang Jingguo was too reckless, and some people couldn't stand it, so they started shouting and scolding loudly. I sent my wages home. I didn't expect my parents didn't pay her. Zhang Jingguo lowered his head, pretending to be wronged. But he's just a strong man. How can he compare to the delicate girl? Lin Qingyu's act made her seem weak, helpless, and pitiful. Zhang Jiangguo's exaggerated expression was just pretentious and disgusting. Leader, I will settle her wages now. I will also remind my parents to pay her on time in the future. This was just a plan to fool the leaders for now, so she could continue to take advantage of him later. Maybe he would say that he didn't report their marriage in the army, so he kept it secret. Or that he liked Lin Qingyu and would treat her well in the future, and so on. He would first deceive her back home to take care of his parents. He was enjoying a carefree single life. Phew, what a scoundrel. Although this matter hadn't been resolved yet, Lin Qingyu already thought about what Zhang Jiangguo would say next. All right, you can get married now. Seeing Zhang Jiangguo say this, and since the investigators hadn't returned yet, the leader could only say so. After all, the young girl had spent 3 years of her youth on this, and she wouldn't end up empty-handed. No matter what, Zhang Jingguo should pay back the money first. As for the rest, they could investigate and calculate slowly. This incident had a bad impact, so it was better to settle it privately and not make a big fuss. If the news spread everywhere, it would harm the girl's reputation and also affect the image of their unit. All right, I'll go get the money for her now. Zhang Jingguo initially just wanted to give a small token of apology, but Lin Qingyu refused to give in, and even the leader couldn't stand it anymore. In the end, the leader made a formal agreement, set a market price, and ordered Zhang Jingguo to compensate. Lin Qingyu held over 300 yuan, feeling sorry for the original owner. She had dedicated her whole life to forging a fake marriage certificate for Zhang. Lacking education is truly frightening. Indeed, no matter the era, people should learn to read. Even if they can't attend university, they should at least be able to read and understand things. The marriage certificate was also confiscated by the leader, and Lin Qingyu was reassigned to a guest house. Later, the military district would buy her train tickets and arrange for someone to send her home. Zhang Jingguo was kept behind, and after Lin Qingyu left, the leader scolded him harshly. Zhang Jingguo, don't think you can hide your little schemes from the girl, just because you're clever. We see right through you. We didn't expect your thoughts to be so vile. First, you'll be suspended from your position as team leader, and after everything is over, we'll decide on your punishment. Meanwhile, Sun Nanqing took Lin Qingyu back to the guest house. It seems you really were tricked by Zhang Jingguo. But it's good that the marriage certificate was fake. Anyway, you didn't have any relationship, so you're still a pure girl. Even if you look for a partner in the future, it will be much easier. Sun Nanqing was happy to learn that Lin Qingyu was not married. As long as they weren't in a marital relationship, he could pursue her without worries. Honestly, the original owner of this life was not very good-looking. At least, She wasn't the type to catch your eye immediately. She was the kind of person who looked ordinary at first glance, but the more you looked, the more charming she became. This was partly because she had worked hard for many years, which made her face look pale and her body thin. If she took good care of herself and restored her skin, she might have a different kind of charm. After all, her features were very delicate. With a little dressing up, she wouldn't be considered unattractive. For women in the end of the world, dressing nicely isn't always a good thing. But Lin Qingyu, who had completed a task before, learned a lot in the previous world. Especially after she became wealthy, she specifically learned how to do makeup, how to highlight her strengths and hide her weaknesses. These are essential skills for a woman. I've already damaged my reputation in the village because of the Zhang family. No one will want to marry me now. Over the years, my parents knew my situation but never tried to help me. If I go back like this, my parents probably won't even recognize me as their daughter. Brother Sun, I really don't know what to do. Seeing Sun Nanqing's intense gaze, Lin Qingyu knew that the man in front of her had already fallen for her. As long as she slightly beckoned her finger, he wouldn't be able to resist. But she didn't want to do that. Before dealing with Zhang Jingguo properly, she didn't want to be ambiguous with anyone. So, she pretended not to notice and played the role of a weak person to achieve her goal. Sun Nanqing didn't expect that Lin Qingyu's family situation was like this. If a girl from the countryside gets married, even if she hasn't lost her innocence, she is considered not pure. He knew this very well from visiting a comrade's home. Why don't you just stay here instead of going back home? I'll help you find a job and you can stay here to live. I can also help you solve the household registration issue and no one will bother you. This was the best solution Sun Nanqing could think of right now. He liked this girl and hoped she would stay. But even if he wanted to marry her, he needed some time to prepare. If she had asked to be in a relationship with the other person at this time, she would definitely be seen as a troublemaker and thrown out. It would then be very hard to get close to her crush. In the end, Lin Qingyu managed to stay. With Sun Nanqing's help, she became a female worker at the city textile factory. Although the job was a bit tiring, she was quite satisfied. Having a job meant she could stay without returning home. She wouldn't have to face her parents' cold looks or the gossip in the village. Her parents also wouldn't be angry enough to lose their appetite because of her, their shameful daughter. Her parents' attitude towards her in her past life is still vivid in her mind. That suffocating feeling, she doesn't want to experience it again. But since the other person is a relative of the original owner, she can't just cut them off completely. Rather than go back and face the whole family, it's better to stay away. As for the Zhang couple, without her as a filial daughter-in-law, they definitely wouldn't have the good life they used to. When the time comes, they will have to work in the fields, tend to the crops, and handle social relations. They can't just pretend to be sick and lie in bed anymore. Having grown used to the life with Grandma Lao, Lin Qingyu believes the old couple wouldn't adapt well to the current life. They might even ask their son to hire a nanny. But a working nanny can't compare to a close family daughter-in-law. The difference in treatment would make their lives even more difficult. Thinking about it makes her chest hurt and keeps her awake at night. Whenever she thinks of the old couple's reaction, seeing the result of her decision with that disgusted look, she feels a bit of satisfaction. Since they are both almost at the end of their lives, she doesn't bother to deal with them anymore. Unless they come to her themselves. Then she won't hesitate to show them respect and love for the elderly, even if it means using tough methods. And Zhang Jingguo, still thinking about a promotion? After what happened, whether he can stay in the army is uncertain. In short, with her around, Zhang Jingguo won't be able to make a name for himself in the military. As for his relationship with Sun Nanqing, she hasn't decided yet. Honestly, this man is really good. She looks good, has a nice figure, a good family background, and is a kind person. However, feelings can't be forced. Everything should happen naturally. Just after finding a job in the city, Sun Nanqing personally rented a house near her factory. Now, she is living a relaxed life, able to eat well and not worry about the family. During the day, she works. At night, she attends night school. The original owner never went to school. She only knows a few words. In this life, Unlike what the system said about traveling into a child's body to start learning again, she didn't experience that. Fortunately, she attends night school and knows some words, which helps her make up for some learning regrets. That evening, after finishing night school, Lin Qingyu saw Sun Nancheng from afar. "Big brother Sun, why are you here?" They hadn't seen each other for a while. She guessed he was probably on a mission. When they met again, Lin Qingyu noticed that Sun Nancheng had many bandages wrapped around him, especially his arm, which looked badly injured, and was hanging around his neck with a bandage. "What happened? Why are you so badly hurt?" Seeing how pitiful he looked, Lin Qingyu softened her heart. She took him home and cooked a full meal for him. Sun Nancheng hadn't eaten well in a long time. He had been in the hospital injured and lying there. The food brought to him every day was bland and tasteless. He didn't dare let anyone come to find Lin Qingyu, worried she would be upset if she knew. Finally, when he started to recover, he couldn't wait and sneaked out of the hospital to see Lin Qingyu. "Don't worry, my injury is almost healed. In a couple of days, I can remove the bandage from my arm." After eating a big bowl of rice, Sun Nancheng finally had time to explain to Lin Qingyu. "Your mission was too dangerous. How did you get such serious injuries?" Lin Qingyu had no appetite now. She realized that soldiers are always injured. She suddenly felt that marrying a soldier might not be such a good idea. If there was no love, it would be fine. If the partner died, she could still get a pension and live a comfortable life. But once love is involved, how painful it must be when a partner dies. In this era, marrying a soldier is considered a great honor and can greatly improve one's social status. At least, no one dares to bully a soldier's family. Many thoughts flashed through her mind, but in the end, she pushed them aside. Take one step at a time. In this world, everything can be planned and manipulated, except feelings, which must be left to develop naturally. "It's getting late. Shall I take you back to the hospital?" After Sun Nancheng finished eating, Lin Qingyu stood up. He is a patient and needs proper rest. But she can't take care of his illness here. There are chores at home, and he always wants to help. Even now, with only one hand, he still looks eager to do things like before. At their door, there are a pile of bought wood, meant for cooking. But Lin Qingyu is lazy and only chops enough for daily use each time. In the past, Sun Nancheng would come over and do this work. He would chop the wood into small sticks for her to use. But now, with Sun Nancheng like this, she doesn't dare to ask him. "It's still early. Let me stay a little longer." Sun Nancheng wants to linger. He wants to see his loved one a bit more. "I should take you back. If you stay here like this and something happens, I would feel guilty," Lin Qingyu said as she took out her second-hand bicycle. Her eyes showed determination. "All right, it is indeed getting late. You need rest too. I'll go back by myself. Give me the bicycle and I'll return it to you tomorrow morning." It's not just that the man comes to see her late at night. He plans to come again tomorrow? Lin Qingyu's brows furrowed involuntarily, but Sun Nancheng didn't give her a chance to refuse. He snatched the bicycle and rode off on one hand. He's like a persistent little dog, impossible to chase away. She rubbed her hair hard and quickly walked to the gate, locking it from inside. Then she returned to her room and turned off the lights quickly. "Sigh, when will I be able to win her over? People my age already have children, but I'm still just a bachelor." "Lin Qingyu, do you even know how I feel?" Actually, Sun Nancheng did not walk far away. He stopped not far from Lin Qingyu's house. He looked from a distance toward the door of her house until the lights inside went out. Then he sighed and decided to return to the hospital. He had sneaked out this time because his comrade, who was taking care of him, had just returned to the army. This gave him a chance to come out and see his beloved. God knows, if he took a quick look at Lin Qingyu, he might be scolded. But as long as he could see her for a moment, he was willing to accept the scolding. The next morning, as Lin Qingyu opened her door, she saw Sun Nancheng already standing outside. Looking at the man with frosted eyebrows, she sighed deeply. She didn't know how long he had been there, or if he had knocked on the door. "Why did you come so early?" "You didn't knock, just standing outside. Are you having fun?" Seeing her unhappy expression, she knew she was worried. She was probably upset because she was concerned about her injuries. I just wanted to come early and return your bicycle. You need it for work later, so I can't delay you. Seeing such a humble man, Lin Qingyu couldn't bring herself to say harsh words. He always knew how to push her buttons, making her too angry to speak. Actually, when Sun Nancheng was young, his father taught him many tricks for courting girls. Unfortunately, at that time, Sun Nancheng wasn't interested in romantic matters, so he didn't learn much. He only remembered one saying, "A fierce girl fears a persistent suitor." That's why things turned out the way they did today. All right, come in first. Since he was already here, she couldn't just turn him away. Reluctantly, she went into the kitchen and started to get things ready. Her breakfast was usually simple, plain rice porridge with salted vegetables, which she believed was the healthiest meal. Although it was just plain porridge, Lin Qingyu added some chopped vegetables to it. This made the porridge taste very delicious. And because of different ingredients, the flavor varied. At least, Sun Nancheng loved this kind of porridge. In the past, he only ate plain porridge. But once, when visiting a comrade's house, he tried their wild vegetable porridge. The vegetable porridge was bitter and astringent, making it hard to swallow. He only drank it because of his comrade's enthusiasm. After that meal, he felt dizzy for several days. He kept sensing a bitter taste in his mouth that wouldn't go away. So, later on, Sun Nancheng rarely ate at his friends' homes. Even when he did, he only ate a little. Of course, it was better not to eat if he could avoid it. After all, not every family's life is as good as theirs. Sun's mother was a great cook. Besides her beauty, she won her husband's heart with her cooking skills. Now, Sun Nancheng was following his father's example. This was because his family didn't know that he was chasing after a girl. If they found out, they might give him some help. Sun Nancheng's brother, Sun Nancheng, noticed some signs but thought, since his younger brother was a straightforward guy, he dismissed the idea. This morning, when Sun Nancheng carried his lunchbox into the hospital room, he found his brother wasn't there. He asked several people but couldn't find him anywhere. He searched the whole hospital and then checked the nearby streets, but still couldn't find his brother. Thinking he might have gone home, he called his family. That call not only failed to find his brother, but also alarmed his family. Sun's mother then learned that Sun Nancheng was hurt and rushed over that night. Sun Nancheng knew he had caused trouble, but since his brother was still missing, he felt very worried. Finally, a few people who often stayed with Sun Nancheng arrived, bringing some hope. After asking repeatedly, they said Sun Nancheng might have gone to see Lin Qingyu. Sun Nancheng then realized that since the last incident, her brother had been in contact with Lin Qingyu. She remembered the first time her brother described her. "You mean your company commander is pursuing Lin Qingyu? And she hasn't accepted him yet," she added. In her brother's friend's eyes, that was how it looked. Sun Nancheng had almost shown his feelings to Lin Qingyu, doing everything he shouldn't and missing out on what he should do. But the girl kept her distance and didn't show any signs of accepting him. They think the young girl is not foolish. Either she is just teasing their captain or she simply doesn't like him. If it's the first case, that's okay. In the future, if they get together, it could be a fun part of their relationship. But if it's the second, then their captain really has no chance. Do you know where Lin Qingyu lives? This question actually revealed where their younger brother was. When everyone hurried over, they saw Sun Nancheng about to leave. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu had already packed up and gone to work. When their eyes met, Sun Nancheng shrank back, realizing his secret was out. He had chased the girl for so long but still hadn't succeeded. He felt ashamed to face his family. "Aren't you coming back with me?" Although Sun Nancheng didn't lose his temper now, he decided to go back and talk later. He glared sharply at a few of his men. "I remember all of you." Sun Nancheng didn't dare show his anger to Sun Nancheng, but he could deal with those who betrayed him. These men were not only his soldiers but also his brothers. But his threats didn't seem to work at all. Those men looked up at the sky, avoiding his gaze. Seeing this, Sun Nancheng felt even more angry. But since he was caught, he couldn't hide anymore. He could only obediently follow his sister back. "Tell me, when did you start liking Lin Qingyu?" As soon as Sun Nancheng returned to the ward and closed the door, he started questioning. "Big sister, what are you talking about?" "I don't know." Sun Nanching planned to act innocent and didn't want to talk more about this. Your friends already told me everything. So, are you still refusing to admit it? Haven't you managed to win her over? Sun Nanching had never met Lin Qingyu and didn't know what kind of person she was. But since her brother was so interested, she must be capable. Their family had introduced many girls to her brother before, but he never paid attention. Now that he's so interested, she must be remarkable. Sun Nanching had already decided to find a time to meet Lin Qingyu and see what she was really thinking. His younger brother, a typical straight guy, doesn't know how to pursue girls at all. Maybe he's doing it the wrong way, so the girl hasn't agreed yet. Thinking about the trouble his brother caused before, Sun Nanching suspects that might be the case. You should know, Sun Nanching has several female friends who once liked Sun Nanching. When Sun Nanching tried to set them up, Sun Nanching acted like a big fool, inviting the girl to practice alone on the playground. Who would like a girl who enjoys fighting? Especially when she's beaten by a well-trained man. Her close friends quickly lost interest and gave up on that idea. Later, many girls wanted to pursue Sun Nanching. But for various reasons, they all kept their distance from him. His younger brother has single-handedly ruined his chances with women. Even now, he's still a naive young man who has never been in love. Son, you should go find Qingyu and bring her back. Our family can't do without her. Look, your dad and I are already so old, we don't have the strength to farm. And you're often away from home. With so much work inside and outside, we really can't handle it. Since the last incident, Zhang Jingguo was not only dismissed from his position but also ordered to reflect at home. His superiors have stopped all his benefits. Although no final decision has been made, Zhang Jingguo knows deep down that he won't hold a high official position in the future. Being able to retire peacefully is already good luck for him. Xiao Yu also broke up with him and called him a big, saying he was cheating on his wife. You should know, Zhang Jingguo chose Xiao Yu because her family was well off. Her father is a high-ranking official, and if he married Xiao Yu, his future prospects would be limitless. Now Zhang Jingguo deeply regrets listening to his parents. He regrets agreeing to marry a woman in the countryside to take care of them, thinking that as long as he doesn't bring his wife along, no one will know he is a woman in the countryside. As for how Zhang Jingguo is doing outside, his parents don't care at all. They believe their son is capable, and since they are old, they won't interfere or hold him back. Initially, didn't I tell you not to let her go to the army to find me? If she hadn't made this trip, could I have been demoted? Our family originally planned to trick her into marriage to bring her here to serve you two elders. Now that things have come out, do you think she can still go back? As for Zhang Jingguo's feelings toward Lin Qingyu, of course he hates her. He wishes he could scold her. But since the last time they met at the army, he hasn't heard anything about her. No one knows where Lin Qingyu has gone, no matter how much he searches. He even asked his superiors, who only said they bought her a train ticket back home, and then there was no more news. That woman hasn't returned to Zhang's family or her own home. Otherwise, if Zhang Jingguo could find her and have her testify that she misunderstood their marriage, maybe he could stay in the army. Actually, Zhang Jingguo can't find Lin Qingyu because Sun Nanching secretly ordered it. Compared to Zhang Jingguo, no one wants to offend Sun Nanching. And on top of that, Zhang Jingguo has been dishonest in this matter. The young girl didn't want to be disturbed, so it's understandable she refused to meet him. Sai, we didn't know she went to find you, or we would have called you in advance. We thought that with such a big matter, she would at least talk to you first. Maybe you could pick her up, talk on the way, and make her keep the fact that you two are married a secret. Besides, you don't lack women outside, right? Even if she knew you two are married, what could she do? Mother wants to see her grandson so badly, she can't wait. So when Lin Qingyu said she was going to the army to find Zhang Jingguo, she didn't stop her. And her son also wrote that although he didn't want to fulfill his duties as a husband to Lin Qingyu, he wouldn't mess around outside. At least, before getting rid of Lin Qingyu, there would be no rumors. But who knew, her son was so confused. When Lin Qingyu went to find him, he just accepted it. Who knew he couldn't even remember what Lin Qingyu looked like, which caused this misunderstanding. In the end, it's still his son's fault. What about the big mess at home? I am truly exhausted and cannot continue working with your father. After enjoying 3 good years, old Zhang and Grandma Zhang simply cannot handle their current life anymore. In the past, they pretended to be sick. Now, just doing any work gives them headaches and body pains. They no longer need to pretend, but they really can't bear it. Whatever land we have, we plan on it. If we can't, we ask others to help plant. When harvest time comes, just enough grain for you two to eat and drink is fine. Didn't I send you money every month? With that money, even if you don't farm, you'll have enough to live on. All right, Mom and Dad, I can't stay at home all the time. I have to go back. Zhang Jingguo thought about talking privately with Xiaoyu. Anyway, there is no real marriage between him and Lin Qingyu. Up to now, his body is still clean. As long as he explains clearly to Xiaoyu, she will forgive him. Zhang Jingguo still dreams of living off others, hoping to climb higher through Xiaoyu. But he also needs to think his reputation is already ruined in the army. Although only a few people know about his affair with Lin Qingyu, such things can't be hidden from the higher-ups. Everyone who needs to know already does. Only the soldiers below are unaware of the details. No matter how much Zheng's parents complain, Zhang Jingguo finally leaves. He leaves decisively, as if shedding a heavy burden. Old Zhang and Grandma Zhang look at each other, a wave of sadness filling their hearts. What kind of son did they raise? He was born to them, yet he acts like an outsider. Their daughter-in-law used to be so caring, eager to show her love. She even brought her dowry from her family, giving everything to them. But now look at their own son. He is impatient with them and unwilling to help with their problems. He only cares about his career and Xiaoyu. They don't understand what happened to him. He wasn't like this when he was a child. If they had known, they wouldn't have let their daughter-in-law go to find him. They shouldn't have been so stingy. If they had given more money, maybe she wouldn't have run away. In old as hearts, Lin Qingyu is still their daughter-in-law. In this era, villagers don't care much about marriage certificates. They believe that having a wedding banquet in the village is enough to be considered married. Whether they have a certificate or not, it's usually because others pressure them to get one. Most people live their lives without much thought, just working hard. Migrant workers going to the city often feel lost, and this is not just a simple phrase. It's a real experience. Living in different environments, people's thoughts and knowledge also differ. The more unfamiliar something is, the more afraid they become. Only when you understand it well will it seem normal. Without talking about old Zheng's family, Zhang Jingguo quickly returned to the army. In recent days, he has been trying to find someone to speak for him. Everyone knows that there are allowances for completing tasks, but he hasn't had any work for a long time. If this continues, without bonuses, his small salary won't be enough. His parents only care about money and want him to hire a nanny. Who would hire a nanny for their elderly parents? Even wealthy landowners didn't truly enjoy their retirement. If the higher-ups found out his family was so extravagant, his future would be in danger. Lin Qingyu. That day, as Lin Qingyu left the textile factory, she saw someone she didn't expect. How did Zhang Jingguo find her? Sun Nanqing said he had already cleared her worries and wouldn't bother her anymore. So, why was this person here now? What do you want from me? Her tone was not friendly. She didn't want to give this scoundrel a good face. Lin Qingyu, I've been expelled from the army. Are you satisfied now? Over the past 3 months, Zhang Jingguo used all his contacts, asking many people for help. But in the end, he was expelled from the army. From now on, he is just an ordinary person with a stain on his record. Without the honor of being a soldier, Zhang Jingguo no longer feels respected wherever he goes. Now, every time he steps out, he feels like others are laughing at him. It's all because of this woman. If it weren't for her, how could I have ended up like this? Zhang Jingguo, do you think I am satisfied? Things are not even that bad. The original owner lost her life because of this man. He just lost his job and became so angry and upset. What about the original owner's death? Now I have nothing, and you have become a worker at the textile factory. If it weren't for me, would you be living such a good life? You're always saying I enjoy life outside and neglect my family. What have you done for your parents? Zhang Jingguo's heart feels cold. He wishes he could go and strangle this woman right now. Zhang Jingguo, aren't you ashamed to say that? At first, You tricked us into marriage with a fake marriage certificate. If it weren't for you, would I have a home to go back to? Lin Qingyu took a step forward, staring coldly into Zhang Jianguo's eyes. So, what if that's the case? You are my wife. We even held a wedding feast in the village. Since I can't become an official, then go home and have my children. Those two old folks at home are so difficult. They always complain about back pain or leg pain. Just asking them to do a little work exhausts them. Now, they don't even cook for him. If it weren't for this woman, how could his parents have become like this? He will definitely not let this woman go. He wants to bring her back to their hometown and torment her day and night. Make her serve those two old folks, make her work in the fields, and have 10 sons in a row, with no rest at all. Zhang Jianguo's eyes are full of cruelty, looking as vicious as if he wants to eat someone. Do you think you still have the ability to keep me by your side and torment me? You personally said before that I am just a hired worker for your family. We only have a work relationship, not a marriage. Seeing Lin Qingyu's proud expression, Zhang Jianguo's anger is about to explode. This woman has been doing quite well lately. Her work at the weaving factory must be paying well. Her once sallow skin has become fair and moist. Even her slim figure has become more plump. Previously, Zhang Jianguo didn't think much of Lin Qingyu, but now, after a closer look, he realized she actually had a pretty good figure. Although her face was a bit ordinary and not as pretty as Xiaoyu's, she carried herself with a confident and calm attitude. Throughout, she stayed very calm and didn't get angry even when she spoke her mind. I don't care. Anyway, you're the one I married. We already had a wedding banquet. As common folks, isn't that enough? As for the marriage certificate, it's just a piece of paper. If you want it, I'll go get it with you once we're home. Zhang Jianguo reached out to try to pull Lin Qingyu closer. You're such a disgusting man. Do you think I'll go back with you? Dream on. Lin Qingyu quickly took a few steps to the side. She didn't want her personal matters to become gossip around the factory. Qingyu, what's going on? Who is this person? Just as Lin Qingyu was about to leave, she heard a caring voice from the factory gate. It was a fellow female worker who was friendly with her. Seeing Lin Qingyu being bothered, she kindly came to help. It's nothing, just a crazy person talking nonsense. Let's go quickly and ignore him. After saying that, Lin Qingyu sped up her steps, but Zhang Jianguo suddenly grabbed her. You're the one who caused all this. Do you still want to leave? Today, I want everyone at the factory to see what kind of mean-spirited person you really are. Before he finished speaking, Lin Qingyu felt a sharp pain on her face. Shameless bully. Who are you trying to touch? Today, I'll teach you a lesson so you won't be able to walk straight when you see a woman. I'll show you what a rogue you are and how morally corrupt you are. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingyu didn't give him a chance to finish. She swung her fist like rain, hitting him repeatedly. Still bothering our Qingyu? I'll beat you to death. Her coworker nearby saw her actions and thought she was really being attacked by a bully, so they didn't listen to what Zhang Jianguo was saying. They grabbed a wooden stick and rushed over to help Lin Qingyu. Stop hitting. Stop. I was wrong. Zhang Jianguo was beaten so badly he couldn't fight back. This woman, why is her grip so strong? It hurt me so much. Thinking that a brave person doesn't suffer losses right in front of them, Zhang Jianguo immediately begged for mercy. Qingyu, that's enough. Let's hurry and leave. Don't actually hurt him to the point of death. He's just a bad guy. It's not worth risking a lawsuit over him. Seeing that the fight was almost over, the female colleague quickly grabbed Lin Qingyu, and they both left quickly. Thank you just now. If it weren't for you, I might not have had the courage to hit him. Lin Qingyu returned to her innocent-looking, gentle rabbit-like appearance. Her female colleague looked at her with pity. From now on, maybe your family should come to pick you up. I don't know what's wrong with the city lately. We've seen many homeless people. Tomorrow, I'll talk to the factory manager and ask him to tell the security team to patrol not only the main roads but also around our factory gates. They chatted for a while longer before her colleague left. Lin Qingyu walked home alone, thinking that Zhang Jianguo was now going downhill, and it was time for her to act. Just because he is nothing now, she wouldn't let him go easily. The original owner had lost her life because of him, and Zhang Jianguo wouldn't have a good life from now on. Losing her job wasn't enough. She also wanted Zhang Jingguo to feel the pain of being blamed by everyone. Back home, Lin Qingyu spread out all the items she had collected from her daily sign-ins on the bed. Besides what she had already used, she still had many items left. The most collected items were food supplies, but she had already stored them in her space. These were essential supplies for traveling through different worlds, food to keep her alive no matter where she went. On the bed were some small, miscellaneous items. Banknotes, gold and silver jewelry, and some strange little objects. For example, she was holding a yellowed, old talisman paper. It was called a bad luck talisman. According to legend, sticking it on someone would cause them to have 3 days of continuous bad luck. Besides this basic version of the bad luck talisman, she also had an advanced version. It is said that after sticking it on, bad luck will follow for a month. Being so cursed, losing an arm or a leg would be a minor problem. Unless he stays indoors and doesn't move at all, any step outside or any action will lead to accidents. For example, tripping while walking, falling and breaking a leg, or losing a tooth. Compared to these, getting bird droppings on oneself is quite mild. Lin Qingyu hesitated, unsure whether to give the other person the basic version or the advanced version. Honestly, after so long checking in, she only has this one advanced curse charm. She thought about saving it for a more necessary time, but she was also worried that 3 days of bad luck charms wouldn't teach Zhang Jingguo the right lesson. She was really conflicted. Host, just make him unlucky for a month. Anyway, you're not just staying in this world for a few days. You have the rest of your life. There will be chances to get more advanced curses. Don't say it's just a curse charm. Even a fate-changing charm exists. Hearing 005's words, Lin Qingyu found them very reasonable. As long as she has her check-in cheat device, good items will always come again. So, she placed the advanced curse charm aside and started counting her other items. Honestly, the jewelry here is really beautiful. Each piece has a unique design, something she's never seen before. Unfortunately, she couldn't wear such nice things openly because she couldn't explain where they came from. Though she felt a bit disappointed, Lin Qingyu still put the jewelry into a wooden box and stored it in her space. The remaining daily necessities were sorted again to ensure they could be quickly found in her space. She worked until midnight. Because she was awake, just after 12 o'clock, the check-in system's voice sounded. Ding, congratulations on your successful check-in. This time, you received a Rolex watch, 2 hero-style pens, and a bag of high-quality Northeast rice. Looking at today's rewards, she took out the Rolex watch to examine it. It was a men's watch, something she wouldn't need. Then she put the watch into her space and took out a hero-style pen to keep for herself. After finishing these tasks, it was already late in the day. Lin Qingyu tidied up her bed and then climbed into her blanket. Sure enough, the next day, Zhang Jingguo was waiting for her on her way to work. Although he didn't find her address, he stood on the main road leading to the textile factory. No matter which way Lin Qingyu took, she had to pass by here. Come back with me, or I'll ruin your work, Zhang Jingguo ordered in a commanding tone. Lin Qingyu rolled her eyes at him and walked straight past. Lin Qingyu, did you not hear what I said? He shouted. Yesterday, she was caught off guard and was beaten by that rude woman. Plus, there were 2 of them, so he couldn't fight back. Today, he came early to wait here, confident that this rude woman couldn't be his match. Even with a bruised face, Zhang Jingguo still looked confident. How sad for a simple-minded man, Lin Qingyu thought as she passed by him. She had already stuck a bad luck charm on him earlier. As soon as the charm was attached, it disappeared. She knew the charm had taken effect, and he was doomed to be unlucky. Why you? Cough cough. Zhang Jingguo tried to curse but choked on his own spit, turning red in the face. Lin Qing, you, he shouted. I advise you. He was about to yell again. But just as he opened his mouth, a bird dropping fell right into it. Zhang Jingguo was instantly disgusted, crouched behind a wall, and started vomiting. Lin Qingyu ignored him and went straight to the textile factory. From the moment she put the bad luck charm on him, Zhang Jingguo posed no threat to her. In fact, It was uncertain whether he would appear in front of her again. In the following days, Lin Qingyu didn't see Zhang Jingguo anymore. She learned from the system that after leaving her, he encountered a manure picker. As he was about to pass by, Zhang Jingguo tripped over a raised brick on the ground and fell right onto the manure picker. As a result, 2 buckets of manure water splashed all over him. The manure picker was only splashed on the pants and sleeves because he was pressed down by him. Although both of them were in trouble at the same time, only Zhang Jingguo was left to soak in the smell. The manure picker was angry and kicked him twice. He took the manure bucket and had to turn back. He was worried that if he stayed longer, someone might cause trouble for him. After all, this is near the main road. If the patrol team found out he spilled manure on the ground, he would definitely be beaten. As soon as the manure picker left, the patrol team members came over. They saw Zhang Jingguo lying on the ground, covered in foul-smelling manure. Where did this stinky beggar come from? Who told you to wander around here? Someone catch him and take him back. I want to teach him a lesson, but none of the team members followed the captain's orders. Everyone thought Zhang Jingguo was too smelly and didn't want to touch him. Forget it. 2 of you, take him to the river to wash up. Wash him clean, then bring him to see me. I want to teach him how to behave. After saying that, the captain covered his nose and left. The 2 patrol members who stayed behind had to pinch their noses and poke at Zhang Jingguo with a stick. They finally got him to the river, but the journey was full of complaints. This poor beggar didn't seem to have much virtue. On such a short walk, he kept falling, getting bitten by dogs, stung by bees, and hit by small stones flying from nowhere. In short, they had never seen someone so unlucky. If they could do it over, they'd rather patrol with the captain than stay near Zhang Jingguo. Unfortunately, knowing too late was frustrating for both of them. Otherwise, today I will make you understand what it means when flowers are so red. 2 members of the security team were getting very impatient. Zhang Jingguo didn't know what was wrong with him. His eyes looked dull. He stood by the river, looking at his reflection for a long time. As the respected Captain Zhang, when had he ever been so downcast? Now, even a small security team member dared to boss him around. His past glory was gone, and it seemed to bring out the worst in others.
He felt sad about his life.
If he hadn't lied about marrying Lin Qingyu, or if he had treated her well after marriage, would things have turned out differently? Although Lin Qingyu didn't come from a wealthy family like Xiaoyu, she looked good and was able to be filial to his parents. Those troublesome old folks at home were hard to please. How could his own son not know that? Because they were difficult, he chose to stay far away. The more he thought about the past, the more depressed Zhang Jingguo felt. As the respected Captain Zhang, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? But now, he was covered in filth, and his nerves had gone from resistance to numbness. Woman, this is all your fault. Although he knew deep down that he was the one who caused all this, Zhang Jingguo couldn't bring himself to blame himself. Instead, he quickly blamed all his misfortune on Lin Qingyu. He stood there for a long time, feeling dizzy from the stench. Finally, he plunged into the river, washing off the dirt while cursing Lin Qingyu for her bad luck. He even imagined that all the bad things he experienced today should be inflicted on Lin Qingyu 10 or 100 times over. But now, he faced more than just these misfortunes. He also had to deal with the security officer's tricky questions later. After finally cleaning himself, Zhang Jingguo suddenly felt his right leg go numb and unable to move. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that, at this unlucky moment, his leg was cramping? He touched his right leg with his left, carefully feeling it. That's when he noticed that his right ankle had been wrapped by a bunch of water plants for some time. Why do bad things keep happening one after another? Sure enough, that annoying woman is my curse. Since she appeared, I haven't had a single peaceful day. At this moment, Zhang Jingguo has forgotten how carefree his life has been over the past 3 years since marrying Lin Qingyu. Every year during the family visit holiday, he would take his bonus and go enjoy life. Why can't I spend my money myself? Why should I give it to that annoying wife? Thinking back now, his parents were right. They should treat that woman like a servant, making her serve the Zhang family. When the money runs out, won't he go out and earn more himself? Why does she come to the army to find him? Fuming with anger, Zhang Jingguo suddenly dived into the water. Under the somewhat yellowish river water, he didn't know when, water plants had grown and tangled around his legs, making them numb. He held his breath and tried hard to pull at the water plants. Surprisingly, the soft water plants that were usually gentle became very tough. No matter how he pulled, he couldn't tear them apart. Even his ankles were bleeding from the tight grip. But the water plants didn't move at all, showing no signs of cracking. Ugh, he couldn't hold his breath anymore and surfaced. He wanted to call for help to the two people on the shore, but they seemed to be talking to each other and didn't look in his direction. Help! Help! Someone save me! Zhang Jingguo shouted with all his strength, but it was as if no one heard him. Help! Is anyone nearby? I'm caught in the water plants. Please come save me. He kept shouting, but everything around was silent. Only the two patrol officers, still talking excitedly, were nearby. No one else was in sight. Why am I so unlucky? He took a few deep breaths of fresh air and then sank back into the water. After struggling several times, he finally managed to tear the water plants apart, but his hands were cut and bleeding. He surfaced again, thinking about whether he should swim to the other side and leave directly. But when he turned his head, he saw the two patrol officers had already reached the closest shore and were staring at him intently. You see this kid, he's still in the mood to hold his breath and play. He doesn't mind that the water is dirty. It's really disgusting. One patrol member sniffed and sarcastically pointed at Zhang Jingguo. Who knows? Maybe he just likes it that way. Otherwise, why would he get himself all covered in dirt? The two of them ignored everything and pointed at Zhang Jingguo, making fun of him. He was so angry his eyes turned red, but he couldn't do anything about them. Look, he's even angry now. The world is big, and there are all kinds of people. Some even like the smell of waste. Maybe he even tries to taste what he's just done. When they said this, both of them couldn't help but gag. Are you serious? That's so gross. What were you thinking? Who would like to eat that stuff? Isn't that just like fighting over food with a dog? At first, Zhang Jingguo thought these guys were somewhat reliable. But when they kept talking, he got even more angry. Enough, you two. Do you even know who I am? How dare you mock me like that? If you had managed the security better, how could the sanitation workers splash wastewater on me? Do you think I want this? Zhang Jingguo angrily shouted, but the two on the shore didn't feel sorry for him. Buddy, look at him. We're just saying what we saw. Why did he get so upset? One of them covered his stomach, almost laughing himself to tears. Oh man! Did you hit a sore spot? Maybe he really fought a dog over food. Did you see? He's so reluctant to wash off the dirt and waste. He even sneaked into the water to enjoy it again. Wow, with such a thing, do we really have to bring him back to the security team? Suddenly, he felt a bit regretful. Does the captain really want to question someone covered in such a smell? Does the captain also like that kind of smell?
He didn't seem to.
The captain only liked his soft, fragrant little wife at home. The two of them stopped laughing, but their thoughts kept drifting elsewhere. After the divorce, you suddenly regretted it after 16 days. In the following days, Zhang Jingguo suddenly disappeared from Lin Qingyu's sight. Although she heard about his situation in the security team, where he was said to have been badly beaten. In the end, Zhang Jingguo was expelled from the city, but it's unclear whether he was sent back to his hometown or went somewhere else. For several months, there was no news of Zhang Jingguo. Lin Qingyu thought he had completely vanished from her world. During this time, she also fully got together with Sun Nancheng. She was truly moved by his persistence. As long as he wasn't on a mission, he spent almost all his time with her. Most importantly, the worries she had didn't come true. Sun Nancheng's family didn't look down on her because she had experienced a fake marriage before. Instead, they valued her and showed her the respect she deserved. Lin Qingyu also found that Sun Nancheng's home was very warm and loving. Although his parents held high positions, they treated their family with great care. They didn't use their power to dominate, nor did they neglect or ignore her. Moreover, Lin Qingyu wasn't against marriage. If the other person was sincere enough, she was willing to endure the hardships of love. Through her efforts, Lin Qingyu went from an ordinary female worker at a textile factory to the position of deputy director. Her salary doubled, and her daily work became much easier. Before, she had to work hard physically. Now, she mainly used her mind. As a rural woman, Lin Qingyu rose step by step from an ordinary worker to deputy director, inspiring many employees at the factory. However, she never expected that Zhang Jiangwo's parents would come looking for her. "Qingyu, my good daughter-in-law, we finally found you." Seeing Lin Qingyu, the elderly couple looked as if they had been starving for a long time and saw a refreshing rain. Their backs no longer ached, their legs no longer hurt, and they rushed toward Lin Qingyu. "Two of you, I've never been married. How can I be your daughter-in-law? You need to have proof when you speak, or I'll report you to the security office." "Qingyu, all the problems are caused by Jiangwo, but I am only your husband's daughter-in-law, and I am loyal to you. Forget about Jiangwo, but you can't ignore your parents. Honestly, the Zhang parents are really disgusting. They were involved in the scam marriage too." Qingyu didn't retaliate because she saw they were old. But when these two old people came in front of her, Qingyu didn't hold back. She had already given them a chance. Recently, she had drawn several unlucky charms. Especially the basic unlucky charms, she now has quite a few. She wouldn't hesitate to use them now, unlike before. "Both of you, just leave quickly. I don't want to make this bigger. When you guys scammed the marriage, I didn't ask for extra compensation. If you insist on causing trouble, I will make this matter known to everyone and make it hard for you to stay in the village. You don't want your son's reputation ruined, do you? Afraid you won't find a daughter-in-law anymore?" Seeing the cold look in Qingyu's eyes, the old couple knew she was completely done with their family. It's all because of that brat. Their good daughter-in-law was driven away by him. In the countryside, who cares about a marriage certificate? As long as there's a wedding celebration, they are married. But that brat denied the marriage and claimed he was just helping a friend. Isn't that just cutting off their backup plan? The old couple wished they could drag their son over and give him a good beating. When their daughter-in-law was around, life was different. Now it's all changed. Their son went out for more than half a year and was brought back by others. They don't know how, but during this trip, their son became disabled. He lost a leg, broke an arm, and even half his tongue is gone. Now he can't speak or work, and they have to support him. They are used to a comfortable life, but now they have to work hard again. God knows how tough their life has become during this time. "Qingyu, I know this matter is our old Zhang family's fault, but Jiangwo is already finished. He has received his punishment, and you can't just ignore us. Anyway, you are still our family's bride, brought home with a marriage gift. Although we didn't get a marriage certificate, you are still our daughter-in-law. This principle can be understood anywhere." Old Zhang looks much more tired now. Their recent experiences have made them the subject of much ridicule in the village. People say that the Zhang family must have a bad past, claiming Jiangwo's bad behavior outside, even rumors of him harming others and bullying women. Everyone wonders if the Zhang family has been cursed by heaven. Otherwise, how could they fall from grace so suddenly? "Then I don't want to hear this again. Go away. I've already started seeing someone new, and I don't want him to misunderstand." When the old couple heard that Qingyu was seeing someone, they felt angry. No matter if there was a marriage certificate or not, Qingyu was still someone they married into their family to work. In ancient times, she would be like a beast of burden. Why should this woman, who left their son, do better and better? And their son has been punished, ending up in this state. Heaven, you are so unfair. "Qingyu, how can you be so mean? I don't care. You are the bride we married with real gold and silver. You have to come back with us." Grandma Zhang started to act out, sat on the ground, kicked her legs, clapped her hands, and started crying loudly. "You are hopeless." Qingyu didn't want to argue with them anymore. She took out 2 unlucky charms. They are basic ones, only causing bad luck for 3 days. But these 2 old folks might not survive those 3 days. They are not like Jiangwo, who is well-trained and strong. Jiangwo's physical strength is good. Using a 3-day unlucky charm probably wouldn't hurt him. Even when she used one for a month before, she didn't kill him. It just made him half dead, living in pain and regret, better off dead. Qingyu thinks that rather than letting him die quickly and painlessly, it's better for him to live every day in regret and suffering. Does Zhang Jingguo regret his actions? Certainly, he does. Since being sent back, Zhang Jingguo has realized this. He is not unlucky for no reason, nor is it because of his karma. He lied to Lin Qingyu and wanted to keep bothering her. But behind this, it's not that heaven can't see, but that someone is causing trouble. Even if he guesses the reason, as someone who has lost power, he cannot fight back. This time, Zhang Jingguo intentionally brought his parents over, hoping Lin Qingyu would return home. As long as Lin Qingyu goes back to her hometown, he can find ways to keep her in the Zhang family. Maybe Lin Qingyu doesn't want to be responsible for him, but the Lin family cares about their reputation. He has visited his mother-in-law's house many times, pretending to be pitiful, just hoping they can persuade Lin Qingyu to come back. But the Lin family's attitude is strange. On the surface, they show sympathy, but in reality, they don't want to deal with him. Regarding the matter between the two, Lin Qingyu had already written a letter and brought back a single status certificate issued by the military district leaders. The certificate shows she is not married to Zhang Jingguo, and she told her family she found a job outside that can support herself. She also expressed guilt towards her family, saying she won't return to her hometown because of Zhang Jingguo to avoid damaging the family's reputation. Actually, this is what the Lin family wanted to see. If their daughter, who was tricked into marriage, returns, they wouldn't know how to face her. For the sake of other children, they might even drive her out and cut ties. Not going back is also good. At least she can keep a hope in her heart. As long as she knows her daughter is doing well outside, that's enough. In fact, the Lin family was very annoyed when Zhang Jingguo came to visit. If it weren't for the need to maintain their reputation in the village, they would have beaten him up long ago. What if he's disabled? What if he's mute? They are furious that their daughter was so badly deceived, and their family's face has been trampled on by the Zhang family. They think it's shameless for him to come knocking on their door again. Since using the unlucky charm on the two old men, they haven't had the strength to bother Lin Qingyu anymore. They used to pretend to be sick, claiming to have various pains. Now, they don't need to pretend anymore. The two elders are truly in pain, to the point of rolling on the ground. When taken to the hospital, both were diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. Old Zhang also developed acute iritis, and without good medicine, his eye nearly became half-blind. Only very close objects can be seen clearly. Distant ones are completely blurry. This is after hospital treatment. As for old Lady Zhang, who appears kind but is actually mean, she was diagnosed with uremia. In times with poor medical conditions, the rest of her life will be full of suffering. Lin Qingyu initially thought that if these two old folks died at her doorstep, it would cause trouble later. Just handling their funeral arrangements would cost a lot. At this moment, Sun Nanqing returned from a mission and happened to see what was happening. He immediately sent someone to take them back to their hometown and ordered the locals not to let old Zhang's family leave the area. Qingyu, when I come back this time, my parents said you should come over for a meal when you're free. We've talked for so long. It's time to discuss marriage. Recently, Sun Nanqing has learned many ways to charm girls from his father and grandfather. Every time he returns, he carefully chooses gifts. He even picked a big bunch of wildflowers, wrapped them in oilcloth, and gave them to girls he liked. Sometimes, he would visit friends' homes to pick roses, daisies, and sunflowers. Although these are common farm flowers, no woman can resist the surprise of fresh flowers. Tomorrow I have a day off, so we can go back together then. Lin Qingyu took out the flowers and arranged them in a vase she bought from the black market. A simple decoration that made the room look brighter. Should we tell your family about our marriage? Sun Nanqing knew that his future wife had conflicts with her family, and it seemed that Lin Qingyu rarely talked about her family. It might be that the other person is still upset about how her family didn't stand up for her back then. Or there could be other reasons, but since Lin Qingyu doesn't say anything, he doesn't know. My own matters are my business. They probably don't want to hear about me anyway. If Lin's family still cared about her, she wouldn't have been treated so badly in her past life. The main reason she chose to end her life was because of Zhang Jingguo and second, because her family did nothing to help her. Not only did they fail to seek justice for her, but they also kicked her out of the house, leaving her to fend for herself outside. Remember, the original owner was just an ordinary housewife who never traveled far. Her husband's family didn't want her, and her own family refused to accept her. Doesn't that push her to the brink? Her death is connected to everyone involved. So, Lin Qingyu won't treat her family the same way she did in other worlds. This time, her family was the first to abandon her. That's why Lin Qingyu won't be kind-hearted enough to try to fix things with such a cold family. Everyone has their own life to live. Whether life is good or bad depends on their own ability. Alright then. Although Sun Nancheng doesn't want his future wife to completely fall out with her family, there are no lasting grudges between relatives. But he won't make decisions for Lin Qingyu. Everything depends on her wishes. After all, without experiencing pain, you can't advise others to be kind. Time quickly passed, and it was the weekend. Lin Qingyu and Sun Nancheng went to Sun Nancheng's family home early in the morning. His ancestral home isn't here, but because all the men in the Sun family work in the military, they moved here long ago. They own a house here, and this time, they went to visit Grandpa Sun and Grandma Sunday. Other younger members of the family also came back. A lively group of over 10 people gathered around the table, eating and talking about Lin Qingyu and Sun Nancheng's wedding. Qingyu, marriage is a lifelong event. Do you really not want to discuss it with your family? Grandpa Sun didn't know about Lin Qingyu's relationship with her family, but out of politeness, he asked. The reason I was tricked into marriage by Zhang Jingguo was because my family was eager to find a wife for my second brother, so they married me off. Also, our family didn't pay much attention to girls. They always said that once a girl married out, she was gone forever. Although my marriage to Zhang Jingguo was fake, my family's personality meant they wouldn't care about me anymore. Everyone in the Sun family knew about my situation, so no one looked down on me at this time. Being tricked into marriage isn't the girl's fault. In some remote rural areas, as I said, families often exchange their daughters for money to help their sons get married. Honestly, how much love can such a family really have? The whole family not only didn't look down on me, but also felt a little sorry for me. Sun is a simple-minded person. He doesn't like other girls, only Lin Qingyu. All the men in the Sun family are very loyal. Once they decide on someone, they won't change their mind. Even if I was tricked into marriage and am still a pure girl, they wouldn't oppose it. Although the men in the Sun family are a bit romantic, they have good judgment. Whether it's Grandma Sun, Mom Sun, or me, we are all good women with strong character. No matter where we come from or our background, our unique personalities can't be changed. Even so, I think you should tell your family. Whether they want to come or not is their decision, but whether you tell them is your choice as a younger family member. Grandpa Sun knows I already have some distance from the Lin family. But as an elder, he can't do anything that might make things worse. It's better to try to mediate. Of course, Grandpa Sun also understands the situation with the Lin family and doesn't plan to get too involved. He just wants to keep up appearances for his daughter-in-law's sake. Alright, I'll write a letter to my family and see if they want to come. In the end, Lin Qingyu reluctantly agreed. Although she didn't want to contact her family, since Grandpa Sun cared so much, writing a letter wouldn't hurt. But Lin Qingyu thought her family probably wouldn't send anyone over. The girl from the Lin family has known her fate since she was young. They're just tools to exchange gifts for her brothers. Her parents do not love her either. Favoring boys over girls is very obvious in the Lin family. But the Lin family also has a good point. That is, they do not repeatedly drain their daughter's resources. Once a daughter gets married, she is like water spilled out. Besides asking for a higher bride price, even if she lives a good life later, she won't come back to cause trouble. When a daughter gets married, if she wants to give something to her family, they happily accept it. If she doesn't want to come back, the Lin family won't go out of their way to bother her. Compared to families that treat their daughters as lifelong burdens, this is more acceptable. At least, she is only drained once, not for her whole life. Although that one time nearly caused a serious problem for the groom's family. But the daughters of the Lin family are all very hardworking. After marriage, they shoulder both household chores inside and outside. They work just as well as men, and often more carefully. So the reputation of Lin family girls is very good. Even if the bride price is a bit high, many wealthy families are willing to marry them. It is said that a good woman can bring wealth for 3 generations. A strong mother can teach her children more than a father who only earns money. That's why some families are very poor but have a good atmosphere, and their children are sensible and filial. Other families, even if they are rich, have a suffocating atmosphere, and their children often show no respect. It all depends on whether the lady of the house has a good fortune to bring prosperity, and whether the man of the house can understand and care for his wife and children. The marriage between Lin Qingyu and Sun Nancheng was quickly arranged, and both families started preparing. Because she had no support from her own family, she had to prepare all her dowry herself. Sun Nancheng was sent by the Sun family to help buy things with Lin Qingyu. He even gave her access to his small savings account, telling her to buy whatever she needed and not to worry about spending money. Plus, Lin Qingyu also had her own salary. In the past 2 years, everything she ate, wore, and used came from her check-in system. Her salary was hardly touched, not to mention the money she earned from check-ins. They say that having money in your heart gives you confidence. Lin Qingyu was very quick to handle money. She and Sun Nancheng had become close friends, and they often liked to spend time together when they had free time. The more they spent time together, the more Sun Nancheng, her future sister-in-law, liked her. This girl didn't have the petty manners of someone from the countryside. Instead, she dressed very stylishly and was very lively, just as fashionable as girls who grew up in the city. At the same time, she thought Lin Qingyu's ideas were very modern, not at all like those of a rural person. She was not stubborn in her thinking. When Sun Nancheng went on missions, they often ate together and went out to play. Because Sun Nancheng often appeared, the factory people didn't dare to bully Lin Qingyu. The clever boys also realized that Lin Qingyu was protected by important people, so they gradually lost interest. This allowed her to focus on her career without being bothered by small notes or teasing. Soon, it was 3 days before their wedding. Lin Qingyu didn't expect anyone from her hometown to come. "Little sister, why are you here?" Even though someone from her hometown came, Lin Qingyu had guessed many possibilities, but she never expected it to be her third sister, who was already married. "Second sister, I talked with big sister. Since we are sisters, we can't ignore your wedding. Also, big brother asked me to bring you a dowry. It's not much, but it's a small token from our family." The third sister only mentioned big sister and big brother, not her parents. Lin Qingyu understood that her visit was a gesture from her sisters and brother, not from the rest of the family. This third sister was usually honest, and she couldn't believe she had traveled so far alone on a train. "Come in quickly. Just knowing you can come makes me very happy." You should know that the 3 sisters had a very good relationship when they were at home. They used to worry that after marriage, their sisterly bond would weaken. But now, only this sister was willing to come. "How is big sister doing?" Lin Qingyu thought about the past and poured a glass of water for her third sister before asking. "Second sister, I don't want to lie." Seeing Lin Qingyu's clear eyes, her third sister hesitated but couldn't help feeling emotional. When the original owner's last trouble happened in her past life, her eldest sister and third sister did not appear. During those 10 years, she had no time to visit her sisters because she was busy taking care of Zhang Zhengwo's parents. She heard that things were not good, but she didn't know the details. At first, when she learned that her life was hard, her eldest sister also took care of her. But in this era, everyone's life was difficult. The eldest sister was already married and had to think about her own family. After helping out a few times, she lost contact. "Second sister, when I came, the eldest sister told me not to tell you about her situation." But just thinking about what the eldest sister went through, Lin Sanmei's voice choked with tears, and she couldn't speak further. "What happened? Tell me honestly. Even though the 3 of us sisters are married now, as long as you still care about me, I won't just stand by and watch." For some reason, seeing her sister's red eyes and her quiet, painful expression, her once tough heart suddenly softened. Lin Qingyu didn't expect that Lin Sanmei suddenly burst into tears with a loud wow. She cried uncontrollably, and Lin Sanmei held her tightly, her clothes quickly getting wet. After crying, remember to tell me about big sister's situation. Lin Qingyu gently patted Lin Sanmei's back. How long had this child been holding it in to become like this? In her previous life, she was too busy to care about her sisters. She also forgot her promise to support her sister and take care of her. She knew that shortly after her marriage, the third sister was also married off. But her new family was not as wealthy as old Zhang's, and after marriage, the third sister's life was very hard. Of course, when they married her, they knew what to expect, so they didn't blame her. But life at home was really tough, almost to the point of not knowing where the next meal would come from. Fortunately, the people in her new family were hardworking. When there was no harvest from the fields, they went to the mountains to find food. Wild fruits, wild vegetables, even tree bark became their food. So, in her past life, Sister Lin San did not support the main character, and the main character didn't have the face to blame her. Honestly, as the older sister, she didn't help her younger sister either, so she didn't feel right blaming her little sister for not doing better. However, in this life, the two sisters didn't appear in her sight, so Lin Qingyu forgot about this issue. Second sister. Big sister is so unlucky. When her husband went to work at the mine, he accidentally fell and was crushed by a big stone, breaking his leg. Only half of his left leg remains. Her husband's family thought that since their main pillar was hurt, they couldn't continue to support the family, so they divided their household and moved out. Although the land was divided fairly, there wasn't much grain when they split up. Plus, her husband still needed ongoing treatment for his leg, so the family soon ran out of food. I wanted to help Big Sister and her husband, but my family had no extra grain, so I dug up wild vegetables from the mountain and sent them to them. Sun Xiaomei spoke softly, and Lin Qingyu felt uneasy inside. Second sister, you haven't seen how Big Sister looks now. Once, the three of us sisters, Big Sister was the tallest and strongest. But now, she's so thin that she's just skin and bones, almost unrecognizable. As she spoke, Lin Sanmei started crying again. Her crying was loud and heartfelt. Big sister is having such a hard time. I wrote a letter to the family, but why haven't you received a reply? Although Lin Qingyu's letter was addressed to old Lin's family, her two daughters should also know about it. After all, the Lin family would definitely tell them. Big sister said that you're probably having an even harder time outside. She told me not to tell you because you finally got married again and she didn't want to hold you back. Lin Sanmei couldn't calm down. Her worries and grievances surged like a mountain spring, almost drowning her. Big sister still doesn't tell us anything, just likes to bear everything herself. All right, little sister, don't cry anymore. Look, second sister is doing well now. I can help big sister's family and get their life back on track. Lin Qingyu swallowed her sadness and gently comforted her little sister. Based on the feel of her hand, I can conclude that this girl's life, even after all these years, is still not very good. She doesn't have much flesh on her body. Through the thin fabric, you can see her sharp, defined bones. Second sister, I'm really happy to see you doing well. After talking about the family's troubles, Lin Sanmei looked again at Lin Qingyu's home environment. The small yard isn't big, but it has 3 rooms, plus 2 kitchens, and second sister lives alone, which is more than enough. Such a spacious and quiet detached house is a home she never even dreamed of having. Remember, Lin Sanmei's in-laws live with a big family. Their household has only 1 room. The children can only sleep with them, and at night, they can only do certain things when it's late. They're also worried about waking the little one, which could cause trouble. Since you're here, stay comfortably for a few days. Big brother-in-law's injury can't be ignored. After you marry your second brother-in-law, I'll go back with you. Originally, Lin Qingyu never wanted to return to that place in her life. But thinking of her sisters, she decided to go back for a visit. She would only go secretly, not wanting to disturb too many people. Really? But if that's the case, won't second brother-in-law be upset? Lin Sanmei was happy that her second sister was willing to visit her eldest sister, but also worried about upsetting her in-laws. Don't worry, your second brother-in-law isn't that petty. Just so you know, he's on leave now, and with him here, everything will be easier. Sun Nanqing's official position isn't low. They say a high-ranking official can scare people. With him around, many problems can be solved easily. If the people from old Zhang's family dare to cause trouble, they should be dealt with harshly this time. Living is sometimes worse than dying, and if they don't behave, even living is not worth it. In some ways, Lin Qingyu's heart can truly be called cold and unfeeling. She can be as cold as winter to her enemies. But to those who care about her, even her hardened heart can soften. Soon, Lin Sanmei met the rumored second brother-in-law. She didn't expect him to be such an important person. She had told her family he was just a soldier, but it turned out he was an official. If her parents found out, would they regret their decision? Even though a girl who gets married is like water poured out, this water is precious, and no one would want to give it up. Even if they only maintain a surface of peace, her parents might have to come personally to check. But Lin's third sister feels relieved that her parents didn't come. This way, her second sister doesn't have to worry about being morally pressured by her parents to sacrifice herself for her brothers. Deep down, the three sisters of the Lin family have some resentment towards their parents' way of doing things. So, unless there's a special reason, they rarely go back to their parents' home. The wedding was very grand and went smoothly. Seeing her second sister being so valued and her in-laws being kind, Sun Sanmei felt reassured. After this visit, she probably won't have another chance to go out again. After all, going out once used up all the savings her small family had accumulated over the past 2 years. Not only did they buy a dowry for her second sister, but also covered expenses on the way. Lin Sanmei thinks that whenever you're outside, you always spend money. If her second sister hadn't cared for her and didn't let her spend money after arriving here, maybe all the money she brought would have to be handed over here. After the wedding, they stayed here for 3 more days. Then Lin Qingyu planned to take Sun Nancheng and Lin Sanmei back to their hometown. The Sun family was happy about this. No parents are perfect. Even if Lin's parents did some wrong things, they are still her family. The Sun family didn't want Lin Qingyu to be criticized back home. It's good to go back and see, so they should go back and check. Their family doesn't mind the expenses, as long as the main goal is acceptable. Back at her hometown, Lin Qingyu didn't go straight to her old Lin family, but followed Lin Sanmei to her eldest sister's house. But only when she saw how her eldest sister's house looked now did Lin Qingyu understand why her younger sister was so sad. This isn't really a house. It's just a frame supported by a few pieces of wood with a roof on top. It's called a house, but it can't block the wind or rain. Today, with the hot weather, it's okay, but in winter, how can they survive? Sun Nancheng looked at his eldest sister-in-law's family conditions and couldn't help feeling pity. How about we bring my sister and her family to live with us? I can arrange a job for her, and with a worker at home, life might be a bit easier. Since Sun Nancheng was not from this area, it was difficult for him to find work for his sister-in-law back home. But if they moved to his place, he would find a way to give even her disabled husband a simple, easy job. He couldn't do other work, but he could manage in the warehouse. However, all of this would be easier if they moved to his territory. Would that cause you trouble? Lin Qingyu had many ways to help her sister-in-law, but if it caused trouble, she didn't want to bother Sun Nancheng. His position was special, and he must be careful not to make mistakes. No trouble at all. Trust me, bring my sister and her family over to us. Once she made up her mind, Lin Qingyu and her companions, led by Lin Sanmei, entered the hut. Inside, there was a bed with a man lying on it unconscious. Mosquitoes were flying around the blanket, and the hygiene was terrible. Besides her brother-in-law on the bed, her sister-in-law and children were not there. Fortunately, Lin Sanmei knew where her sister had gone and quickly found her. Seeing how well-dressed Lin Qingyu looked now, her eldest sister-in-law shed tears of relief. Our 3 sisters, at last one of us is doing well. Second sister, listen to me. It's okay to come back and visit, but don't stay too long at home. Hurry and take your husband back. Don't worry about our parents either. They never really cared about us, so we shouldn't think about taking care of them in old age. The rules of the Lin family are to prioritize boys, and we women shouldn't worry about it. Even though her sister-in-law was in a difficult situation, she still thought of her younger sisters. She didn't force her to help just because she looked better now. Instead, she kept urging them to leave. worried that the Lin family or Zhang family might find out and come looking for trouble. They weren't afraid, but with her husband injured so badly, they had already given up hope. If anyone else was reckless enough to cause trouble, she didn't care anymore. She was ready to give up and face death together. Big sister, please pack up with the children. We will leave here tomorrow. I am taking my brother-in-law to see a doctor. My husband knows a good doctor. Although his leg can't be saved, at least his life can be. Originally, Sister Lin didn't want to trouble her second sister, but when she heard that her husband might be saved, she made up her mind to agree. She didn't want to make things difficult for her sister, but she had no choice. If her husband died, they would be left as a mother and her children, and life would become even harder. Even if her husband was disabled, as long as he was alive, she could continue living in the village, and her in-laws wouldn't make things difficult for her. But if her husband was gone, their family would definitely be forced to leave. Actually, this was the real situation in rural areas during that time. Women always had no proper home. Later, Lin Qingyu went to visit her third sister's family. Life at her third sister's home was a bit better than at her eldest sister's, but still very hard. Seeing her third sister's small, cramped house, with her husband and 2 children sharing one room. Despite her third sister and her husband's love for cleanliness, keeping the house tidy, it was still crowded with no space to move. It was even worse than her days at old Zhang's house. Not only was the living space poor, but the food was also bad. However, her third sister's family was harmonious, and they didn't show any signs of being humble because of poverty. They were very warm to her. When they saw Lin Qingyu bringing her new husband, they even slaughtered their only old hen to treat them. Although killing the chicken made them feel sad, their enthusiasm for Lin Qingyu didn't decrease, and they didn't ask for anything in return. Her third sister's family treated her well because she was her second sister, not because she looked rich. They were kind to her and to her eldest sister equally. In her third sister's family, there was no class distinction based on wealth. Lin Qingyu was glad her third sister married a good, kind person. But she still felt a little sad for her third sister. When would these hard days end? But her third sister didn't say anything, and Lin Qingyu didn't want to interfere too much. If she ever had the chance and the ability, she might help her sister. If she didn't have that ability, she wouldn't push all her responsibilities onto her husband. What Lin Qingyu didn't know was that her husband had long been involved with her third sister-in-law and had already arranged to work together in their area to earn money. They had also secretly started planning her job arrangements. As for the 2 children of her third sister's family, they were temporarily cared for by her in-laws. When the time came, if they had the ability, they would help support the family. If they couldn't, then it wasn't Lin Qingyu's concern. He only did these things to save face for his sister-in-law. As for others, he was not a saint and wouldn't interfere in their affairs. After having lunch at her third sister's house, Lin Qingyu refused her eldest sister and third sister to accompany her. She took Sun Nanching alone to visit old Lin's family. The old Lin family was surprised to see them return and treated her with indifference. But they still let them in and served tea. Lin Qingyu didn't stay long. She spoke briefly with her eldest brother and then left with Sun Nanching. Actually, she didn't do much, just gave her brother some money and notes because he helped her with her dowry. The rest could wait for later. Now, her eldest brother's injury was the priority, so they hurried back home. Thanks to Sun Nanching's efforts, her brother's injury was finally stabilized. After several months of rest, he recovered fully. At the same time, Sun Nanching kept his promise and arranged jobs for them. Because her eldest sister's family had a heavy burden, they had become worn down by life, working honestly all their lives and living simply. In contrast, her third sister and her husband had fought hard here for several years and later helped their brothers back home. They relied on their own strength to successfully change their family's fate. As for Zhang Jiangguo's family, they returned home and soon passed away. Zhang Jiangguo, lacking care, eventually went mad. Not long after, he was killed by being hit with stones. In this life, Lin Qingyu lived very comfortably. She had a loving husband and caring in-laws. Living happily, she gave birth to triplet sons for Sun Nanching. The Sun family adored her and even elevated her to a high status. Living happily, she also added 2 daughters to the Sun family. Fortunately, with the help of her system, giving birth didn't cause her pain like others. She hardly felt anything. The children were born quickly. Otherwise, after having triplets, she definitely won't have more children. Generating the golden finger. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the interdimensional trading system. The host can now trade with people from other worlds through the system. Transferring to the New World storyline. The original owner was the daughter of a wealthy family in Long Country. At 15, she was sent abroad to study. When she returned at 18, war had broken out. Because she was timid, she asked her father to send her back abroad. However, her family was also facing a crisis, and with war raging everywhere, the flames of battle spread overnight. Even if her father wanted to send her abroad again, it would take time to arrange. At this moment, the original owner was injured in an accident and bonded with a space hidden inside a family heirloom pendant. With this space, the wealthy girl collected all the valuable things from her home. Father and daughter wanted to take their belongings and leave the country to escape the chaos. But during their escape, her father was shot and killed in the war. The wealthy girl became a penniless orphan. Her father's connections no longer helped her. She harbored resentment and secretly caused trouble for those who had once helped her. Because of her selfish desires, she accidentally disrupted several important operations in Long Country. This caused the war to drag on and not end quickly. Later, she was captured by enemy soldiers and became a test subject for their experiments. When she realized she couldn't detach from the space, they forced her to do things that harmed Long Country. To survive and to live a life away from war, she chose to cooperate with the enemy. This added great pressure to Long Country's resistance efforts. The enemy always managed to secretly transport large amounts of weapons into our soldiers' rear areas. This led to many failed battles. Although Long Country eventually won, the country was left badly damaged. Most of the people died, and the country struggled for decades afterward. Compared to other worlds Lin Qingyu has encountered, this world is truly tragic. They say a butterfly flapping its wings can change the course of the entire world. Lin Qingyu used to not believe this idea, but now she does. Isn't it just a woman with a special space? Yet, she caused such a big disaster for a country. It's even more frightening than an entire enemy nation attacking. System, for a host like this, do I still need to fulfill her wishes? After watching the story, Lin Qingyu frowned in confusion. Host, this life is not about fulfilling the original owner's wishes, but about fulfilling the wishes of millions of innocent people who sacrifice themselves for this world. Since the person who obtained the space artifact is from Long Country, why can't it be used for the people of Long Country themselves, instead of helping outsiders do evil? Countless souls are asking us to come and change the fate of this world. At least, let this space not become a secret weapon against Long Country. After hearing 005's words, Lin Qingyu finally understood. Fortunately, she wasn't doing this to repay the original owner, otherwise, she would really feel sick. Although Lin Qingyu lives in a post-apocalyptic world and has no concept of a country, she has completed tasks in 2 worlds and understands how important a country is to its people. A country and its people are always one, inseparable, sharing both glory and shame. Since that's the case, as a member of the country, she naturally should contribute her strength. In the past, Lin Qingyu lived under someone else's protection, always the one being protected. This time, she also wants to contribute to her country. After finishing the story, Lin Qingyu slowly woke up from her sleep. At this time, the original owner had just returned from abroad. The war hadn't fully broken out yet, and her wealthy father hadn't gone bankrupt. Everything was still possible to change. Lin Qingyu took out a keepsake her mother had given her. It was said to be a family heirloom passed down from her grandmother, a treasure passed only to daughters. Following her previous life's method, Lin Qingyu dropped her blood onto the pendant. The blood quickly absorbed, and then a space appeared in her mind. This space was large, and surprisingly, it could be used for planting. It's important to note that Lin Qingyu's space and planting ability had been repeatedly enhanced by the system to reach its current size. But this space was like a small world of its own, unaffected by outside disturbances, with plenty of sunlight and rain. Lin Qingyu really loves this space so much that she almost forgot about her all-heaven trading system. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and quickly withdrew from the space. Then, she checked the special ability of this world. It was a very simple holographic screen, with a red dot flashing on the interface. The holographic screen was so simple that she didn't need to ask the system. She just clicked on the red. Suddenly, she disappeared from her original spot and appeared in a mysterious space. This was a small square, quiet and empty, with no one around. Lin Qingyu looked around curiously until she turned around and saw someone standing behind her. "Hello, I am Xiao Mei from the interstellar world. May I ask which world you come from?" Xiao Mei was a well-dressed girl, wearing clothes made of a very special material. It looked like silver armor turned into soft fabric, made into clothing. It gave a shiny, high-tech feeling. Although Lin Qingyu had never been to the interstellar world, she had watched many space movies. But what this girl wore was even more delicate than in the movies. "Hello, I am Lin Qingyu from a normal war-torn world." The two shook hands briefly and then discussed the items they needed to exchange. "You must be from the ancient planet, right?" Xiao Mei looked at Lin Qingyu's outfit and started to analyze. "That's right. You come from the interstellar world. Do you live in the universe?" Lin Qingyu didn't know why the other person knew about her world, but her guesses about the other person were all based on movies. "Not exactly, but it's close enough." Xiao Mei also didn't know how to explain that they lived on a space station. They also had planets, but all the resources on those planets had been exhausted and could no longer produce supplies. In the interstellar world, they lacked normal food, even though they had plenty of everything else. Nutrient liquids could fill their stomachs, but the taste was really hard to swallow. "Do you need to exchange anything with me?" Lin Qingyu, using her first experience with the all-heaven trading system, didn't know what she could get here. "We need food. I think your world might need weapons." Actually, from their first introduction, they could roughly understand each other's situation. This didn't surprise Lin Qingyu at all. "You're right. I need a lot of food." Xiao Mei looked at Lin Qingyu and made a request. "I need a lot of weapons." They quickly agreed because they knew that her world was suffering from war and life was probably hard. So Xiao Mei didn't ask for too much, but offered a fair price. Lin Qingyu also didn't ask for fancy, high-end weapons right away. She chose the basic versions. Even the worst weapons in the galaxy are considered top-tier in their world. Xiao Mei was happy to trade her outdated, discarded weapons for valuable food. Feeling pleased, she even gave Lin Qingyu 2 sets of soft armor for protection. Lin Qingyu was generous too. After trading the food, she packed some of her favorite snacks to give to Xiao Mei. Both were very happy with this cooperation. After the trade, they were transported back to their own worlds. At the same time, a new exchange points option appeared on the holographic screen. Lin Qingyu only had 10 points, but she didn't know how many Xiao Mei had. But that didn't matter. Over time, she would understand the rules of the exchange system. However, her stored food had been used up quite a bit, and now she had a planting space. She needed to plant all the food quickly. "Qingyu, I heard you stayed in your room all day. Are you feeling upset?" Lin Fugua was a well-known local tycoon with hundreds of bodyguards. Each of them was equipped with the most advanced weapons available on the market. Of course, these were imported from other countries into Manhwa, the so-called advanced weapons. After all, he was just a local magnate and still a bit behind the international wealthy. Seeing Lin Fugua, Lin Qingyu's heart immediately surged with emotion. Although the original owner was ruthless, she still had feelings for her father. If it weren't for Lin Fugua dying early, she probably wouldn't have become the ruthless person she is now. "Oh, my little princess, what's wrong?" Lin Fugua is a chubby middle-aged man. He has only one daughter, Lin Qingyu. He has adopted many foster sons, but they're just foster sons. It's a nice title, but they are really just his subordinates. Lin Qingyu is different. She is his precious little girl. If she is unhappy, Lin Fugua feels sad too. "It's nothing much, just a bad dream I had while sleeping." Dad, have you finished handling your things? Lin Qingyu walks slowly to the table and pours him a cup of tea. The father and daughter sit down and start chatting about everyday life. It's just those problems. One gets solved and another one comes up. It's so annoying. Talking about this makes Lin Fugue look unhappy. He reaches out and pinches his forehead, looking worried. Dad, I heard that many places are starting to fight. Here, do you think we will be safe? Her father's business covers a wide area. The original owner didn't understand everything, and Lin Qingyu naturally doesn't know much either. But right now, the most important thing is how to stay safe during this war. Lin Qingyu will definitely be involved, but she hopes her father, who loves her dearly, can stay alive if possible. During the end times, her father loved her just like this old father does. He would sacrifice his life for his daughter or give up everything for his family. I've heard about it too, but it probably won't reach us for now. Sweetheart, you've been back for a while. Have you thought about going back abroad? Didn't you want to learn to play the violin with foreigners? This time, you should go take a class and learn properly. Lin Fugue is a caring father who loves his daughter. He knows the situation outside is getting chaotic, so he doesn't want her to stay in the country. Dad, I won't go. Maybe you should go abroad to avoid the chaos? If a war really starts, families like ours with money will definitely be targeted. Lin Qingyu and Lin Fugue discussed the future situation for a long time. The father and daughter talked until a maid announced that dinner was ready, and then they stopped talking. Qingyu, you've really learned a lot during your years abroad. Your perspective is even better than your dad's. Actually, Lin Fugue was a bit uncomfortable at first when his daughter called him Dad. In our country, people prefer to call their father Dad instead of other terms. But since his daughter liked it, he gradually got used to it. Dad, since I studied abroad, I naturally want to bring back the good things I learned. Can't let your money go to waste, right? As they walked toward the dining room, they chatted casually. After dinner, Lin Fugue went back to handle work, and Lin Qingyu returned to her bedroom for some alone time. As soon as she entered the room, she locked the door from inside. Then she entered her space and started planting. 005. I remember the original owner also grew crops in this space, but she never did it herself. Why could she control it with her mind, but I can't? After working for a while, she only managed to plant a little over an acre. Qingyu was exhausted and gasping for breath. She called out the system to ask why. Host, this is the original owner's opportunity. Although she wasn't very capable, this was her chance, and others find it hard to take it away. Are you saying that since I've entered her body, I can't use her things? It's so frustrating. Why are there such strange rules? That's correct. But don't worry, if you want, I can completely merge this pendant with your main space. Then, this space will truly belong to you, and you can use your mind to start planting just like the original owner. Qingyu was excited about this good news and didn't want to miss it. She immediately asked 005 to start working on the merge so she could relax sooner. So, after Qingyu fell asleep peacefully, the system kept busy. The next morning, when she woke up, she found that her space had fully merged. Her space had expanded more than twice, and it seemed alive. There was wind, rain, and sunshine. This is a world where the 5 elements naturally cycle, also called the real world. It's no longer a cold, empty space. Although the previous space was merged, it could still be used for planting. However, magical natural things like the wind simply do not appear in space. Now, except for the different flow of time, her space world is even better for planting than the outside world. The space that merged again has improved once more. Now she doesn't need to dig holes and plant seeds herself. With just a thought, the seeds are automatically sown. Most of the rest is taken care of without her managing it. When the crops need watering, it rains. When they need sunlight, the sun shines. In short, the space actively helps take care of the plants inside. Lin Qingyu feels that her space is even more powerful than many special abilities. With it, no matter how poor or backward the era she goes to in the future, she won't worry about hunger. After solving the planting issue in her space, Lin Qingyu went to find Lin Fugue. Dad, I received news from my classmates that the war will soon reach our area. Hearing this, Lin Fugue thought his daughter was scared. Don't worry, girl. Dad is already prepared. Soon, I will send you abroad. Staying overseas is safer than staying here. As for me, you don't need to worry. I've found a new place to stay. When the war starts, I will move to the mountains. This was the original plan of the father in the previous life. But after the main character gained her space, Lin Fugue changed his mind. He was reluctant to leave because all the money he had earned over the years was stored up. Taking everything with him was not realistic. He could only painfully send his daughter abroad and slowly transfer his assets. But once he knew his daughter had the space, Lin Fugue had no more worries and told her to gather all her belongings. Initially, she packed dozens of boxes of gold bars. It shows how rich Lin Fugue truly was. Not to mention the priceless antiques and paintings. Let's take action now. Lin Qingyu knew that if she didn't show some attitude, it would be hard to convince her father. So she took Lin Fugue to her room and took out the pendant around her neck. Dad, do you remember this pendant? Looking at the pendant she wore close to her body, he remembered it was a dowry from his first wife. It was said to be a keepsake left by his wife's mother. His wife treasured this pendant very much. Later, when his wife was seriously ill, she gave this pendant to their daughter. She also warned him seriously not to pass this pendant to any son, only to the daughter, and not to have any bad ideas. Before she died, his wife specifically told him that no matter how many women or children he had in the future, his daughter should get the same treatment, nothing less. He knew that his wife played a big part in his success. Thanks to his father-in-law's family support, he reached his current position. So later, Lin Fugue never brought any women home. Even when he needed to satisfy his needs, he would do so outside and come back afterward. Some women, thinking he favored them, tried to cause trouble at home. He dealt with all such women. Lin Fugue didn't claim to be perfect, but he was always determined to protect his daughter. Daughter, why are you suddenly asking about this pendant? Isn't it something your mother left for you? Lin Fugue definitely recognized it. It was his wife's favorite item when she was alive. Dad, since you know, I won't hide it from you. Although the space inside the pendant had merged with her own space, it didn't stop her from using it to her advantage. In her past life, those little enemies had secretly investigated and found out the origin of her pendant. It was said that everyone who possessed this pendant had some special qualities. Anything they hid, others could never find. While this could be explained as just being good at hiding things, using the space inside the pendant carried the risk of being discovered. In her previous 2 lives, every time she used the space, she carefully checked that no one was around and that there were no electronic devices watching. Additionally, she has System 005 watching over her, so she is not worried about being discovered. However, the original owner was just an ordinary person without a system, and she was not very careful in her actions. This led to the secret of her space being exposed when the enemy found her, and she was captured and tortured. The enemy wanted to get the space inside her body, and the methods they use still make her shiver when she thinks about them. Because of this, she is even more determined to keep her secret safe. This pendant is a family heirloom from my maternal grandmother's side. It has been passed down to daughters, not to sons, and to daughters-in-law. Maybe my father doesn't know, but this pendant hides a big secret. Just as she was about to continue, Lin Fugue suddenly covered her mouth. All right, stop talking. Daughter, since it's such a big secret, I hope you can protect it yourself. Even though I am your father, I don't want you to reveal it easily. You are my daughter, and my only treasure. As long as you're safe, I don't care what happens to me. Actually, Lin Fugue already knew the secret of the pendant. His wife was very good at hiding things, and her skills were famous. Even if they lived under the same roof, if she wanted to hide something, he couldn't find it even if he tore the house apart. Every night, before going to sleep, his wife would touch the pendant on her neck. Because of this pendant, their family avoided many dangers. Lin Fugue is not a fool to have reached his position today. He naturally noticed something unusual about his wife and the pendant. But he knew what to ask and what not to ask, so he pretended not to know and even helped cover for his wife. Since his wife passed away, his daughter had not yet figured out how to use the pendant properly. He thought it was better if she didn't know. As long as the pendant was passed down through generations, it would always belong to their family and be part of their inheritance. The pendant did contain many things, but they were all left by the original owner, his wife. Because the space was so large, Lin Qingyu hadn't searched thoroughly, so she missed some things. Seeing Lin Fugue's strange behavior, she used her spiritual awareness to check inside the pendant, inspecting it inch by inch. That's when she discovered a small thatched hut at the edge of the space. The hut contained many items used by women, along with some objects that looked like very old antiques. Lin Qingyu still had things she didn't know about. Such a magical pendant must have had an owner before her. The original owner was less careful than her mother, which is why others discovered it. As her mother's partner, Lin Fugue probably sensed something. However, her father didn't want to reveal the secret, so Lin Qingyu finally felt relieved. "Dad, you're so kind." She hugged her father, and she was right. This father loved his child more than his curiosity. "Now, let's talk about serious matters. If you want to tell me your secret, do you have a plan?" Hearing Lin Fugue's question, Lin Qingyu composed herself. "Dad, I brought back some advanced weapons from abroad. I hope they can help you. Also, I have this set of software. I want you to wear it close to your body. It can prevent bullets and sword injuries." Lin Qingyu took out a set of soft armor, a gift from Xiao Mei. She was already wearing one, and she planned to give the other to her father. "Girl, are you joking? Just this little piece of cloth? Do you think your dad's big body can fit into it?" Lin Fugue picked up the shirt, unfolded it, and held it in front of him to compare. It looked like it was only suitable for a thin person. Someone like him couldn't fit into it. "Dad, this soft armor is adjustable and won't tighten you. Go change your clothes first, then we can talk more." Under Lin Qingyu's urging, Lin Fugue had to go back to his room, half doubting. He took off all his clothes and put on the soft armor. He thought this small piece of material might not fit, but as he put it on, the armor surprisingly expanded. It then fit snugly against his body. The shirt he wore disappeared, but if he touched himself carefully, he could feel a layer of something on his skin. It was invisible to the eye, so others probably wouldn't notice either. After all, he mostly felt he could sense it through his mind. Then he put on his pants, which looked a bit embarrassing. They weren't regular pants, but open-crotch pants. Only after putting them on did he realize why they were open-crotch pants. Because, besides feeling it carefully himself, no one could see that his skin was covered by another layer of clothing. Even when pulling and rubbing hard, he couldn't find any clues. Lin Fugue didn't dare to test with a gun, so he took a dagger from the house. Gently scratching his skin with the dagger, he found it couldn't cut through. Then he increased the force until stabbing himself with the dagger. Finally, after hurting himself, he still couldn't break through. Huh, that hurts so much, ha. Lin Fugue rubbed the sore spot and gently touched his arm like a treasure. Qingyu must have found this treasure somewhere, but such a good thing shouldn't be cheap. This girl probably spent all her pocket money on this. Later, I need to check the storage and prepare some good things for my daughter. While putting on his clothes, Lin Fugue muttered to himself. He was thinking about how much compensation he should give his daughter. Back in his daughter's room, Lin Fugue kept touching his clothes from time to time. "Is it comfortable? But Dad, you must be careful not to let others find out about this armor. As far as I know, right now only the two of us have these two sets. I can't tell you how it came here, just remember it's one of a kind." Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Lin Fugue straightened up. He stopped rubbing his body and deliberately paid no more attention to the armor. Since these are the only two sets in the world, he can't let others see any clues. There are many people more powerful than him, so Lin Fugue prefers to stay low-key. "Daughter, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Earlier, his daughter mentioned the idea of moving out early. Lin Fugue thought, it must be about this matter. "Dad, I think we should move out early. My classmate sent me a message saying that the war will soon reach our area. Instead of panicking when it happens, it's better to prepare in advance." Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Fugue thought deeply. He believed his daughter was right. If a real war breaks out, many things can only be left behind. Every brick and tile in this house is made with his hard work, but these are inanimate objects that can't be taken away. However, his money and valuables can be moved ahead of time. Moving valuables is a risky task, though. Who knows if someone might intercept them along the way. Losing even a little would be unacceptable to Lin Fugue. Dad, don't forget my pendant. If you trust your daughter, I can handle the transportation. Hearing this, Lin Fugue looked at his daughter's chest. Everyone, don't misunderstand. She's his own daughter, so he wouldn't have any other thoughts. Underneath the fabric, hidden is the magical pendant left by his wife. Lin Fugue's gaze was focused on that pendant. All right then, I'll prepare first, and you can help me transport it when the time comes. In the end, Lin Fugue agreed. He advised Lin Xingyu to keep the pendant secret and then left her room. In the following days, Lin Fugue was very busy. Meanwhile, the threat of war kept getting closer to them. Food prices outside were high, but despite that, Lin Fugue bought a lot. Lin Xingyu kept an eye on the trading system, which only showed a small red from the little beauty she met before. But the red stayed quiet, with no movement. Only when the red moved would it mean the other side needed to trade. Lin Xingyu received several batches of food, but she wasn't sure what she needed most, so she didn't act yet. After 3 days of effort, Lin Fugue finally found her. Daughter, I've prepared everything. We'll send some now, and the rest will have to wait a bit. When she saw the large warehouse filled with treasures, she realized just how rich their family truly was. Dad, I know we're wealthy, but I didn't realize we're this rich. Swallowing hard, Lin Xingyu slowly spoke. This is only 1/10 of our family's wealth. I've hidden some outside. Once I've moved this part out, I'll take you to see the rest. Hearing this, Lin Fugue looked proud. Thanks to his wife's support early on, he was able to become wealthy before others. Later, he became a local powerful figure with many offerings from his followers. He also earned money from his business over the years. What's here is just a small part of what he has. Lin Xingyu looked at the huge warehouse of goods. She asked Lin Fugue to go out first, then stored the items in her space. System, can you help me buy a few more warehouses? In her space, she could build houses herself or buy them from the system. Basic facilities like warehouses and houses weren't expensive. Usually, a few dozen points could buy a nice mansion. Simple warehouses didn't cost many points at all. In the next few days, Lin Xingyu stayed close to Lin Fugue, gathering their supplies. From money and food to livestock, war horses, cars, and ammunition. Lin Xingyu didn't expect her father to prepare so much. But the more supplies they had, the more confident she felt. They also went to check the chosen location. Workers had already started building houses there. It was a strategic place, easy to defend, and hard to attack. Enemies would find it very difficult to break through, and they wouldn't need many people to guard it. Just a few guards at key points could stop a large army. According to her father, no one was foolish enough to attack this tough fortress. To take it, enemies would have to spend enough to conquer a city. As long as they didn't cause internal problems, everything would be fine. Lin Xingyu followed Lin Fugue around the camp and found no signs of neglect. Her father had a safe place to stay, so she felt more at ease when she went out. Dad, I brought back quite a few weapons from my trip abroad. These are the latest top-tier weapons developed overseas. I managed to get a batch with the help of my classmates. Make sure to look at these weapons carefully and never reveal them to anyone. Lin Xingyu took Lin Fugue to her room and opened several boxes. Inside were the weapons that Xiaomei traded to her. This was only part of the collection, and it was the worst kind in the interstellar world. After Lin Fugue learned how to use these weapons, he was amazed and couldn't put them down. Is foreign technology really this advanced? They can make such amazing guns. This is much better than my old guns, and this small gun can hold so many bullets at once. Guns are very important in battles. Changing magazines takes time, and during that time, you could be hit by the enemy. So, the fewer times you need to change magazines, the stronger your fighting ability. That's why everyone likes submachine guns. They have large magazines and can shoot down many enemies at once. The weapons Lin Fugue has even holds several times more bullets than a typical submachine gun magazine. This box of bullets could last through a whole fight. Girl, you're really my lucky star. With this batch of weapons, maybe I can even try to get more things. Lin Fugue guarded the weapons like they were a treasure. In chaotic times, whoever has the best weapons is the boss. Between powerful families and warlords, who is more important? Of course, warlords are stronger because they have weapons. It often takes several wealthy merchants to support one warlord. Everyone is a community of interests, but relying on others isn't as good as holding power yourself. Dad, I think I should pass on this. Even if you conquer this land, I have no interest in becoming queen. Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Fuguei had to suppress his excitement. You're right. In chaotic times, just being able to control ourselves is good enough. After all, swords and knives are deadly, and once on the battlefield, life and death are out of your hands. All right, girl, I need to find a few trustworthy people to help distribute these weapons. Go ahead and play for a while. Dad needs to get some work done. Lin Fuguei picked out a few weapons and then left the house. Before leaving, he locked his own room. He also called a group of people over to guard the door, telling them not to let anyone inside. Father Lin went to see his trusted aides, while Lin Qingyu planned to go into the city. Most of their belongings had already been moved, but a few items still hadn't been transported. She also needed to gather some supplies because once the war started, it would be hard to get more. Although the family had moved to the mountains, the house in the city was still kept exactly the same. After all, Lin Fuguei still had many business matters to handle, and she had to go back to the city from time to time. The father and daughter were busy running between the mountain home and the city, making sure everything was safe. A fighter jet flew overhead. Miss, the world is becoming more unstable. We should hurry and leave. Maybe one day, the war will come right here. Next to Lin Qingyu was one of Lin Fuguei's adopted sons. His name was Ho Zhong, and he was the 12th in line. Although Lin Qingyu had many adoptive brothers, no one dared to call her sister directly. Everyone called her Miss Qingyu, and in formal settings, they only called Lin Fuguei Master. When chaos truly breaks out, the city will be very unsafe. We should enjoy this peaceful time while it lasts. As soon as she entered the city, a girl who looked like a student passed by Lin Qingyu. After she left, Lin Qingyu found a flyer in her hand. It was a call to join the army, written in a very inspiring way, showing that the writer was talented. It seems the front lines are short of people. This recruitment notice has reached us. Ho Zhong saw the flyer in Lin Qingyu's hand and frowned. It's only a matter of time. I remember some of my brothers are married. Tell them to bring their wives up the mountain early. Our Longhu mountain isn't very big. If we wait too long, others might take the good spots. Hearing Lin Qingyu, Ho Zhong immediately expressed his thanks. Thank you, Mississippi. I will pass the message to the brothers. It's not that they don't want to bring their families over, but they haven't received any orders from Lin Fuguei, so no one dares to do so. Now that Lin Qingyu has spoken, it clearly reflects Lin Fuguei's wishes. Bringing people over now would avoid upsetting the master. However, after handing out flyers, the female college student encountered trouble. Your hands are too long. Didn't I warn you not to appear in Qiushui City again? Since you don't understand words, don't blame us for being ruthless. The lecherous man made a gesture to his followers. Soon, a group of people surrounded the female student. You cowards! You don't dare to go to the front lines, yet you block us from recruiting people. If the front line falls, do you think you'll end up well? The female student is named Shun Lingyuan. She is an intelligence officer responsible for recruiting brave volunteers willing to fight on the front lines. But some petty troublemakers like to stop their actions. They not only refuse to help but also hinder their recruitment efforts. These scoundrels are the most hateful, but as the local boss, Shun Lingyuan can't do much about them and has to avoid them everywhere. Late at night, Lin Qingyu was sleeping in her room when suddenly she heard a strange noise outside. She instinctively opened her eyes, cautious in this chaotic time. When she opened the door and looked around the corner, she saw a blood-covered woman lying on the ground. The woman seemed to have been subjected to harsh torture, with marks from various restraints all over her body. She was soaked in blood and looked barely alive, appearing very pitiful. Help me. The woman felt someone lifting her up. She struggled to open her eyes but couldn't see clearly who was in front of her. In the next moment, she fainted beautifully. Lin Qingyu looked at her injuries, unsure if she was friend or foe. But seeing her strong will to survive, she took her to the guest bedroom. She called a servant to bring hot water. Together with her young maid, She carefully cleaned the wounds on the woman's body. Then she disinfected the wound with strong alcohol and applied some medicine. Because she didn't know the other person's identity, Lin Qingyu didn't rush to send them to the hospital. She simply bandaged the wound and gave some medicine to reduce the fever. The rest was watched over by someone else, and Lin Qingyu went back to sleep. The next day, when she came again, she heard from the servants that the person inside had woken up. "Miss, thank you for saving me." The girl still looked pale, but her eyes were bright and full of energy, showing she was a lively girl. When she woke up in the morning, she asked the servants about the person who saved her. She didn't expect that the person was actually the richest young lady in the city, Miss Lin. Before, Shen Lingyuan didn't care much for people like her, thinking these young ladies only cared about their own pleasure and didn't care about others' lives. But this time, the other person saved her without knowing her identity. This showed that Miss Lin must be very kind-hearted. If they could persuade her to join their cause, they might be able to gather a lot of supplies to send to the front lines. The local powerful families are much richer than wealthy merchants. Just a little from them could buy Shen Lingyuan a large amount of supplies. "If you hadn't run into my yard on your own, I wouldn't have saved you. Since you're awake, you should leave early." Hearing Lin Qingyu's cold words, Shen Lingyuan's heart suddenly sank. All her prepared words were now useless. She didn't know if the girl was kind or not, but her aloof attitude made Shen Lingyuan dislike her very much. It's not that Lin Qingyu wanted to be cruel, but she really couldn't reveal her true self. Even if she planned to help these people, she would do it secretly. Her real identity must not be exposed to others. This could cause trouble for her father, Lin Fugue. When she was not around, someone might attack Longhu Mountain at any cost. In that case, the small force and weapons Lin Fugue had would be completely insufficient. To outsiders, Longhu Mountain was definitely a tough nut too. But when the benefits are big enough and the rewards are plentiful, some people will risk everything to take it for themselves. If this could be used to achieve more hidden goals, someone would always take risks. It is best for Lin Fugue to stay low-key. "Miss, I can leave now, but I must sincerely introduce my identity. Please don't worry, I am not a bad person." Next, Shen Lingyuan talked a lot about the difficult frontline battles and how hard the soldiers are working. Her message was that she hoped the Lin family could donate some money to help the soldiers. "My father's not here and I don't have much. Since you're helping the heroes on the front line, you can take these silver notes. After exchanging, you should get a lot of supplies." Lin Qingyu took out several silver notes, each worth 100 taels. Shen Lingyuan didn't expect to get money, so she quickly took the notes and sincerely thanked Lin Qingyu. She knew she probably couldn't get more soon, so she hurriedly left Lin's house with the silver notes. After Shen Lingyuan left, Lin Qingyu immediately told her servants to pack up, planning to move one last time. This time, she was moving only with her father, taking their usual belongings. Although it was a bit troublesome, since there were many people, packing was quick. When Shen Lingyuan returned to Lin's house again, hoping to get more investment, she found that except for a few guards, no one else was there. "Comrade Shen Lingyuan, it seems they've already moved out." A few young people who came with Shen Lingyuan looked a bit disappointed. This big house can't just be abandoned. They probably just stepped out for a moment and will be back soon. Let's continue to other places to gather supplies. We must find a way to ease the shortage of food on the front line. They couldn't do much about weapons, but they could help with food. Every grain they collected now could save a soldier's life. Even though they were often chased away, as long as there was a chance, Shen Lingyuan and her team wouldn't give up. After leaving Lin's house, they continued to go door to door collecting donations. At the same time, they also encouraged young men to join the army and contribute to the country. However, the results were not as satisfying as hoped. After a whole day of effort, they hadn't gathered much grain, and the number of mouths to feed had increased. Despite this, Shen Lingyuan and the others remained patient and friendly toward everyone. In this era, only tough people dare to go to war. Normal people, unless forced into a corner, are not as brave at the start of a war as they become later. Universal conscription will eventually become a reality in this country. "Dad, the city is getting more chaotic. Be careful when you go out." Back at Longhu Mountain, Lin Qingyu immediately went to find Lin Fuguei. He was followed by a group of people, each armed with modern weapons. Lin Qingyu looked closely and found that all these people were Lin Fuguei's adopted sons. Most of these adopted sons were carefully chosen by Lin Fuguei and were absolutely loyal to him. They had to be strong or have special skills, plus be loyal, to become his adopted sons. In their family, being an adopted son was a symbol of status and trust. Don't worry, look at this team. Who can compare to me, Dad? But my daughter is right. We still need to be careful. We can't let things turn bad. Lin Fuguei appreciated his daughter's concern and asked about the situation in the city. The city can only be described with one word now: chaotic. In short, we should get ready. Father, something's wrong. Little 18 hurried in from outside, looking panicked. Before he reached close, his voice already rang out. What's all the fuss about? This isn't proper. What happened? Why are you so anxious? Lin Fuguei scolded him angrily, then asked what was going on. Father, there's fighting in the city. I heard the front line has fallen, and a large number of enemy soldiers are rushing toward us. The city has already opened fire. Many civilians have been killed or injured. Only the wealthy merchants and officials are still holding on with their elite guards. Hearing this, Lin Fuguei frowned. Where is Lu Junsen? Although the warlord's headquarters is not nearby, they have sent many people to guard this place. Lu Junsheng is the city defense officer here. He has a lot of soldiers under his command, so even if a fight breaks out, the city won't fall easily. I heard it's because his brother-in-law is getting married, so he went to the celebration. He still hasn't come back. The city defense soldiers he took out are quite a few, and the remaining ones are holding the city with others. Hearing this, Lin Fuguei couldn't help but curse loudly. Lu Junsheng, how could you be so careless? Things outside are in chaos, and you still have the mood to attend your brother-in-law's wedding. Even if he went to the wedding, he should have come back by now. Maybe he found out about the situation in the city and ran away. Lin Fuguei couldn't help but curse. Although they had moved out, he still cared about the city. Qiushui City was where they had lived for decades. Many neighbors, business partners, and customers who bought from their shop were still there. Familiar faces flashed through Lin Fuguei's mind. If no one helped, these people might disappear from his world forever. Dad, do you want to go help? Lin Qingyu saw her father's hesitation right away. Although the old man was a bit greedy, and people often cursed him behind his back as a greedy man, deep down, Lin Fuguei was not heartless. He would give to beggars passing by, so he cared about the villagers he lived with. Qingyu, do you think it's possible? I know it's dangerous, but our weapons are enough to handle this crisis. The weapons on him gave Lin Fuguei enough courage. He was also wearing armor stronger than a bulletproof vest. Unless someone hit him on the head, it would be hard to hurt him. Moreover, if Qiushui City really fell, it would affect him greatly. Then I will go with you. Seeing Lin Fuguei about to refuse, Lin Qingyu quickly explained. Our country will face chaos sooner or later. The earlier I get involved, the sooner I can learn to protect myself. I can't stay in the mountains forever without going out. If I don't adapt quickly now, someday if I get separated, I might become an easy target. Dad, I haven't wasted these years abroad. My shooting skills are just as good as those of my brothers. This has been recognized by Lin Fuguei's adopted sons. Actually, Lin Qingyu's shooting ability was developed through intensive training in space. Moreover, Lin Qingyu comes from a post-apocalyptic world where he has handled more advanced guns than those in this world. Although not as advanced as those from the interstellar era, compared to the weapons here, they are far superior. All right, since you insist, I'll take you with me. But Qingyu, you must promise me not to act recklessly and to follow my instructions. Lin Fuguei repeatedly asked, and Lin Qingyu promised again and again. Then, he roughly selected about 70 or 80 people to go down the mountain. Everyone carried the most advanced weapons, and all their ammunition was fully loaded. They didn't have time to change magazines, giving them an advantage in battle. Meanwhile, in Qiushui City, the people were feeling hopeless as waves of enemies kept attacking. Fellow villagers, hold on. As long as we defend this wave, reinforcements will arrive soon. This was probably the mayor's menacing shout. Everyone was starting to feel numb from hearing it. But besides following orders, they didn't know what else to do. It's too late to escape now. All the exits were blocked by enemies, so they could only work with the city defense officials to have a slim chance. Although Lu Junsheng was not present, his deputy had taken over his duties. At this moment, the deputy was leading everyone in effective defense. Are these little devils not sleeping at all in the middle of the night? Every half hour, they launch an attack. Are they not afraid of dying? It must be said, these little enemies are quite patient. They attack every half hour, wave after wave, endlessly. It seems they want to wear down their ammunition gradually with their numbers. As long as the people in the city lack gunpowder, capturing the city will be an easy task. When Lin Qingyu and his team arrived outside the city, they saw smoke rising everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Little enemies. I don't know how many of our people they've killed. I wish I could personally take them down. Lin Fuguei tightly held a silver-colored weapon in his hand. It looked a bit like a gun, but it was different from the pistols they had seen before. The body of the weapon was larger and more three-dimensional. As soon as they aimed at the enemy, they could not escape their fire. Dad, why are you hesitating? There are fewer enemies here. Let's deal with them first, then go to support the front gate. They came from the back of the city, which was closer to Longhu Mountain. So, every time they returned home, they took this route. Listen to my daughter. Brothers, get ready to attack. Let's finish this quickly. Those behind, remember to clean up the battlefield. Lin Fuguei was very nervous. Otherwise, how could he call his adopted sons brothers? Most of the leaders of this team were Lin Fuguei's adopted sons. Some of them were orphans he had taken in, others were children from good families. Some had been raised with him since childhood, and others were chosen for their skills and character. In short, each one was a top fighter and his most trusted subordinate. Meanwhile, inside the city, some people were neglecting their duties. Guarding the front and back gates was dangerous, and defending the back gate led to trouble. While they were busy, suddenly the firepower from the back gate weakened significantly. This gave the people inside the city a chance to breathe. Outside the city, Lin Fuguei held a shining weapon and led 70 or 80 men forward. The enemies here were quickly defeated. Under a barrage of bullets, few could avoid being hit. Previously, some people felt discouraged, but after hearing that reinforcements had arrived, everyone regained their fighting spirit. Suddenly, the small enemy soldiers outside the city started to retreat step by step. They had been afraid to do this before, because their supplies were limited. Without reinforcements, they had to be careful with their resources. Now that reinforcements had arrived, they had no reason to hold back. News of the reinforcements spread quickly through Qiushui City. Everyone became more united and fought so fiercely that the enemy soldiers lost their way. Isn't it said that the city defense officers are not inside Qiushui City? How can they be so strong? The sneaky, bald enemy soldier glared angrily at his subordinate. This message was personally reported by the subordinate. Since the officer had scolded him, the subordinate didn't know how to explain himself. Something's wrong, Major. The team attacking the north gate has lost contact. Our scouts report that the entire force was wiped out. Hearing this, the Major's eyes turned red with anger. He looked at his subordinate and slapped him hard. The subordinate's face burned with pain, but he dared not resist. Tell me what exactly happened. I had already sent people to intercept Lu Junsen. How did he manage to return? The enemy officer was very angry. After spending so much effort, if they couldn't take Qiushui City, how could he report back to his superiors? It seems it wasn't Lu Junsen and his group, but another team. This team appeared suddenly, and there was no news about them before. Hearing the scouts report, the subordinate, who had been slapped, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his intelligence wasn't wrong, he couldn't be blamed. But seeing his superior's fierce gaze, he didn't dare speak. No matter what, we must take Qiushui City tonight. The enemy soldiers didn't plan to retreat, but launched a fierce attack again. At this moment, Lin Fuguei had already arrived inside the city with his men. Because the enemy soldiers at the north gate had been wiped out, the pressure inside the city shifted entirely to the south gate. So it's Lord Lin. I was just wondering who the reinforcements were. I didn't expect it to be Lord Lin himself coming to help. Zhao Gang is Lu Junsheng's deputy and, besides Lu Junsheng, the most important official in Qiushui City. He came to thank Lin Fuguei on behalf of everyone and also mentioned the situation inside Qiushui City. No need for polite words. Let's first drive back the enemy, he said. Lin Fuguei ordered his men to help defend the city, while he stood with Zhao Gang and others. They watched the battle outside and discussed how to respond next. Besides Zhao Gang, almost all the prominent people in the city gathered here. Some contributed money, others provided weapons, and some brought people. In a time of life and death, no one backed down. Those who were timid, like Lin Fuguei, had already left early. The ones who stayed were just willing to take a gamble. This world is already chaotic. No matter where you go, you face these struggles. Rather than going far away and being unfamiliar with the place, getting bullied, it's better to stay put. Since everyone is being exploited anyway, using money to keep their families safe is worth it. They work hard to earn money so that when danger comes, they can protect themselves better. Lin Qingyu and a few brothers found a corner and started shooting at the enemies below. Surprisingly, their weapons quickly attracted attention. But because the battle was urgent, no one approached to talk. Everyone had made up their minds. After this war, they would go back and ask their masters where Lin Fuguei got such powerful weapons. These guns were much more advanced than theirs. It's said that Lin Fuguei had sent Miss Lin abroad early to study. Perhaps she found the way to get these weapons? Anyway, everyone had their own plans and thoughts. Lin Qingyu didn't care about all that. Since these weapons had already been exposed, they couldn't be ignored. If the other side could produce what she wanted, she wouldn't mind helping them buy a batch. Making a profit from middlemen was just normal for her, coming from a merchant family. Host, the red, has lit up. The battle continued, but in Lin Qingyu's mind, she received a message from 005. She opened the holographic screen and saw that the small red, related to the interstellar realm Little May, was indeed blinking. Lin Qingyu quietly stepped back after telling the person beside her. She found a quiet place and entered the trading platform. Qingyu, why do you look so messy? Are you in a fight over there? Little May asked, surprised when she saw Lin Qingyu looking so disheveled. Yes, I am in a battle right now. Before she could put away her gun, Lin Qingyu hurried over. Since you are busy with something, I'll keep it brief. I need to order a large amount of food supplies, the more the better, and you can set the price. This time, Little May was buying food not for herself, but on behalf of someone else. She and Lin Qingyu shared the same idea. As long as they didn't reveal the sky trading system, earning a small profit as middlemen was fine. Moreover, each transaction earns points. Although she didn't know what these points were for yet, since they existed, they must have some special meaning. Perfect timing. I need a complete weapon manufacturing line. Do you have one? Preferably fully automated, so it can produce weapons without human help. In the past, she wouldn't have even dreamed of such things. But after learning about the sky trading system, 005 told her quite a bit. Now that she had some knowledge, she knew how to trade. Exchanging only a few weapons would be too costly. If she could get the entire production line, that would be great. Is it still the low-level weapon production line like before? Little May didn't mind. Not just the people she traded with, she herself had dozens of production lines. It was just that finding very low-level ones was a bit difficult. But no matter how hard it is, she could just find someone to remake one. Remember, selling her food supplies brought her plenty of resources. The two quickly completed the trade. Lin Qingyu had accumulated quite a bit of food over this period, just enough to trade with the other party. This way, they won't owe money anymore, and both of them are happy with their cooperation. Xiao Mei knows she has gained a lot. Besides providing Lin Qingyu with the necessary weapon production line, she also gave her some weapon samples. Although these are samples, each one is a high-quality piece. If Lin Qingyu needs, better weapons can be traded later. It wasn't until Lin Qingyu saw the samples Xiao Mei gave her that she realized how silly her previous ideas were. She thought the weapons she traded before could fully support a battle, and guns that didn't need to change magazines were already very advanced. But she didn't know there were even more powerful weapons. One type of gun is a laser weapon that can flatten a mountain with just one shot. Lin Qingyu even considered whether she should visit the island country. Instead of letting the other side cause trouble in her own country, it might be better to bring the fight to their land. The people of Manhwa have deep hatred for the Japanese. No one can forget that history, and no one can swallow this hatred. If given the chance, Lin Qingyu definitely wants to visit the island country. Rather than letting the other side keep popping up to bother her, it's better to settle everything once and for all, and not give them a chance to fight back. These weapons are so powerful that Lin Qingyu doesn't dare to use them casually. After all, they would destroy her own country and land. She can't bear to harm her own territory. By the way, Xiao Mei, do you have anything that can change a person's appearance? Thinking about her upcoming plans, she didn't want to show her true face. Although being a hero is very honorable, sometimes the hero's family can face more attacks. She didn't want Lin Fugui to be in danger because of her actions. So, she wanted to hide her real face and use a different one for what she was about to do. This glasses can change your appearance once you wear them. You can imagine the look you want in your mind first, then make fine adjustments. After receiving your instructions, these glasses will change your appearance according to your wishes. Xiao Mei personally helped Lin Qingyu put on the glasses. This way, even if the glasses are lost someday, others won't notice anything unusual. In the eyes of outsiders, this is just an ordinary pair of silver-rimmed glasses. But only Lin Qingyu knows that these are a magical tool comparable to Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. Thank you, Xiao Mei. These are my favorite snacks. I'm giving them to you to try. This time, she brought out some small snacks she had stockpiled from her previous world. They are no longer pastries, but things like crispy noodles, cookies, and spicy strips. Although everyone says these are unhealthy, Lin Qingyu really likes to eat them. Thanks for the snacks. I just finished the last of the treats you gave me last time, and I was worried about how to ask you for more. After exchanging gifts, knowing that Lin Qingyu had other things to do, they didn't stay to chat. Each of them happily took their items and returned to their own worlds. Lin Qingyu glanced at the bracelet on her wrist, which Xiao Mei had traded her for a space ring. The space inside is about 10,000 square meters, very large, enough to hold many things. With this space ring, she has a good excuse to hide the secret of her space. Of course, she prefers not to reveal it if she can help it. Fortunately, the space ring can be obtained through trading, so she plans to grow more crops and exchange them for better treasures. Even if she doesn't need these resources now, they will be useful in the future. Her idea is simple. Since she can use the trading system in this world, she should exchange for as many good things as possible. The interstellar world is, honestly, her preferred trading partner, because they need food, and every item they offer is a treasure. If she traded with another world, she might not have anything valuable to exchange. No matter what Lin Qingyu thinks, she has returned to the battlefield. The war outside is nearing its end. Thanks to strong military support, the enemy is now in decline. Lin Qingyu feels she is no longer needed here, so she returns to the Lin family estate. Her father is still discussing the current situation with others, and Lin Qingyu can't get involved. This is a good chance for her to use the time to install the production line in her space. Once she finishes installing the entire Silver Wolf production line, she feels much better. This production line is mainly used to produce the Silver Wolf guns she has. At the same time, it can produce several other types of weapons. Lin Qingyu thinks that switching the production line is the smartest choice. Xiao Mei also gave her a lot of raw materials. These materials are not special, just common ores like iron, copper, and silver. With her father Lin Fugui's influence locally, she can find many more. The gun is valuable because of its technology and craftsmanship, not the raw materials. According to Xiao Mei, this Silver Wolf gun has been phased out in the interstellar world. Most advanced civilizations have replaced it with better weapons, except for wandering aliens still using it. Although she doesn't communicate much with Xiao Mei, Lin Qingyu knows that the interstellar world isn't very peaceful. They can carry weapons at any time, and you can never guess how powerful the weapons on others are. Even spaceships can be stored in small space pockets. It's clear that people in the interstellar world can't be controlled by laws. Of course, Lin Qingyu isn't worried about that. Where there are rebels, there are even more violent ways to suppress them. There's always a way to control disobedient people. Actually, she really wants to visit the interstellar world once. She just doesn't know when she'll get that chance. She wants to see the production line in action, turning raw ores into Silver Wolf weapons. The gun she holds is called Silver Wolf. Inside, it has a foldable space to hold many bullets. There's another smaller gun, which is more compact but holds more bullets than the Silver Wolf. However, that gun's shooting range is shorter, suitable for close combat. When she traded with Xiao Mei, she was given that one first. But Lin Qingyu thinks both guns have their own features, and she can produce some of each. When she left the space, it was almost dawn. Seeing that Lin Fuguei hadn't returned, she went to the kitchen to ask the maid to prepare breakfast. She then headed to the city lord's mansion to check the situation there. The fighting outside had already ended in the late night. Now, all of Qiushui City was quiet. Apart from patrol soldiers, she didn't see anyone. But most people in Autumn Water City know Lin Qingyu, so no one dares to trouble her. They arrived smoothly at the city lord's mansion. As Lin Fuguei came out, he saw his obedient daughter walking toward him. He quickly quickened his pace and reached his daughter. "Why are you out? It's not safe outside. Why aren't you staying at home?" Lin Fuguei looked at Lin Qingyu with some worry. "I was thinking that since you haven't come back yet, I was a bit worried. Dad, I've already arranged breakfast. Let's go back quickly." He glanced behind her at the curious onlookers. Lin Qingyu ignored their thoughts and pulled Lin Fuguei to leave. That was the daughter of Lord Lin, right? Lin family's young lady is truly impressive, no less than a man. No wonder she's the daughter of Lord Lin. Zhao Gang watched their backs and had some ideas. He still hasn't married, and if he could catch Lin Fuguei's eye and become his son-in-law, his future would look brighter. Although Lu Junxing treats him well, Zhao Gang also wants to reach higher positions. Aren't those so-called great generals supported by wealthy families? Why can't he do the same? Unaware that he was being watched by an ambitious man, Lin Qingyu didn't care, even if she knew. With someone like Zhao Gang, who still wants to pursue her, she didn't want to stay with someone full of schemes. Moreover, with the country in crisis, she had no time for romantic affairs. She had important work to do. The father and daughter returned home. The servants had just brought out breakfast. They sat at the table and ate peacefully, just like before. "Dad, can you find someone to bring me some minerals?" After finishing breakfast, Lin Qingyu stopped Lin Fuguei, who was about to leave. She brought up the matter of finding materials. "What kind of minerals do you want?" Although she didn't understand why her daughter was interested in minerals, Lin Fuguei agreed immediately. "I want all the minerals you can find, mainly iron, silver, and copper." Hearing this, Lin Fuguei became more confused. "Girl, what do you want these for?" The young girl cares about pretty clothes, and it's not surprising if she also wants gold and silver jewelry. But what is this, or used for? "Dad, do you think the Silver Wolf gun is good?" Lin Qingyu was talking about these guns for the first time, so Lin Fuguei didn't react immediately. He only realized what she meant when he saw her holding a silver weapon. So this gun is called Silver Wolf. Yes, it's very good. The reason I came back so late is because those old foxes wanted to trick me. They also wanted to buy my Silver Wolf for a lot of money, but that's just a dream." Lin Fuguei lifted his head proudly, showing a confident look. If this batch of weapons fell into someone else's hands, how could he be the boss of Qiushui City? With this weapon, even if Lu Junxing returned, he would have to call him Mr. Lin. "Do you want more of these?" Hearing Lin Qingyu, Lin Fuguei immediately understood why she wanted the ore. "Girl, do you know how to make these weapons?" Lin Fuguei was very excited inside. In this world, if you want to get rich, there's nothing better than trading weapons. Before, he had no way to do it. Even if he wanted to buy, he had to pay a lot to persuade someone. If he also had a way to do it, he could become a very important person. "I definitely can't do it, but my classmate can. He brought the production line back from abroad, but now he needs raw materials." "Dad, do you want to get involved?" Hearing her answer, even though this business wasn't his, having a way to get the materials could make Lin Fuguei a big figure. He immediately nodded. He was afraid his daughter might change her mind if he waited too long. "Then do as I say, find all these materials. Remember, the more materials you find, the less money you'll need to buy the Silver Wolf. Those people want to buy weapons from you, right?" The price they'll pay depends on you. Hearing Lin Qingyu, Lin Fugue got very excited. Girl, you really are my lucky star. All right, leave this matter to me. I promise I will handle it clearly. Lin Fugue left excitedly, while Lin Qingyu rested her chin on her hands, thinking about her next plan. Meanwhile, over at Shunling Yuan's side, she had already taken the prepared supplies to the front line. She didn't know that, at this moment, someone far away in Qiushui City was just thinking of her. Achu achu, comrade Shunling Yuan, do you have a cold? Her companion asked worriedly after hearing her sneezing repeatedly. No, I don't feel unwell. Maybe someone is secretly cursing me. To prepare these supplies, Shunling Yuan had begged and annoyed many people. Many found her so bothersome that they dared to scold her openly or behind her back. But Shunling Yuan didn't care. As long as she could gather enough supplies to send to the front, she was willing to bow and call everyone Grandma. 005. Does the system mall have planting robots? Can you help me get one? Once again, the system pulled her out of bed in the middle of the night, making Lin Qingyu feel like she was about to break down. Being called to wake up at any time was really hard to endure. She was sleeping deeply, and now being called up meant she might not sleep well later, losing her energy during the day. But when the crops mature wasn't something she could control. Anyway, the time flow inside the space was different from the outside world. The supplies stored there experienced almost no passage of time, and the plants grew at an incredible speed. This space artifact was simply impossible to explain logically. She was working hard to stockpile more food and exchange resources with Xiao Mei. She even asked the system to watch over it, so as soon as the crops matured, she would be immediately called to harvest. Yes, host. Planting robot, 180 points each. Planting fairy, 800 points each. Space butler, 10,000 points each. System, your price range is too wide. Hearing the system's quotes, Lin Qingyu was speechless. The price difference was just too big. Or you can hire the system to help you with planting. You only need to provide points, and this system is definitely better than those other options. After hearing the high price, and then the system's offer, Lin Qingyu started to doubt whether the price list had been altered. She didn't believe it and personally checked the system shop. Surprisingly, all the prices listed by 005 were real. So, she felt a bit discouraged. How many points do I need to hire you to plant food for me? Lin Qingyu asked worriedly. Host, if the price is fair, this system can not only help you plant food but also organize your space. Just hire me as your small space manager. Whenever you need something, just tell me, and I can find it for you in a second. Plus, I can help plan your space, saving time, effort, and points. 005 was desperately showing off its advantages, hoping the host would hire a higher-level service. Tell me your price. Planting food costs 10 points per month, and being your small space manager costs 50 points per month. Unexpectedly, the price offered was not expensive. But how many points does Lin Qingyu earn from completing a world mission? 50 points a month is hard for her to afford right now. Hiring for a month occasionally is okay, but if she hires continuously, she will probably go bankrupt before finishing her tasks. Can you give me a discount? Lin Qingyu tapped her hand and asked hopefully. Of course. If you can help me exchange some things I need with Xiao Mei, I can plant food for free. This shows the purpose. To get benefits or commissions. After all, there are many good things in the interstellar world, and even 005 is quite envious. It rarely gets assigned to such high-level worlds and can only watch other systems make money. Although it couldn't go to the interstellar world this time, its host was linked to the All-Heaven trading system. There are many things that can be operated here. Of course, just a little more food consumption in these few years. After I solve the country's crisis, the remaining items can be exchanged freely for what we like. Hearing the host's promise, 005 immediately became excited. The host is right. This war won't last much longer. One day it will end. When that happens, as long as the Sky trading system is still active, they can continue trading supplies. Initially, they focused on weapons, but later, they could exchange for more interesting items. This story mainly involves two people, each motivated by the other's big plans, and they start working their careers. Once the situation in Autumn Water City stabilizes, Lin Fugue's mineral preparations are nearly complete. Lin Qingyu uses the excuse of going to buy weapons from her classmates to leave Autumn Water City with a large amount of ore. Originally, Lin Fugue was going to go with her, but his daughter refused. So, he had to stay patiently at Dragon Tiger Mountain, waiting for his daughter to return. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu, leaving Autumn Water City, shakes off the person her father sent to protect her. She disguises herself as a refined, handsome man. He wears silver-rimmed glasses and looks very cultured. When she appears again, she is already at the most intense fighting area. "Comrade, are you the new political commissar?" A tall, burly man in tattered military clothes and with a beard suddenly steps in front of Lin Qingyu. He looks her over carefully, as if comparing her to someone in his mind. Only after confirming that she is the person he's looking for does he speak. Seeing the strange expression on Lin Qingyu's face, the man quickly adds, "Hello, Commissar. I am Zhao Dainiu from the First Army. Our squad leader asked me to pick you up." Lin Qingyu knows her identity has been misunderstood, but she doesn't explain immediately. She came here to deliver supplies to her own troops. As long as they are fighting the enemy, she doesn't care which unit they belong to. Anyway, these weapons will be used to fight the enemy. Lead the way. Lin Qingyu follows him through winding paths to a village. This village is very hidden, located in a strategic spot. It's not far from the county seat, near a main road, with good transportation, yet it remains discreet. If you're not familiar with the terrain, you might not notice that such a village exists in this quiet place. It's thanks to these people finding such a well-hidden spot. Lin Qingyu followed Zhao Dainiu into the village. On the way, many people greeted them. When they learned that Lin Qingyu was the new political officer, everyone became even more friendly. "Hello, comrade. My name is Zhao Xingtian, the half-son of Xingtian." Just as Zhao Dainiu was about to lead her into a small house, a rough-looking man suddenly came out. Although he was muttering to himself, he seemed educated. But just by watching his words and actions and hearing his rough voice, it was clear he was a simple, rough man. And calling himself Xingtian's half-son, he probably got that name from a fortune teller. "Hee, that new political officer, let me tell you, my name has a big story." Zhao Xingtian knew that every time he introduced his name, people would think more about it. So, he quickly explained. "When I was born, there was a big drought in my hometown and everyone said I wouldn't survive. My father didn't believe that, so he took me to a fortune teller to get a reading. Guess what happened? He said my birth could change the disaster. The drought was very serious, but because I was born, it was eased. The fortune teller checked my birth chart and gave me a name. He said he had seen everything in the world and that I was a son of victory, so my name was born." Seeing that Lin Qingyu didn't speak, Zhao Xingtian kept going. "Don't doubt it. When my father finished the reading, that very night, it started pouring rain. The land, which was dry, got soaked and watered. The river also started to fill up. Since I was born, the drought has been eased. For several years after that, the weather was good, and everyone in the village said I was lucky." Lin Qingyu saw that he was excited and felt she should say something, or she'd feel rude. "So, your fate is pretty good." She was not sure how to talk to this rough man, so she simply said, "Well, I told you, my fate is definitely strong. Don't judge me by my rough words, I'm brave in battle. My best skill is turning small into big, winning with fewer people. Political commissar, come inside. Let me carefully tell you about my past achievements." Thus, Lin Qingyu arrived here, but before he could do anything, Zhao Xingtian pulled him aside to listen to his bragging. "Old Zhao, what you're saying isn't much. Those stories are just good luck on your part. Do you know what real strength is?" Once they got to know each other better, Lin Qingyu fully integrated into the group. When speaking, he no longer held back like before. He also shifted from seeing himself as just a girl to truly thinking of himself as a real man. "Old Lin, I don't like hearing that. Have you met someone even more impressive than me?" Zhao Xingtian poured tea and was about to drink when he heard Lin Qingyu's words. He almost spat out his tea. Is this old Lin also a big talker? He had just praised him for being brave and strong, and now suddenly he says it's nothing? "Old Lin, if you don't tell me the secret to your success today, Old Zhao won't consider you a friend." Zhao Xingtian's eyes were big like bells, looking eager to argue with Lin Qingyu. Captain, calm down first. Commissar Lin comes from a big city, so he's probably seen more than us rough folks. I heard that Commissar Lin has even been abroad. There are many foreign gadgets, some we've never seen before. Why don't we let Commissar Lin tell us about his interesting experiences? Zhao Xingtian's bragging wasn't finished, but others like Zhao Dainiu, who watched from the side, wanted to see something new. Their captain had told stories like this over 800 times. Even if they didn't listen, they could repeat every word. Instead of listening to the captain's bragging, they wanted to hear about the new and exciting experiences of the commissar. Old Zhao, words are just words. Come on, let's find a quiet place. I'll show you a special treasure. Lin Qingyu knew that she had gained trust by using someone else's identity. When she first arrived, no one really believed she was capable. She understood a simple truth. No matter where you go, as long as you have skill, others will respect you. It is very easy to buy these people. Just give them weapons. And they want good weapons that others don't have. Wow. Today I want to see what treasures you, Lao Lin, can show me that I haven't seen before. Our group even has powerful weapons like the Kai artillery. You only have a bag with you, so I don't believe you can bring out anything good. Zhao Xingtian also got annoyed. Today, even if Lin Qingyu didn't leave the house, it wouldn't be okay. He got off the bed, put on his shoes, and dragged Lin Qingyu outside. Meanwhile, Zhao Dainiu and others followed loudly, wanting to see something interesting. They soon arrived at a quiet forest, a place where Zhao Dainiu's group usually practiced shooting. There were many empty wine bottles and some swinging copper coins hanging from the trees. This shows that the group cares a lot about training their soldiers. Come on, Lao Lin. Let me see your treasure. Zhao Xingtian thought Lin Qingyu might bring out some rare gun. Everyone crossed their arms, waiting for her to show. Why are you in such a hurry? Good food is worth waiting for. Today, I will show you my treasure. Lin Qingyu took off her backpack and took out a cloth bag. She uncovered it, revealing a silver-colored gun. This should be a pistol, but why does it look so strange? Their guns usually have long, thin barrels, but this one has a thick barrel. They had never seen such a weapon before, and felt it looked a bit unreliable. Your thing looks pretty, but good looks can't feed you. From just looking at it, the range won't be long. Zhao Xingtian smirked with a look of contempt. Huh. You dare to look down on my silver wolf? Lin Qingyu raised her right hand and started shooting immediately. At first, Zhao Xingtian and others didn't pay much attention, but soon, after she fired more than 10 shots and kept shooting, they realized something was special. Captain, this is even more exciting than a machine gun. Zhao Dainiu's eyes lit up. He stared at the silver wolf in Lin Qingyu's hand, eager to it and cherish it himself. Lao Lin, stop showing off your magic tricks. With so many bullets fired, you really are a wasteful person. Zhao Xingtian felt distressed as he grabbed the silver wolf and examined it carefully. After firing so many bullets, this gun is still cold. Touching the cold feeling coming from the gun, Zhao Xingtian pressed the silver wolf to his face to sense it closely. Captain, let us take a look too. Seeing their captain holding onto the silver wolf tightly, Zhao Dainiu couldn't help but it away. You little brat, how dare you take something from my hand? Zhao Xingtian pouted and pointed at Zhao Dainiu, scolding him angrily. Captain? We're not stealing, we're just borrowing. Just let us see it. A few brothers immediately surrounded Zhao Dainiu, worried Zhao Xingtian would take the silver wolf back. Such a bunch of little wolves. Zhao Xingtian didn't do as his brothers expected and take back the silver wolf. Instead, he walked over to Lin Qingyu and asked about the weapon. Old Lin, I'm asking you this time, can you tell me where you got this gun? Zhao Xingtian's tone became more friendly, and he looked at the new political officer, feeling much more comfortable. Although the other person looked like a delicate young man, appearing weak and helpless, his shooting skills just now earned Zhao Xingtian's respect. Even though Lin Qingyu was shooting rapidly, every shot hit the target center. This kind of skill, even Zhao Xingtian himself wasn't sure he could do every time. It's a long story. Come on, let's find a place to talk slowly. Lin Qingyu took Zhao Xingtian back first, leaving the silver wolf with Zhao Dainiu and the others. There were still many bullets inside, and even if they shot all afternoon, they might not finish them. Moreover, this weapon was originally meant for them. It was a matter of giving it to them sooner or later. Old Lin, tell me carefully, where did you get this weapon? Is this the only one? Can you get more of them? As soon as Zhao Xingtian got home, he asked 3 questions in a row. You're asking me so many questions at once. Which one should I answer first? Lin Qingyu calmly poured himself a cup of tea. Look at what you're saying. I'm just excited about the hunt and couldn't help myself. We have plenty of time. Take your time, old Lin. Zhao Xingtian was talking to Lin Qingyu, asking about the origin of the silver wolf. Meanwhile, in the town, a well-mannered man wearing silver-rimmed glasses sat at a tea stall, waiting anxiously. Didn't we agree to meet here? Someone was supposed to come and pick me up. It's almost dark, and no one has shown up yet. Could something have happened to Zhao Xingtian? Lin Yingjie looked at the sky and muttered to himself. It seems no one will come today. I'll find a shop to stay in for now and figure out the news later. This gun is called Silver Wolf, and only I know how to get it. But, Captain, how much money do we have in the team right now? Lin Qingyu exchanged supplies with Xiao Mei, using quite a bit of food. In this era, food is also an important resource. So she couldn't always pay without considering the cost. Whenever possible, she tried to recover some of the expenses. Commissar, our team is really poor. Zhao Xingtian was about to complain about their lack of funds, but Lin Qingyu interrupted him. Don't try to pull that on me. The gun isn't mine, so I can't give it to you for free. If you want it, you have to trade something. Seeing Lin Qingyu's cold expression, Zhao Xingtian understood that she was right. If you want good things, you have to pay a price. But our team really doesn't have much money. Maybe I should report to the higher-ups. They didn't have money, but they could ask for help from their superiors. Such a good weapon shouldn't be missed. If other teams, especially those little enemies, get it first when they go to war, it will only make things harder for them. So, even if it means selling everything, Zhao Xingtian would find a way to get some back. Remember to bring Daniel along. Lin Qingyu knew they needed some time to gather supplies. Although she wouldn't stay here too long, she still had some time. I understand. Commissar, you rest well in this room. Later, I will have someone bring you food. I took Daniel out for a walk. We'll be back early tomorrow morning. Before we return, please don't run around. Zhao Xingtian didn't even eat dinner. He found Zhao Daniu, who was still practicing shooting in the woods, and the two went to the command headquarters overnight. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu finished a hearty dinner sent by the village woman and went to bed early. The journey had been very tiring, and there was always the risk of war happening anywhere along the way. She hadn't had a good sleep these days. As for Zhao Xingtian, when he arrived at the command headquarters, he noticed everyone looking at him strangely. Zhao Xingtian, you lazybones, I told you this afternoon to go to town and pick up Commissar Lin. Before he could speak, his superior scolded him loudly. Oh, Commander, you're mistaken about me. I had Dania bring Commissar Lin back this afternoon. We've been together all afternoon. By the way, Commander, this time, you finally set me a decent person. We got along very well with the Commissar. The previous Commissars sent out either died in battle or got angry and left because of Zhao Xingtian. If the commander hadn't seen that Zhao Xingtian was good at fighting, he would have dismissed him long ago and sent him to the front lines as cannon fodder. This guy has a very bad temper, and ordinary people can't control him. He also loves to boast. If you don't listen, he can get angry quickly. He has his own way of doing things in the military and doesn't listen to advice. He's stubborn, even more difficult to manage than a village donkey. Zhao Xingtian, I never thought I'd see the day when you still dare to lie to me. Commissar Lin has come to us. Who exactly did you pick up? The commander was very angry when he heard this and reached out to pull his ear. Zhao Xingtian had anticipated this and quickly moved behind Colonel Liu. Commander, you've misunderstood our leader. I personally went to pick her up this afternoon. Commissar Lin is a good person, and we get along very well. Commander Lin also brought us new weapons. If we have these, we can quickly drive the enemy out of our country. Zhao Xingtian's words might make the commander think he's lying. But Zhao Dania said it, so the commander had to think carefully. Commander Lin went to the headquarters to ask for an explanation, which shows he wasn't received properly. However, Zhao Daniu said they brought Lin commander back. What exactly happened? Both of you, tell me clearly. Zhao Daniu, where did you find Lin Commander? Next, there was a thorough questioning. Zhao Daniu explained everything. When he arrived in town, when he met Lin Qingyu, and when he brought her to the village, all in detail. Everyone frowned as they listened. If Zhao Daniu really brought Lin Commander back, then who is the person who came to their headquarters? They had verified Lin Yingjia's identity and found no problems. So, the issue must be with the Lin Commander from Zhao Xingtian's side. Tell me, he brought a new kind of weapon. Can you explain what it is exactly? After hearing Zhao Daniu's description, the commander finally calmed down. He wasn't in a rush to deal with the fake commander, but carefully asked his two trusted officers. Talking about Lin Commander, he's quite impressive. Commander, you don't know, he brought a gun called Silver Wolf. My goodness, Silver Wolf looks like a pistol, but it's more powerful than a machine gun. Blah blah blah. Zhao Xingtian and Zhao Daniu praised the Silver Wolf enthusiastically, making everyone else feel like they were hearing fairy tales. How can a pistol shoot like a machine gun? Isn't that just a fantasy? Everyone thought Zhao Xingtian and Zhao Daniu were just daydreaming in the daytime. Although it was already dark, such a weapon couldn't possibly exist. Just as everyone firmly denied it, Zhao Xingtian patted Zhao Daniu on the arm. Daniu, bring out the Silver Wolf so the commander can see. As soon as Zhao Xingtian finished speaking, Zhao Daniu took out the Silver Wolf. Seeing the weapon in Zhao Daniu's hand, everyone curiously gathered around. Just such a small gun, can it shoot dozens of bullets? Silver Wolf can fire single shots or continuous bursts. If you hold down the trigger, it will keep firing bullets non-stop. If you press the trigger once, it will shoot one bullet at a time. In short, operating the Silver Wolf is very easy. Almost anyone can learn it quickly. Commander, it's not that it can shoot dozens of bullets, but that we've already fired dozens, and it hasn't reached its limit yet. Hearing Zhao Daniu's explanation, everyone became even more nervous. According to Zhao Daniu, they had practiced with this gun all afternoon. But they hadn't yet tested its maximum capacity, which means this gun can hold more than just a few dozen bullets. Did Commissar Lin say how many bullets this gun can shoot? The commander took the Silver Wolf and examined it carefully. It felt cold to the touch and was not heavy at all. Even with his left hand, he could aim easily. And the recoil from firing was very small. That slight kick was almost negligible. This gun really is amazing. He found a place to try shooting a few rounds, and the commander immediately fell in love with the Silver Wolf. Commander, our political commissar said we need to buy the Silver Wolf. You know, our group doesn't have much money, and we can't use other supplies as payment. But such a good weapon, I really don't want to miss out. So we came overnight to discuss with you whether we can gather some supplies. After testing the power of the Silver Wolf, no one was willing to give up this weapon. When they heard they could buy it, everyone got excited. Poor? Which team isn't poor? No matter how poor or difficult, even if we have to sell everything, we must buy this weapon. Commander Lu looked at the Silver Wolf with longing, like a hungry old man who hadn't seen a beautiful woman in a long time. He almost rushed forward to hold it in his arms, unwilling to let go. Commander Lu is right. We must get this weapon. Then, did Commissar Lin say what we need to exchange? At this moment, everyone no longer cared whether Commissar Lin was real or fake. In their hearts, even if the other side is fake, as long as they can trade for the Silver Wolf, they consider them allies. The other side is mostly just a weapons dealer, seeking money, not to harm them. If they really trade with them, it means they're on the same side, so there's no need to worry. The political officer said that whether it's gold, silver, food, or minerals, they can be traded. The more resources we gather, the more Silver Wolves we can exchange. Zhao Xingtian quickly shared Lin Qingyu's conditions. These days, getting food is hard, but it's not so difficult to get some minerals. Zhao Xingtian knows of several mineral sites. Although they are abandoned now, as long as they start digging again, they can surely gather enough for their needs. Okay, go back and confirm with political officer Lin if she can give us some time so our brothers can dig out the minerals. As for food, we don't have much to spare, but Xiao Huangyu has a box. I don't know how much it can exchange. I'll have someone send the supplies to you, see how much we can trade first, and the rest can wait until the minerals are dug out. Thus, Zhao Xingtian couldn't stay overnight at the command center and hurried back to the village. Lin Qingyu was sleeping when she was awakened by knocking on the door. She guessed Zhao Xingtian had returned, so she got up and opened the door. Political Officer Lin, I've negotiated with the commander. We can gather some supplies tonight to buy the Silver Wolf, but the minerals you need still need to be dug out, so it will take some time. Zhao Xingtian knew it was not polite to wake people in the middle of the night, but he couldn't help himself. He excitedly shared the command center's research results with Lin Qingyu. If you have no one to mine the minerals, just tell me where the mineral sites are and I'll send people to dig. Don't worry, we will give you as many guns as you need. Not a single one will be missing. Since she was awakened, she no longer felt sleepy. After talking with Zhao Xingtian, the supplies arrived just in time. Lin Qingyu didn't unload the goods but took everyone and moved the supplies to another place overnight. When they reached the remote countryside and confirmed no one was nearby, they had someone set the items down. When Zhao Xingtian also looked back repeatedly while leading his people away, she only then stored the supplies into her space. Next, she moved a few boxes of the newly produced silver wolves onto a cart. About an hour later, Zhao Xingtian and his team returned. They had been worried that Lin Qingyu might run away after getting some benefits, but to their surprise, she didn't leave and was waiting for them at the spot. Zhao Xingtian immediately checked the weapons inside the boxes. After confirming they were silver wolves, he felt relieved. Luckily, everything is in order. Now I can report to the command center, he said. He also casually tucked 2 handfuls of weapons into his clothes before they carried everything back. This time, their group didn't spend a single coin. All supplies came from the command center and other groups. Zhao Xingtian knew they probably wouldn't get much, so during transport, he secretly had his men hide some weapons on themselves. Since the command center didn't know how many items he had swapped, hiding some secretly wouldn't be noticed. Back at the village, Lin Qingyu asked Zhao Xingtian to organize the location of the mineral veins and give the information to her, then she went back to rest. Zhao Xingtian personally escorted the weapons to the command center. When everyone checked the silver wolves and confirmed they were genuine, just like the ones they saw that night, they were all very excited. As for how they would divide and use the weapons, Lin Qingyu didn't interfere. The next day at noon, the woman who brought their meals woke her up. After eating, she wandered around the village until Zhao Xingtian and his team returned. This time, they also brought the location of the mineral veins, recorded on a note, and handed it to Lin Qingyu. Everyone was curious about who the person they traded with was. They thought that when they went mining, they would be able to find out who the other person was. So, they weren't in a hurry and decided to gather information from her. But unexpectedly, that night, Lin Qingyu left the village. She only left behind the weapons she promised to give them, including the silver wolves and 2 boxes of silver butterflies. Silver butterflies are guns Lin Qingyu mentioned before, which hold more bullets than silver wolves, but have a shorter range. By the time Zhao Xingtian and his team realized something was wrong, Lin Qingyu had already left. Above the box near the door, there was also a note explaining that I am not the political officer they are looking for, but a patriotic passerby. It also mentioned that the supplies provided by the other side are not enough to exchange for these weapons. Since we are all fighting against the little enemies, they offered us a friendly price. This moved Zhao Xingtian and others, but also made them feel a little disappointed. If they had more time, they could gather more supplies to exchange for more guns. But for now, this is already very good. The room was full of boxes, which contained mostly ammunition besides weapons. The Silver Wolf gun has a slightly special structure, but the bullets are not technically complex. Even their own military factory can produce them. Of course, if someone wants to study the Silver Wolf and imitate this kind of gun, they will find that once disassembled, it cannot be put back together. Basically, the Silver Wolf is a gun that can be taken apart and discarded, but cannot be reassembled. Not to mention current technology, even in the post-apocalyptic era, it's impossible. After leaving the village, Lin Qingyu found a quiet place and turned on Xiao Mei's red. She wanted to exchange some mining robots with the other side, preferably small enough to avoid detection. This way, mining wouldn't be noticed. Xiao Mei quickly found the corresponding miniature robots after hearing her request. She also traded the production line for these micro-mining robots to her. Since her last experience as an intermediary, many people have approached her. The offers they made were very tempting, making it hard for Xiao Mei to refuse. But she knew that Lin Qingyu was going through a tough time, and her farmland might already be damaged. Everyone was busy fighting, so who had time to farm? When she made this request, Xiao Mei felt a bit guilty. Lin Qingyu was already struggling, and collecting food for her was not easy. Every time she traded, she only gave away cheap items. Because of this, Xiao Mei also felt guilty. But I haven't decided what to trade yet. Okay, I'll give you some food first. You can give me anything useful in return. Lin Qingyu's space was working 24 hours a day, planting crops one after another. Her main crops were rice and wheat. She also grew some corn and soybeans, but in smaller amounts. Honestly, she had stored quite a lot of food. But she couldn't give too much at once, to avoid Xiao Mei thinking her food was endless. If she did that, it would be hard to trade good things later. Qingyu, collecting all this food must be hard for you, right? Let me trade you something good this time. After saying that, Xiao Mei left the trading space to prepare some items. About 10 minutes later, the other person logged back in. Qingyu, look, this is an invisible flying craft. From your description, your world probably hasn't reached advanced technology levels yet. Probably no one can detect this invisible craft. You can fly anywhere in the world with it. Even leaving the planet and exploring space is possible. However, this craft can't stay in space too long. It can only stay up to 15 days each time before needing to return to the planet for recharging. The energy for this invisible craft comes from sunlight. That means as long as there is sunlight, it has endless power. After hearing Xiao Mei's explanation, Lin Qingyu loved this flying craft and couldn't put it down. Before using it, the object was only palm-sized, a small round ball with a picture of a flying device carved on it. Only when in use does it change to the appropriate size, making it easier for its owner to operate. This flying device is not very big. If squeezed, it can hold up to 20 people. More than that is not possible. If you want a more comfortable and spacious experience, bringing 5 or 6 people is ideal. Of course, Lin Qingyu didn't plan to bring others. This is her first flying device, and it can even leave the planet to explore space. She wants to use it as her personal transportation and secret weapon, and no one else will know about it. Also, this thing is called a deep-sea explorer. Wearing it creates a safe zone around you, allowing you to swim freely in the ocean without suffocating from lack of oxygen or being attacked by other fish. Lin Qingyu was truly amazed. She never thought such a magical thing existed in the world. In the interstellar world, there are flying devices and spaceships, which she knows. But she didn't expect there to be such a wonderful device as the Deep-Sea Explorer. You don't need to ride a submarine, wear heavy protective gear, or carry oxygen tanks. Just wearing a necklace allows you to swim freely in the deep sea. This is a dream tool for many people. She never thought she would get to experience it today, thanks to bonding with the Skyworld trading system and meeting Xiao Mei. Thank you, Xiao Mei. I really like both of these things. Seeing that Lin Qingyu truly liked them, Xiao Mei finally showed a happy smile. These 2 items were carefully chosen by her, believing they would be useful for Lin Qingyu. They could also help ease her own feelings of guilt. After the transaction, both of them logged out of the trading platform and noticed a small red dot on their interfaces. Is this another New World Dimension trader appearing? Lin Qingyu happily clicked the small red, and in the next second, she reappeared on the trading platform. Unlike the previous sci-fi setting, this time the environment was styled in an ancient, elegant manner. In the distance, she could faintly see carved beams and painted pillars, with pavilions hidden deep in the mountains. Although I couldn't see anyone's figure, this scene made Lin Qingyu sure that it was an ancient world. As the saying goes, have you ever seen a pig run if you haven't eaten one? All of Lin Qingyu's guesses came from movies and novels she had watched. Hello, are you a trader from the All Heaven trading system? A hesitant voice sounded nearby. Lin Qingyu turned around and saw a somewhat melancholy, ancient, handsome man standing there. He was dressed in white clothes, with his hair styled high, and his long robes and wide sleeves stood proudly. Hello, I am a person from the Water Blue Star in the future. May I ask your name, sir? Since it was her first time seeing an ancient person, Lin Qingyu didn't know how to introduce herself. She could only describe herself as a person from the future. I am Jun Yiheng from the ancient cultivation world. You can call me fellow cultivator. Although he could tell that Lin Qingyu was just an ordinary person, Jun Yiheng still maintained the respect he should have. After all, she was from another world. Even as an ordinary person, she might bring him different information. Are you from the cultivation world? At first, Lin Qingyu thought the other person was just an ordinary ancient person, but then she realized he was from a cultivation world. That meant there could be many things to exchange. But what could she offer that the other side would value? They are cultivators, and they have everything they need. Just their long lifespan makes others envy them. May I ask, what can I exchange with you, young lady? Jun Yiheng was also using the all-heaven trading system for the first time. Honestly, he hadn't figured out what this thing was really for. Well, I want to exchange quite a few things. Martial arts manuals, cultivation resources, pills, weapons, spiritual flowers, and spiritual fruits. Lin Qingyu listed everything she could think of, and Jun Yiheng was stunned. Honestly, when I heard this news, I felt really disappointed. You are a cultivator in a world of cultivation, yet you don't have even the basic things? It doesn't seem to match what I read in the novels. It's not that I don't have them, but what you mentioned are rare resources, and I don't have many. Only after hearing Jun Yiheng's explanation did Lin Qingyu become interested again. Can you tell me what you do have? Even if I might not be able to trade for them, it's good to ask first. I have some ordinary spiritual fruits. Cultivators can use them to increase their spiritual power, and ordinary people can use them to extend their lives. Just this first item makes her a bit eager. Who wouldn't want to live a few more years? And these are valuable items. If used at the right moment, they could change many things. Do you have anything else? She continued to ask. I only have one set of magic treasures, given by my sect. They can't be traded, and I am just a minor figure in the sect, without a strong background, so I am not very important. But if you can trade me some good things, I might be able to sell them and exchange for what you want. The rest of the time was spent with Lin Qingyu asking questions and Jun Yiheng answering. After they finished talking, she finally understood that Jun Yiheng wasn't as powerful as she had thought. Because he had no family background to rely on, he only took a core formation realm external disciple as his master. Their master and disciple status in the sect was not high. They couldn't speak on big matters and had no chance to speak on small matters. Honestly, their status was a bit awkward. But in the sect, there are many people like them. The world of cultivation is very harsh. It depends first on family background, then on sect background, and finally on personal strength. Jun Yiheng was born into an ordinary family, full of common people. He was discovered by his master during a trip outside and found to be a good seedling. Because of his good talent, he was taken back to the sect and accepted as a disciple. But due to limited resources, even though Jun Yiheng was talented, his progress in cultivation was always slow. All right then, fellow cultivator Jun. I haven't thought of anything to trade with you for now. I have some weapons that I can exchange for your self-defense. Although they may not be as powerful as your magic spells, they can still surprise enemies and be somewhat effective. First, trade me some seeds of spiritual plants. I will try to grow them. If I succeed, we can use spiritual plants as a form of exchange in the future. Lin Qingyu clearly understands her position. As a cultivator, why would she need ordinary human items? But her space is a very magical place. Maybe she can grow spiritual plants there. Spiritual plants include fruits, vegetables, herbs, and medicinal plants. If her space can grow these, she might also try making pills that help with longevity and beauty. As for cultivation techniques, she can exchange them using points from the system shop. She doesn't know how good these techniques are compared to those in the cultivation world, but she always believes that anything from the system is top quality. If she had more points, she would buy a cultivation manual from the shop just to see if it's worth something. Through their conversation, Jun Yiheng also learned about the world Lin Qingyu comes from. Although her world is quite ordinary, since she is a trader from a universe, she must have other trading partners. For example, the silver wolf she showed comes from another world. So, Jun Yiheng didn't look down on her world just because it was simple. He happily traded some spiritual plant seeds he carried with him. After receiving the seeds, Lin Qingyu exited the trading platform. She couldn't wait to try growing the spiritual plants in her space. System, do you think these spiritual plants can survive? Lin Qingyu crouched beside the field, carefully watching. She just planted the seeds and isn't sure if they will grow. Host, we've never grown these before, so I don't know either. Xiaowu turned into a cute little orange cat, sitting beside Lin Qingyu and watching the plants grow. They're growing a bit slowly. Compared to regular crops, spiritual plants really grow very slowly. They stared for a long time, and only then did the seed move slightly and begin to sprout. It's sprouting. Does this mean that spiritual plants can be grown in space? Keep in mind, Lin Qingyu's space is different because it comes from her awakening of supernatural powers in a post-apocalyptic world. This space is already unique, and she has merged two different spaces from different worlds. One was assigned to her by the main god system, and the other belonged to the original owner of this world. Especially since the original owner's space had the ability to grow plants. That's why Lin Qingyu exchanged spiritual plant seeds with Jun Yiheng. Host, you don't need to watch here anymore. Just go ahead and do your work. I'll watch over it here. Because the growth of the spiritual plants was slow, 005 couldn't help but urge the host. The other person had many things to do, and didn't have time to stay here with it. Alright then. Thanks for your help, little 5. In the following days, Lin Qingyu returned to her busy routine. After leaving Zhao Xingtian, she encountered several other groups along the way. Unfortunately, these civilian groups were small, and even if she gave them weapons, they probably couldn't protect themselves. Lin Qingyu didn't want the silver wolf to fall into the hands of the enemy. So, for such civilian groups, she would quietly leave some food supplies as aid. Only with larger groups like Zhao Xingtian's would she share some of the silver wolf. During this time, she also visited several mining areas, leaving mini robots to help collect minerals. When she finished her rounds and returned, she could just pick up the robots. This way, she wouldn't have to wait around all the time, saving more time. Lin Qingyu traveled for more than half a year. Finally, standing in front of a bustling city, she instinctively realized she had unknowingly arrived in Haishur. Walking through the streets of Haishur, the city's prosperity was starkly different from the chaos elsewhere. Seeing this vibrant city, Lin Qingyu couldn't help but think of the history of Manhwa. One day, she would reclaim all the land that belongs to Manhwa. Hello, beautiful lady. May I take a photo of you? A man with blonde hair and blue eyes saw a lovely girl walking on the street and quickly approached her. He looked at Lin Qingyu, smiled kindly, and asked her in awkward Chinese. If you're willing to give me a photo, I would be very happy. Lin Qingyu casually found a wall as a background and posed very nicely. Of course, that's fine. No problem. While taking the photo, they had a brief chat. When John learned that Lin Qingyu was visiting Haishur for the first time, he was very enthusiastic and offered to be her guide. Under John's guidance, Lin Qingyu learned about Haishur. She didn't expect that this city, which looked very prosperous, actually had many strict rules behind the scenes. If she wasn't careful, she might accidentally step onto someone else's territory. Even though she was standing on her own country's land, she felt like a stranger. Many areas didn't allow citizens from Manhwa to enter. Some places even displayed insulting words like, "Citizens of Manhwa and dogs are not allowed." Seeing such offensive signs, Lin Qingyu almost wanted to pull out her laser weapon and destroy the place. But she knew she couldn't do that now. Soon, she would make these people understand that Manhwa's territory isn't open to everyone. In the evening, at John's invitation, she went to the area controlled by the M Country Consulate. She checked into a very ordinary inn. Host, your spiritual plants are ready to be harvested. While Lin Qingyu was thinking about her next move, the spiritual plants in her space also had their first harvest. This made her very excited. She quickly entered the space to check the harvest. Fortunately, all the seeds she planted had grown successfully. There were quite a few spiritual plants to harvest. Besides their slow growth, these plants had almost no flaws. In terms of medicinal effects, according to the system, they were comparable to those in the cultivation world. With this harvest, Lin Qingyu couldn't wait to activate Jun Yiheng's small red. The other person responded quickly, and the two appeared on the trading platform. Already have something to exchange, so soon. Jun Yiheng hurried over, curious, and asked, "Yes, the sooner we complete the trade, the sooner we can start with the next trading partner." Hearing Lin Qingyu's words, Jun Yiheng became clearly interested. "Do you know the exact rules?" He already knew that Lin Qingyu was not the only trader. It seemed there was someone else trading with the other party. As a newcomer, he still wanted to learn more. "I don't know the details, whether it depends on quantity or number of trades, but the more we trade, the better it is for us. Our last trade earned us 10 points. When a newcomer reaches 30 points, they should be able to get a new trading partner." Honestly, Lin Qingyu didn't have much experience herself, but she could still give Jun Yiheng some advice. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's trade quickly." Jun Yiheng was also very curious about other worlds. If he could trade for a higher level realm, his cultivation would improve greatly. "This is the spiritual plant I grew from the seed you gave me last time. I hope to trade for more of these with different kinds of spiritual plant seeds. Also, some medicines that can quickly heal injuries. Actually, even if they connected to a cultivation realm, they might not exchange for high-level pills. Since it's a realm of cultivators, there are definitely common wound medicines. These medicines are not expensive to make, but have magical effects. At least, compared to the wound medicines Lin Qingyu had seen before, they would heal faster." "No problem." Both sides quickly showed what they needed. Because Lin Qingyu's spiritual plants were more valuable, Jun Yiheng used remaining spirit stones as compensation. Lin Qingyu didn't refuse. With these spirit stones, the spiritual energy in her space would become even richer. After the trade, they logged off separately. Lin Qingyu looked at the city occupied by foreigners. Every time she went out, she felt a deep pain in her heart. This was originally their own country's territory. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire and voices of people from Longwa sounded from afar. Lin Qingyu curiously moved closer and saw a group of yellow-skinned dogs chasing after a few laborers dressed in work clothes. "Captain, you should retreat first." A voice from one of the laborers reached Lin Qingyu's ears. The person was from Dragon Country and was fighting against foreigners. As a fellow Dragon Country person, Lin Qingyu couldn't ignore them. "Host, if possible, please save them. These are people from the Red Party, true warriors fighting for our common people." Actually, even if 005 didn't ask, Lin Qingyu would do the same. She quickly ran through a small alley to the front of the group. When the Red Party members passed by, she called them into the alley. Seeing that she was from Dragon Country and unarmed, they hesitated, but then followed her in. Lin Qingyu led them through twists and turns, soon losing the tail behind. "Brothers, thank you for saving us." The leader took off his hat, revealing a handsome face. However, his face was full of worry, clearly troubled by something. As fellow Dragon Country people, there's no need to be polite. Now that we've shaken off the tail, do you have any plans or a place to stay? Lin Qingyu had changed back to her gentlemanly scholar look, adjusting her silver-rimmed glasses and asking. "Our hideout has been exposed, and we haven't found a safe place to stay yet," she replied. Shen Lingqiu looked at the young person in front of him and felt that he looked a bit too handsome. If the person wasn't a man, he would suspect it was a girl pretending to be one. "Since that's the case, if you trust me, you can rest at my place for now. Once you find a safe place, you can move out." She then led the way forward. She didn't stay at the hotel John had found for her earlier, but rented a small courtyard nearby. In a city like Haishur, where land is precious, renting a private yard costs a lot. But who cared? She was rich. She didn't have many possessions, just a lot of gold bars stored in her space. Because the price was high, the homeowner generously rented her house to her. The elderly couple also used the rent money collected here to visit their children who lived far away. This way, they wouldn't need to return soon, and Lin Qingyu could live more comfortably. "This is the place I rent. Feel free to sit anywhere." Lin Qingyu led the visitors into her home and arranged for them to stay. "Mr. Lin, being able to rent such a small courtyard here means you must have a special background, right?" After confirming there was no danger nearby, Shen Lingqiu started to ask about Lin Qingyu's identity. "There's nothing special about me. It's just that my ancestors did good deeds and left some assets for future generations. My family only has a little money. In this city, without power or influence, I have to stay low-key." Lin Qingyu brewed a pot of tea, and everyone sat together chatting. I don't know where Mr. Lin is from or what he does in this city. Will you stay here for a long time? Seeing Shun Lingqiu keep asking questions, Lin Qingyu felt a bit overwhelmed. Her identity was fake. Even her gender was false. Telling one lie meant having to tell many more to cover it up. This person really gave her a headache. All right, Mr. Shin, can you stop asking? I have my own reasons for being here, but I can't tell you everything. Just remember, I mean you no harm. There are plenty of foods prepared in the kitchen. If you're hungry, you can cook for yourselves. I've paid rent for 3 months, and I won't stay in the city much longer. If you need to, you can stay until the rent runs out, and then leave on your own. After saying this, Lin Qingyu went back to her room and ignored the group. Captain, I think we might be bothering them, a little subordinate nearby whispered. That's just how it is. We don't know anything about him, so we should be more careful in the future. Although he said that, Shun Lingqiu still sent someone to check the kitchen, and they ended up preparing a table full of dishes. They hadn't eaten a proper meal in a long time. Seeing so many ingredients, they naturally couldn't resist preparing a big meal. Fortunately, these people are somewhat kind-hearted. During dinner, they even called Lin Qingyu to join them. Who cooked this meal? It tastes very good. After eating a bowl of rice, she also finished the dishes on the table. Only then did she have time to ask, Mr. Lin, I made all these dishes. They all call me Zhuzi. You can call me that too in the future. Hearing Zhuzi's words, Lin Qingyu carefully looked at him. Are you injured? Actually, she had already noticed the blood smell on them. But she didn't expect that these big men would let the most badly hurt one go to cook. During the fight earlier, I was accidentally shot. In our line of work, we never know when we might lose our lives. Plus, their cooking is so bad that even with my injury, I still wanted to eat something good. Seeing Lin Qingyu's puzzled look, Zhuzi explained carefully. I see. If you need help, just ask. I have some ointments for external wounds. You can take some to try. Lin Qingyu went back to her room and took a small white bottle with medicine. Inside was her special wound ointment. She got it from the cultivation world, and its effects are absolutely amazing. If Zhuzi's bullet is removed and combined with this ointment, he should recover quickly. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Zhuzi was not polite. They owed Lin Qingyu enough already, and now refusing would seem a bit pretentious. No need to thank me. Lin Qingyu didn't ask why these people came to Haishur. Since they didn't know each other well, even if she asked, they wouldn't tell. After finishing her meal, she continued to stay in her room. Meanwhile, Shun Lingqiu's people secretly sneaked out. They thought they had hidden well, but Lin Qingyu knew the moment they left.
She didn't ask where they went or what they did.
It's their own business, and she didn't want to interfere. If she asked, it might even cause suspicion. It wasn't until night that Lin Qingyu finally left her room. Is it so late? Mr. Lin, are you going out? The patrol outside is very strict at night. If you appear outside, it's easy to be checked. Just as Lin Qingyu was about to leave the door, Zhuzi, who had been sitting in the living room, kindly reminded her. I can't do what I need to during the day. Do you need anything? If you do, I can bring it back for you. Lin Qingyu turned her head and looked at Zhuzi, who was sitting quietly in the chair. His injury hadn't fully healed, but the bullet had been removed. His chest was wrapped in thick bandages, though the way it was done was hard to describe. Haha, Mr. Lin, you're joking. What do we lack? Food, medicine, guns, and ammunition. You know what kind of people we are. There's nothing we don't lack. Zhuzi replied with a heavy tone. Living here, eating at Mr. Lin's place, they didn't lack anything. But back home, they really lacked everything. Oh, I see. After saying that, Lin Qingyu left. Her answer surprised Zhuzi for a moment. What's going on with Mr. Lin? He thought she was joking, but she responded so seriously. It seemed she really took it seriously. However, he was waiting for the team leader and others to return, so he couldn't relax. Now that it was safe, he tried to rest his eyes and regain his energy. Fortunately, he had eaten well today, so he felt more energetic and could endure better. Lin Qingyu chose to strike at the farthest place from the U.S. Embassy. It was a port with many gangs mixed together. The warehouses there were her targets. These warehouses supplied foreigners. Instead of letting the enemies get them cheaply, she decided to take them for herself. Thinking about what Zhuzi had said earlier, she started to be more careful and selective. By morning, she returned to the small courtyard looking tired. "Mr. Lin, you're back. We made breakfast. Come and eat some." When she left, Juzi watched her go. When she returned, Juzi greeted her. Lin Qingyu felt that having someone waiting for her at home was a nice feeling. But she knew deep down that her connection with these people was only temporary. Soon, they would go their separate ways. But what does it matter? I will always be someone these people cannot forget throughout their lives. Thinking about what I gained last night, a small smile appeared on Lin Qingyu's face. "This is the fried dough I just bought. It goes perfectly with porridge." He handed the bag he was holding to others and sat down at the table. The others gradually came out of their rooms. They greeted each other quietly and started eating breakfast. Only after finishing the last spoonful of porridge did he look up at the people in front of him.
"I got what you asked for last night.
Do you want me to deliver it somewhere?" The others looked confused, except for Juzi, who stared in shock. "Wait, mister.
Lin."
I was joking last night. Besides, how could you get so many things in just one night? Are you joking with me?" Seeing Juzi so excited, the others couldn't understand what was happening. "Juzi, what's going on?" Seeing that Lin Qingyu didn't seem to be joking, Shen Lingqiu turned to look at Juzi. Because of his serious injury, Juzi looked pale even after eating, but compared to last night, his lips had some color and didn't look so pale. "It was just last night. When Mr. Lin left, he asked me if I needed anything. I told him I needed food, medicine, guns, and bullets. At that time, he said he understood and then left. Captain, I was just joking with Mr. Lin." Under the watchful eyes of his brothers, Juzi finally explained what happened last night. Anyone listening would know he was joking. But seeing Lin Qingyu's serious expression, it didn't seem like a joke.
Shen Lingqiu tried to speak.
"Mr. Lin, are you joking too?" Actually, they didn't have much hope, but for some reason they still asked. It was as if they were waiting for an unexpected answer. They were truly poor. The frontline battles had used up too many resources, making it impossible for them to buy guns and bullets. Everyone knew the Red Party was poor, but no one dared to underestimate them. They have the courage to fight and the spirit to sacrifice. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Yesterday, I went out and raided a few warehouses getting a lot of supplies. If you need them, I can give them to you, but I'm worried you might not be able to carry them out directly, so tell me a location and I'll deliver the supplies there. Seeing Lin Qingyu's serious expression, Shen Lingqiu couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Mr. Lin, I don't care whether you're joking or serious. If you're truly willing to support our cause, please deliver the supplies to XX. After saying this, Shen Lingqiu felt like he was going crazy. Why was he acting so reckless, just like Bamboo? It's so immature. He should write a self-criticism letter when he gets back. Okay, I understand. I'll have someone deliver the supplies to the designated place later. You can pick them up tonight." After speaking, Lin Qingyu returned to her room.
But she didn't rest.
Instead, she dressed up in disguise and left through the back door. Actually, Shen Lingqiu and the others didn't know that this house had a back door. And the back door was very hidden, right inside Lin Qingyu's room. It's more like a secret passage than a door. The owner specifically told her about it before leaving. He said that if she ever faced danger, she could escape through here. This made her marvel at how powerful her financial resources were. Soon, she arrived at the place Shen Lingqiu designated, a fishing village by the river. It's far from the city, and it's clear that this place is very hidden. She looked around for a while before finding the small fishing boat mentioned, hidden among the reeds. She loaded the food, guns, ammunition, and medicines into 2 boats. There was still a lot left, which she simply piled in the reeds. As long as someone came to pick up the supplies, they would see this batch of goods. Don't blame Lin Qingyu for being so casual. There was simply nowhere else to put them. If she left them on the roadside, it would easily arouse suspicion. Since this place was a meeting point, it was considered safe. People would often come here to check, so she didn't worry about outsiders stealing the supplies. After placing everything, she drove her invisible flying vehicle back to Haishur. Anyway, since I was already dressed up, I wasn't in a hurry to go back and rest. Instead, I planned to explore the area carefully. There are many foreign restaurants here, and I haven't experienced the atmosphere of a foreign restaurant before. So, I casually walked into a restaurant that looked quite fancy. Because Lin Qingyu was dressed fashionably and looked like she had plenty of money, the waiters were very polite to her. They probably thought she was a wealthy young lady from a prominent family, so no one dared to bother such a glamorous socialite. Please bring me your signature dish. Sitting in a high-end restaurant, the atmosphere was definitely different. In the middle of the restaurant, some foreigners were playing the violin. Many people were enjoying the performance, looking enchanted. Among them were a few chubby men from the Dragon Country. Lin Qingyu lowered her head and carefully tasted the pastry in front of her. Her eyes showed disdain hidden beneath her calm expression. But she didn't want to cause trouble, though that didn't mean others wouldn't try to provoke her. Ms. Lin, it's a pleasure to see you again. From afar, a foreign man approached her. When he got closer, Lin Qingyu realized she couldn't understand his language. She quickly organized her words and replied, Ms. Lin, do you remember me? Actually, Lin Qingyu recognized the blonde, blue-eyed foreign man the moment he spoke. He was the man who had tried to take her photos on her first day in Haishur. Mr. John, are you dining here too? It's been several days since we parted. I wonder if the photos are ready. Seeing that Lin Qingyu recognized him, John was very happy. Of course, Ms. Lin. I just brought the photos with me. I was thinking if I met you outside, I would give them to you. He took out 2 photos from his black leather bag. These were the 2 best photos he had carefully selected from many. He originally planned to keep them for himself if he didn't meet her. The photos were really beautiful, and she was very pleased. Really beautiful, Mr. John. Your photography skills are truly impressive. Lin Qingyu raised 2 thumbs up to show her approval. Mainly, Miss Lin looks so beautiful that I could only take such good photos of you. Is Miss Lin alone? Did your family come with you? Last time they met, Lin Qingyu told the other person she was fleeing to Haishur with her family. Later, the other person even took her to a place under the jurisdiction of M country and found her a place to stay. However, Lin Qingyu only stayed there for one night before leaving and renting a small courtyard instead. They talked for a while longer. John had plans with others and needed to go out for photos, so he had to leave reluctantly. After he left, Lin Qingyu got up and headed outside. John had already paid for her meal, and the waiters became even more respectful when they saw she knew a foreigner. But Lin Qingyu didn't feel happy. She felt ashamed. At this time, her country was still too weak, which is why people bullied it and bent their backs. Especially those who worship foreign things, who look down on their own people but bow to foreigners. One day, she would change this situation and restore her country's dignity. She would never let the pride of her people be trampled by outsiders. When she returned to her small courtyard, she saw Shunling Qiu and others looking at her with awe. Mr. Lin, when did you leave? Looking at the gentle Lin Qingyu, it was hard for them to imagine how she could empty so many supplies from the F country's warehouse and still act so calm. And she did it quietly, right under everyone's noses, taking everything from the warehouse. If only one place was robbed, they might think it was an inside job. But so many things were gone, making their minds race with guesses. What kind of powerful force could pull off such a clever trick? Mr. Lin, come sit. I brewed some tea for you. Even Shunling Qiu, usually cold and distant, started to flatter her. They treated her like a revered ancestor, bringing her inside. What are you all doing? You're making me a little nervous. She rubbed her arms, feeling a bit overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Mr. Lin, our people have already brought news. You actually sent us supplies. We thought there might be only a little, but we didn't expect you to give us all your recent gains. I really don't know how to thank you. Shunling Qiu felt very grateful and wished she could kneel and bow to Lin Qingyu. It's just a small favor. You don't need to worry about it. His calm attitude made everyone feel even more respectful. This is what it means to do good deeds without seeking recognition. They were truly impressed and admired him deeply. They no longer doubted Lin Qingyu's identity. Just those supplies were enough to exchange for their lives. Moreover, the organization asked them to stay and cooperate with Lin Qingyu. Although they didn't know his true identity or why he came to Haishur, they were sure he was not a bad person. Any team fighting in the resistance was worth their support. You don't have to do this. I really don't feel comfortable. I want to rest a bit. You can do as you like. Feeling a little overwhelmed by their gaze, Lin Qingyu casually made an excuse and went back to his room. Boss, Lin is doing so much for us. We can't be ungrateful. Zhuzi looked toward Lin Qingyu's door, clenched his fist, and looked determined. I understand what you're saying, but we don't even know what Mr. Lin needs. He gave them so many supplies just freely, which shows he doesn't lack these things. So, what can they do to repay him? I can cook more delicious food. Thinking about how Lin Qingyu liked his cooking, Zhuzi smiled. Being able to cook is definitely a good thing. So, Captain, what should we do? Seeing Zhuzi's confident look, the others envied him a lot. They all were not good at cooking. They could make food that was edible but not delicious. I don't know either. Let's see how it goes first. Their main goal in coming to Haishur was to get medicines. There were too many wounded on the front lines, and because there weren't enough medicines for treatment, the death rate was very high. So Shen Lingqiu volunteered to lead a few brothers to Haishur City to look for opportunities. At first, they had no high hopes, just hoping to get a little benefit. Unexpectedly, they ended up with so much. The higher-ups had already replied, praising them highly. 005, do you have a map of this world? Or, do you know where the island country's embassy is? Lin Qingyu felt that this approach wasn't sustainable. She planned to make a big move against the enemies. She also wanted to warn these invaders, letting them know the cost of invading others. Host, have you finally decided to take action? 005 looked at her host, whose calm and gentle face was quite attractive, even dressed as a man. It added a scholarly air, making her seem friendly. It's possible, but are you really sure about doing this? 005 hesitated, unsure if her host's decision was right. If she succeeded, it would change the original course of this world. They were just here to change the fate of the original owner. Should they really interfere with the world's cause and effect? I am sure. Even if it's other matters, like a few domestic power struggles, I wouldn't interfere. But foreigners are pushing their luck. They're practically peeing on the heads of the Chinese people. How can I tolerate that? Hearing her host's words, 005, who also disliked the islanders, reluctantly provided an address. It was the location of the island country's consulate. Whether she could find a map of the island country depended on her host. Late at night again, Lin Qingyu went out a bit late this time. After what happened last night, even those not from F country became more cautious. Recently, patrols had become stricter, so Lin Qingyu waited until the patrols were tired and distracted before leaving. This timing was perfect. It was when the enemies were most lax. As long as she was careful, she should be able to avoid the islanders' eyes. Host, please be very careful. You must not interfere with what you're about to do, or the main system will judge it as meddling in the world's development. Lin Qingyu understood this well. She quickly offered comfort, telling the system not to worry. Don't worry, Xiaowu. Even if the main god system punishes me, I will take responsibility myself and won't involve you. Since you can't act now, just watch. If the main god system asks, she will tell them that 005 has already warned her. But those islanders must be defeated. Otherwise, they are like flies on dung. Just their presence makes people feel sick. On a dark, windy night, while sneaking to steal the map, she tiptoed into the island nation's embassy and searched everywhere inside. Most of the maps were about Dragon Country, but there were very few of the island nation. After searching for a long time without finding the specific route, she entered a large meeting room. There, she found what she needed on the wall. With this, she can go to any country she wants in the future. Anyway, when they raided the treasures of Dragon Country, they didn't hold back, so she plans to get her fair share back. No longer will she stop, because she doesn't know the route. After returning from the island nation's consulate, she went to their warehouse for a quick look. Since her next plans might require a lot of space, Lin Qingyu directly sent this batch of supplies to the meeting point from last time. By the time she got home, it was already dawn. Mr. Lin, did you go out again last night? Zhuzi had been waiting here early in the morning. To show gratitude, he prepared a table full of delicious food. Last time, he saw Lin Qingyu liked fried dough sticks, so he woke up early to fry some. Besides fried dough sticks, there were also fried cakes and hollow sesame balls. Actually, they do have some connections here. However, These connections cannot be made public. If they are exposed, many people could be harmed. Lin Qingyu slept deeply and only then felt her energy and spirit improve. She found Xinlingqiu and the others to ask if they needed any more resources. After receiving a positive answer, Lin Qingyu spent the next few days searching for supplies from several consulates. Until Xinlingqiu felt a bit embarrassed and said they could stop, she finally paused her actions. Next, I need to go do something important. If you're not busy, you should leave Haishir as soon as possible. When they heard Lin Qingyu's words, they were all a bit surprised. Mr. Lin, where are you going? Zhuzi asked reluctantly. Although they had only known each other for a short 10 days, they had already formed a strong bond. Mr. Lin was like an elder or teacher to them, not only teaching them how to hide their true selves, but also bringing them many supplies. They hadn't yet figured out how to thank him, and now he was about to leave. This made everyone feel uneasy inside. I am going to do something that will make our people from Longwa proud. This matter must be kept secret, so I can't tell you the details. After hearing Lin Qingyu's explanation, they wisely chose not to ask further. But deep down, they all knew that her trip would be very dangerous. Well, all good things must come to an end. When the day comes that the Japanese are panicked and unwilling to fight, and the major countries want to retreat, you will understand what I am doing. Comrades, see you again someday. After saying this, Lin Qingyu left the small courtyard gracefully. The others looked on with reluctance, following her from a distance. But when they tried to approach the central street, they found that patrol soldiers had increased several times. They dared not follow any further and quickly retreated. Boss, what do you think Mr. Lin is going to do? Zhuzi looked disappointed as he observed the table, chairs, grass, and trees in the courtyard. Every item reminded him of scenes from when Mr. Lin was here. You have also heard before that Mr. Lin's actions this time are probably related to the invaders. While we have this time, let's tidy up and prepare to return to the army. Since Lin Qingyu has already warned him, Xinlingqiu doesn't plan to stay in Haishir any longer. Now, the supplies are enough for the team to use for a long time. Their main task is still to drive the little enemies out of Longwa. They are not the type to hide here and mourn all day. Since the issues in Haishir are resolved, let's go back and continue fighting. Captain, I will go pack my things now. Zhuzi feels upset and thinks about finding something to do, so he won't think too much. The other brothers start packing their bags, while he uses the food in the kitchen to make dried rations. If possible, make more durable and tasty dried food, so they won't suffer on the road. As for the remaining food, they plan to give it to their comrades still hiding in Haishir. Mr. Lin said before leaving that he probably won't come back, so there's no need to leave these things here. Moreover, on Lin Qingyu's side, she flew an invisible aircraft along the map for a long time, even taking a wrong turn at some point. After winding around, it took a week to find her target. It's not that the aircraft flies slowly, but because she was unfamiliar with the route and stopped midway, wasting time. This tiny country, just a small actually causes so much trouble for our Longwa. It's really ironic. From a high vantage point, she can see far. Looking down from above, it's really not big. She feels that just throwing a few special electromagnetic bombs would make the enemy disappear, as if by magic. Host, are you sure you want to do that? Xiao Tian repeatedly confirms. Let's wait for now. I want to destroy the invaders, but I will take their food and supplies. Especially those antiques looted from Longwa. The little enemies don't deserve to have our Longwa's things. She finds a hidden place to land and puts away the invisible aircraft. Lin Qingyu begins to loot the enemy's supplies little by little. Fortunately, she had already consciously expanded her space before, so now she has plenty of room to store the supplies. The people of the island suddenly realized that their supplies were gradually disappearing. Although Lin Qingyu did not attack the civilians of the enemy country, this news alone was enough to cause fear. Some smart people began to escape to other countries. But the naive ones still believed it was just some troublemakers causing chaos. It wasn't until most of the supplies across the entire island mysteriously vanished that the leaders became very worried. At the same time, many posters appeared all over the island. The messages on these posters shocked everyone. People started to go out and protest, demanding the leaders to solve the problem quickly. The content on the posters was so unbelievable and frightening that it made everyone very scared. If those things really happened, the entire island could cease to exist. The leaders might be able to escape, but what about the ordinary people? Recently, the island's leaders have been very anxious because of all this. They tried to calm the people and reduce panic, but their efforts had little effect. Many people preferred to leave on unsafe ships rather than trust that the leaders could fix the problem. Chaos began to spread across the island. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu was making final preparations. She didn't care about those who ran away, but she saw no need to be polite to those who stayed. When the invaders attacked their country, they never thought about giving the people of Long Country a chance to survive. Their brutal policies, burning, killing, and looting, shocked the world. When they couldn't win in battle, they used disgusting tricks, even releasing viruses. What else could these little enemies do? These enemies were rotten to the core, driven by almost crazy desires. Their actions were simply appalling. Lin Qingyu was preparing for the final battle and also giving herself mental reassurance. She told herself not to be soft-hearted or regret her decisions. The invaders didn't deserve sympathy. The little enemies didn't deserve any compassion. They weren't even human. They were worse than beasts. She had already made her decision. Now, she watched the screen showing the time, waiting for the right moment to launch the electromagnetic bombs. Since she had made up her mind, Lin Qingyu would not regret it. She also gave the ordinary people time to escape. If they chose to stay, it was their fate. The Chinese people had suffered terribly at the hands of the invaders, scenes of which flashed through her mind. There was no need for much mercy toward such creatures. Finally, at exactly 12 noon, she decisively pressed the launch button. A small hatch opened at the bottom of the invisible aircraft, and several electromagnetic bombs flew out. One of the bombs landed right in the volcano's crater. The dormant volcano suddenly roared back to life. A huge burst of lava erupted, quickly flooding the nearby city. Lin Qingyu saw firsthand how powerful the electromagnetic bombs were. She never expected that these seemingly ordinary silver bombs could cause such terrible destruction. Some small islands were shattered into pieces, others sank into the sea. In the first wave, the entire country was almost completely destroyed. But she didn't stop there. She launched another round of attacks. In just a few moments, areas that had previously escaped destruction were once again bombarded. Lin Qingyu watched coldly as the island nation disappeared from the world map. Then she piloted the invisible aircraft away from there. As for the ordinary people who weren't killed in the explosions, whether they could survive depended on their luck. She had given them a chance. After leaving the island nation's territory, Lin Qingyu didn't choose to return immediately to her country. She planned to visit several other countries. She wanted to recover the treasures they had stolen from her homeland. If they cooperated, that was good. If not, she could always send more electromagnetic bombs. She had been traveling for many years. Meanwhile, on her home side, the invaders, after learning their country had fallen, did not hold back. Instead, they launched even fiercer attacks. They all knew clearly that if they couldn't conquer new territories, they would become wanderers. Even just occupying a small area and rebuilding an island is better than having nothing and being used as cannon fodder. However, the plans of the little enemies are doomed to fail. Before leaving, Lin Qingyu left behind a large stock of weapons. Originally, the enemies were already at a disadvantage, and with this new batch of weapons, they completely lost the ability to fight against the Dragon Nation army. Although the Dragon Nation is engaged in battle, new soldiers are constantly joining from within the country. But the enemies have no country to support them. Without a homeland, they have no backing. Once their supplies run out, death awaits them. Some have considered defecting to other countries, but those countries only want to use them. It's often said that when the wall falls, everyone pushes. This is exactly the situation the small island nation faces now. At first, the major powers were mocking the islanders' bad luck. But gradually they noticed strange things happening in their own countries. Many treasures stolen from the Dragon Nation disappeared, and not only that, but they also lost many of their own national treasures. All their previous efforts and pride became a joke. At the same time, they pointed fingers at the Dragon Nation. They believed that all this was caused by the Dragon people. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Dragon Nation kept denying it, but the countries that first took action found their own situations worsening. Initially, they only lost some items, but recently, they have been attacked from time to time. They had no idea what kind of weapons caused these damages, just a round object flying down, destroying land, collapsing buildings, and damaging structures. Afterward, these countries kept quiet, realizing that since they stopped targeting the Dragon Nation, their own countries no longer suffered attacks. This scared them so much that they withdrew from Dragon territory one after another. Even the cities they had leased out returned to Dragon control. No one knew who was behind all this. But some people abroad had seen a gentle, well-mannered dragon man. Everyone said that this was connected to that dragon person. This rumor spread among several countries, allowing the dragon people to roughly guess what the person responsible might look like. In the eyes of foreigners, this middle-aged man is seen as a refined but morally corrupt person. Only people from our country see him as a symbol of faith and a deity. They regard him as the protector of their nation, especially Shen Lingqiu and others. They were the first to react because, based on news from abroad, the man wearing silver-rimmed glasses and appearing very cultured was the same Mr. Lin they met in Haishur. Although they only knew his surname and not his full name, this was enough to make them feel proud. They shared this news with the higher-ups. However, for some reason, the leaders ordered them to keep this information very secret. It was only shared within a small circle, making it a top secret of the country. They kept waiting, hoping that the amazing Mr. Lin would return. After several major nations' envoys left our country did not settle down immediately, but instead erupted into another war. This was a fight for power, and many chose to step back, not to get involved, and went home to rebuild their lives. Even Lin Qingyu sent a message to her father, telling him not to get involved. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu was still busy abroad. She avoided countries that had conflicts with our country. She only wandered through enemy nations. She stayed away for 3 years. After 3 years, she returned home and found that the power struggle had ended. In the end, the Red Party won the fight, aligning with the original course of the world. What surprised her was that Shen Lingqiu and others she met in Haishur were also involved. They held high official positions, and if Lin Qingyu wanted, she could also join this power gathering. But she chose not to because she deeply respected the great leader, even though her presence had helped the world avoid many wrong turns over the years. But due to some twist of fate, big changes are inevitable. Even the small country that was destroyed has people who have moved to another island, establishing a new nation. However, their new country is much smaller than before. They can't even be called a country, but rather a refugee camp formed by displaced people. Sweet daughter, you're finally back. Dad missed you so much. You said you were going out to meet your classmates, right? Why has it been so many years? Then you went abroad directly. Do you know how worried Dad was? Lin Qingyu's return made Lin Fugui very happy. Over the years, he watched this country go from being broken to slowly recovering. He also heard rumors about the mysterious Mr. Lin. But Lin Fugui never linked him to his daughter. He was a hero who saved the country in times of trouble, even though the mysterious Mr. Lin appeared only after his daughter left. But he's a man, so he can't imagine anything else. Fortunately, his daughter often called him, so Lin Fugui didn't go after her. Dad, I just went abroad to learn new skills. Our country is too backward. When you're behind, you get beaten. To have a better life in the future, I went abroad to learn their advanced technology. Now that I've learned something, I came back quickly. Dad, you will support my career, right? In this life, Lin Qingyu wants to be a successful career woman. She finally returned to this era and made some changes. But she feels it's not enough. With the heavenly trading system, if she only does this much, it would be a waste of such a powerful tool. In the past few years, Lin Qingyu unlocked several traders. One from the ancient beastman world, another from the deep-sea mermaid world, and one from a technologically advanced country. The worlds are quite different, but they all have things people need to trade. In the ancient beastman world, she traded advanced farming techniques and medical knowledge. In the deep-sea mermaid world, she traded shiny crafts. As for the technologically advanced country, they don't lack food or weapons. Lin Qingyu can only trade for more advanced items from the interstellar world and exchange with them. This middleman role has made her quite successful, and she has obtained many good things. After unlocking these 5 worlds, even though she had accumulated over 20,000 trading points, she couldn't unlock the next trader's updates. She discussed this with the system and guessed that this special ability might only allow unlocking 5 people. Or perhaps unlocking the 6th person requires more points. These points can't be earned by herself alone, unless she is willing to give this ability to the country. With the country's help, she might unlock level 6. But in the end, Lin Qingyu gave up on this idea. Advancing the world too early might not be a good thing. Also, often travelers can only change small things. If they interfere too much, they might erase themselves. Although Lin Qingyu hasn't experienced this, she has a strong intuition about it. Fortunately, with her overseas background, Lin Qingyu quickly became the top scientific researcher in the Dragon Country. Even without directly using items from other worlds, she used her own resources to rapidly improve the country's technology. The Dragon Country soon escaped poverty. Transforming from a weak nation, everyone looked down on into a powerful global force. Even the mighty M country had to step back. Until Lin Fugui pulled Lin Qingyu out of the research institute. Seeing the city thriving with a rising monthly income, she felt deeply touched. Girl, you're almost 40, and you still haven't thought about marriage or having children. Are you trying to make the Lin family have no descendants? Lin Fugui looked at Lin Qingyu, his round face trembling with fat. Dad, you know I don't care much about romantic stuff. Besides, I already told you to find a stepmother for me so you two can have another kid. Why do you keep focusing on me? Lin Qingyu was a bit annoyed about being pulled out suddenly. Since joining the research institute, she had opened the door to a new world. Compared to dating, she preferred studying those mysterious things. Your old dad is already this old. How can he still have children? Moreover, I already have kids. Why should I keep trying at this age? After you give birth to a son and a daughter in my old Lin family, you can do whatever you want. I will no longer interfere. Under Lin Fugui's strict interference, Lin Qingyu had to meet her father's arranged blind date. However, since she was fully focused on her scientific research, she had no interest in flirting with these men. Almost every time she met one, she managed to upset them and make them leave. When Lin Fugui found out, he rushed to the scene and watched her dating someone else. Dad, can you please step back for a moment? Lin Qingyu sighed, feeling helpless. How could her father be like this? She couldn't hit or scold her elderly father, so she was almost driven crazy by him. If I step back, will you get angry and leave again? She asked. Lin Fugui stared at her angrily, making her afraid to breathe. She was over 30 and behaving like a naughty child, sitting quietly and chatting awkwardly with her blind date. Because her parents were present, both of them felt tense and uncomfortable. They talked for a little while and then made an excuse to leave. Dad, besides me, do you really have no other children to inherit your family business? She asked when they were alone. Now that there were no outsiders, she relaxed a bit. Her previous attitude was just to give her father face. Now that everyone was gone, what did she have to pretend for? No, but if I had a child outside, I wouldn't be forcing you like this, he replied, disdain clear on his face. He wished he had more children when he was young. Now, with no one to inherit his large family business, he couldn't accept it. Xiao Wuzi, come out, she called softly. Finally, she managed to distract Lin Fugui and called the system. Host, what do you need? The system, busy researching advanced technology from an interstellar dimension, was annoyed by the interruption. But since it had to cooperate with a host's task, it patiently asked, Help me check if my father has any other children outside, she said. Although her father appeared to be faithful in front of her, he often mingled with women secretly. The other person is a good father who never lets such messy matters affect his daughter. But that doesn't mean he's a good man with other women. It's said that men tend to change for the worse when they have money. Lin Fugue has many women outside. As he gets older, his energy decreases, and he spends some of it on money instead. But from what she knows, there are still a few women staying with her father. Originally, Lin Qingyu just asked casually and didn't expect much. She knew her father had someone outside, but he never cheated on her, always taking precautions. To her surprise, her casual question actually caused some trouble. "Tell me more." Since her father has a child outside, she thought maybe she could see what kind of person this child is. If he's good, she might bring him back to inherit her father's business. Lin Qingyu's own income is quite good, so she isn't jealous of her father's assets. Plus, she doesn't want to get married or have romantic feelings. When she passes away, all her possessions will go to others. Moreover, her father has been faithful to her mother for many years, wanting her to be at ease without remarriage. Lin Fugue has done enough, and Lin Qingyu has no reason to blame him. But in others' eyes, Lin Fugue is the richest man in the country. His influence, status, and wealth are all impressive. Your dad once went out for a business dinner and accidentally took some medicine. Although he escaped the trap later, he ended up sleeping with a part-time nanny at home. The other person knew your dad's personality, but any woman who caused trouble at his house usually had a bad ending. Worried that your dad might misunderstand and think she was trying to him for revenge, the nanny was scared and packed her things, fleeing back to the countryside. Xiao Wu slowly explained the background of this child to Lin Qingyu. After returning to the countryside, the nanny faced a lot of scorn. Because she had a child out of wedlock, even her family looked down on her. Until she gave birth, the girl resolutely left her home with her child to seek work elsewhere. She couldn't bear her family's cold looks and the insults from others. As long as she stays at home for a day, some of her sisters-in-law look down on her and judge her face and appearance. The villagers often mock her whenever they see her. They also insult the man behind her. They say she is a woman who sells herself outside, and the child she is carrying is a wild child. The girl can't take it anymore and has to leave. Because she has a child, it's hard for her to find a stable job in the city. She can only take on part-time work while carrying her baby. Sometimes she delivers bottled water, sometimes she runs errands for food delivery, and other times she washes dishes in a restaurant kitchen. Despite many hardships, she finally raised her son. Now, her son Lin Ziang, who is in college, has just been dumped by his girlfriend after 3 years of dating. Plus, his mother is seriously ill, so he has to take leave to care for her. The girl's name is Su Xianwan. Because she knows who the child's biological father is, she named the child after Lin Fugue, using his surname. At this time, Su Xianwan, who has worked hard for many years, is diagnosed with cancer and is lying in the hospital, very weak. Lin Ziang, to raise money for her treatment, has no time to go to school or feel sad about losing his love. He suppresses his feelings and runs around the streets every day. Whenever he has a free moment, he takes on a part-time job. Lin Ziang is also nearing his limit, feeling his body weaken and his health decline. It was a question from Lin Qingyu that changed his life forever. After learning about everything, Lin Qingyu could only sigh silently. He thought Su Xianwan was too timid, not to mention anything else. Just because she was pregnant with Lin Fugue's child, Lin Fugue would never truly harm her. Moreover, the relationship was also caused by Lin Fugue being drugged and losing consciousness. In fact, Lin Fugue owed Su Xianwan a lot. She didn't do anything wrong in this matter. The only mistake was that she was too afraid of Lin Fugue's revenge. Her own fear caused her and her son to suffer for many years. Give me the background information on Su Xianwan and Lin Ziang. Lin Qingyu didn't want to get married right now. Now that he has a younger brother, he might as well take on the burden of Lin Fugue's wealth. He immediately sent someone to drive a car to the city where Lin Ziang lives. They easily found the hospital where Su Xianwan was hospitalized. "Miss Lin, this is Su Xianwan's hospital room." A nurse led Lin Qingyu to Su Xianwan's ward. It is a standard 6-bedroom. When Lin Qingyu entered, she saw all the beds occupied by patients. Su Xianwan was in the bed near the bathroom. Because there were many people, the smell from the bathroom was not pleasant. Even with the door closed, the smell couldn't be fully eliminated. Lin Qingyu slightly frowned but still walked over. Su Xianwan. As Lin Qingyu spoke, Su Xianwan, who was resting with her eyes closed, opened her eyes in surprise. Looking at the neat, beautiful woman in front of her, she was momentarily stunned. In the past, Su Xianwan had worked as a housekeeper for the Lin family and had met Lin Qingyu before. But back then, Lin Qingyu was much younger. Now, although she was well-maintained, there were traces of age. The faint smile lines added a touch of charm, and her whole demeanor was confident and calm. Looking at her, people felt pleased and at ease. "Are you Miss Lin?" Su Xianwan didn't expect that one day, someone from the Lin family would appear before her. She had never told anyone about what happened back then. Even old Master Lin might not know about it. Otherwise, after so long, old Master Lin would have sent someone to check on her. Since no one came, it meant old Master Lin didn't know she had once been a young housekeeper. "The conditions here are poor. I'll transfer you to another hospital," Lin Qingyu said softly, with a gentle smile that seemed kind and safe. "Miss Lin, why are you here?" Su Xianwan asked, surprised. "It's been over 10 years, and her son is already grown. Why would the Lin family appear now?" "Don't be nervous. We'll transfer you first," Lin Qingyu replied quickly, calling the nurse to get Su Xianwan's main doctor. Under her firm attitude, they arranged for her to be transferred to Beijing. After sending her and the medical team away, Lin Qingyu drove to the place where Ziang was working. Seeing the boy delivering food in the heavy rain and being insulted made her feel very upset inside. After all, he is her biological younger brother. Although he is not her mother's child, since her mother passed away early and her father cared about her feelings, he never wanted to have more children. But Lin Ziang is innocent. He has never received his father's love and doesn't know he has other family members. Even from Su Xianwan's family, he is not welcomed because of his unclear paternity. To prevent his son from suffering gossip and rumors, Su Xianwan almost cut off all contact with the outside world. She devoted herself entirely, working 8 jobs every day to support her son. Growing up in such an environment, Lin Ziang has always been very sensible. Every summer, he would go out to do summer work, trying his best to help his mother. Until one day, a pink sports car stopped in front of him. A woman who looked very wealthy stood in front of him. She was holding a package, and Lin Ziang, who was soaked in his clothes, felt ashamed and tried to make way for her. Lin Ziang, however, Lin Qingyu did not walk away. Instead, her gaze fixed directly on Lin Ziang. "Do you know me?" Startled by being called, Lin Ziang looked up in confusion and met a pair of clear eyes. Although Lin Qingyu was often strict and commanding in the research institute, she was sometimes criticized behind her back as a tough and ruthless person. But when it came to her family, she seemed to shed all her pretenses and became gentle and lovely. Even though she was nearly 40, she still liked cute and pink things like a young girl. "Get in the car." Seeing that Lin Ziang hadn't moved, Lin Qingyu continued speaking. "Get in, I will take you to see your mother." Hearing that he would meet his mother, Lin Ziang immediately became nervous. Could it be that something happened to his mother, and that's why the person in front of him came to find him? With a nervous heart, Lin Ziang got into Lin Qingyu's luxurious car. He tried to sit still, worried about dirtying her car. "Don't be so nervous. I'll take you to change your clothes first." Lin Qingyu looked at Lin Ziang's outfit and decided to go back to the hotel. She also sent a message to her assistant, asking them to prepare some clothes.
Little
"Sister, what exactly is wrong with my mom?" Feeling that calling her Miss might be impolite, Lin Ziang quickly changed his way of addressing her. "She's okay for now. You should change your clothes first. I'll take you to see her. Also, you should cancel the delivery order you're holding. I'll pay for whatever it costs." Lin Qingyu said this as she took Lin Ziang to a 5-star hotel. She led him into the bathroom and personally compensated for the missed delivery. At the same time, she fired his delivery job. Lin Ziang probably won't do that kind of work again in his life. So, when he came out dressed properly, Lin Qingyu had already finished everything. "Here, take this phone." I see your phone's screen is broken, and it's an old model from years ago. It must be slow now. She handed him a new phone, with a new SIM card already inserted. There was also a fancy, expensive-looking watch, a beautiful leather wallet with some red $100 bills inside, and bank and membership cards. When Lin Xiang saw all this at once, he was shocked. All of this was very expensive. What does this woman want? Could it be that some female boss is interested in him and wants to take care of him? But even if that were true, he didn't think he was worth this much. Don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. Besides, forget it, little brother. Let's go home and talk. She had already called him little brother earlier, and these things were just her gift to him. But when Lin Xiang heard this, he thought differently. Little brother? Could it be that she really wants to take care of him? But thinking about his mother in the hospital, if she could pay enough for her surgery, he might accept being taken care of. Moreover, this sister looked pretty, like a young girl. If it weren't for the faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, she would seem elegant and wise, not like a girl in her early 20s. It's really hard to guess her true age. Foolish boy, this matter is quite complicated. I don't know how to explain it to you right now. Your mother has already been transferred to Beijing, where the best medical team is located. I also invited the best doctors from around the world to treat her. Come back with me first. Everything can be discussed after we see Aunt Sue. Hearing Lin Qingyu say this, Lin Xiang didn't get a clear answer. Instead, he became more confused. But he had no other choice and could only obediently follow Lin Qingyu. After arriving in Beijing by plane, they first visited Su Xianwan, then took her home. Su Xianwan also guessed that the Lin family probably knew about her and her son's existence, which was why they came specifically. Fortunately, judging by Miss Lin's attitude, she wouldn't do anything to her son. Moreover, her son was already grown up. At most, they might refuse to acknowledge her and her son, but they wouldn't harm them. After all, Xiang is a child of the Lin family. If he could recognize his roots, that would be good. She was already seriously ill and didn't have many days left. If her son could return to his real home, he would likely be treated well. Even if he wasn't liked by Lin Fugui, his quality of life wouldn't be too bad. Having thought this through, Su Xianwan no longer struggled. She had been tormented by illness and didn't have the strength to fight anymore. She just wanted to spend her remaining days peacefully, to be with her son for a few more days if possible. As for the Lin family's affairs, she was just a small nanny and couldn't influence anything. No matter what decision Lin Fugui made, she could only passively accept it. The humble Su Xianwan never thought about fighting for herself. But this time, she hoped her son would have a bright future. He was the future of the richest family in the country. Even a tiny bit of luck could ensure her son's worry-free life for the rest of his days. Girl, who is this kid? No wonder I introduced so many good men and you didn't like any. Turns out you prefer younger ones. When Lin Fugui returned home and saw a boy in the house, he was a bit confused. But he quickly realized this must be the little boyfriend his daughter brought back. Although he was a bit young and looked like a college student, but he was quite good-looking, fair and clear-skinned. Just, why is he so thin? If it weren't for modern society, he would seriously doubt whether this child had eaten enough. Dad, come here. This is a long story. I'll explain it to you slowly. Right now, I've scheduled an appointment with the family doctor. Let's get some blood tests first. At Lin Qingyu's request, Lin Fugui and Lin Xiang awkwardly completed everything together. After the doctor left with their samples, Lin Qingyu slowly began to explain Lin Xiang's identity. Dad, do you remember a few years ago, when Su Xianwan was our housekeeper? Lin Qingyu spoke straightforwardly. There was no need to hide such things. I don't remember, Lin Fugui replied, completely unaware of any such housekeeper. Their family changed housekeepers quite often, especially since this was a temporary worker. He didn't know when she arrived or left. How could he pay attention to the movements of a small housekeeper? These were matters for the butler to worry about. As the owner, earning money to support everything was his main concern. Dad, do you really not remember? That day you were drugged by the other side and came home. Anyway, that drug was very strong. You couldn't have recovered on your own. Some words Lin Qingyu couldn't say outright, but those few sentences were enough for the two to imagine. "This is the information I collected. Take a look yourself," Lin Qingyu said at the end. He didn't know how to explain this relationship, so he simply placed the documents in front of Lin Fugui. After reading the materials, Lin Fugui looked at his daughter and then at the unfamiliar son. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. The most powerful man in Manhwa, Lin Dishifu, had also faced setbacks. Now, with a pair of children by his side, he didn't know whether to feel happy or helpless. He had sworn in front of his wife's grave that he would never have more children in this life. But now Lin Xiang was already so grown up, standing right in front of him. What could he do? "All right, Dad, I know you're feeling confused right now, but don't worry too much. Just think about how to arrange things for the younger brother. After all, you owe them." Aunt Sue is still in the hospital, receiving the treatment she needs and making up for what was lost. As for whether Aunt Sue and my younger brother will forgive you, that depends on how you perform. After saying this, Lin Qingyu picked up her bag and left the house. She wanted to give the father and son some space to be alone. But unexpectedly, the two of them sat quietly for 2 hours, staring at each other without saying a word. Finally, it was Lin Fugui's secretary who called, urging him to go to the company for work. Only then did he have to speak. "Over the years, I admit I haven't been a good father. I didn't know about you and your mother. I will find the best medical team to treat your mother. For now, stay at home. As for the future, let's wait until your mother gets better." After saying this, Lin Fugui was about to leave with his assistant. But after a few steps, he remembered that Lin Xiang was one of his only 2 children in this world. He had been completely devoted to his daughter, but he hadn't fulfilled his duties as a father to this son. So he took out a bank card from his assistant's pocket. "There is some money on this card. Use it first. Later, I will have someone set up a special card for you. This is also your home. Don't feel restricted. If you need anything, tell the butler. He will arrange everything for you." Honestly, after Lin Fugui left, Lin Xiang finally relaxed. He never expected to be the son of the richest man in the country. They had lived through so many hardships before. He had imagined many things, but never thought he would be connected to the country's top wealthy family. He also learned the full story. When Lin Qingyu told Lin Fugui these things, she didn't hide anything from him. As someone who got into the best university through their own ability, Lin Xiang has a correct outlook on life and strong judgment skills. Although the Lin family owed them a lot, it wasn't because of the family itself. He didn't know why his mother never told Lin Fugui about his existence. He had once hoped to receive the love of a father like other children. Now, his father was here, and he even had a beautiful older sister. Kellen's attitude was somewhat uncertain, but Sister Lin Qingyu was genuinely kind to him. From their first meeting, she prepared everything for him. The card had already been linked to his phone. Looking at the balance, Lin Xiang felt that even if he worked hard his whole life, he might not earn so much money. Yet his sister had given him so much money right away. This was their first meeting, and they hadn't even confirmed their family relationship. Although he didn't talk much with Lin Qingyu, he could feel her kindness radiating from her. Compared to his biological father, Lin Fugui, he preferred his confident and beautiful sister, who was like the wind. In the afternoon, Lin Qingyu finally returned. She also brought back many things that boys like nowadays. Brand-name clothes, shoes, and even a luxury sports car. He didn't know if Lin Xiang would like this particular gift, but giving it was her way of showing her care. Even if he didn't like it, he could exchange it for something else. These items symbolized status and face, and also showed strength. High-end luxury items like these could usually be sold easily. Ordinary people liked to collect gold and silver jewelry, but wealthy families had more things to store. "How is it? Are you used to living at home?" Lin Qingyu asked as she had someone move everything into Lin Xiang's room, then found him lost in thought and gently asked, "Yeah, it's okay. Where did you go just now?" For some reason, Lin Xiang instinctively felt dependent on his sister. God knows, after Lin Qingyu and Lin Fugui left, he had been sitting here all afternoon. "I went to buy some things for you. They've all been sent to your room. Come on, let's go out for dinner, then visit Aunt Sue at the hospital." Hearing Lin Qingyu, Lin Xiang stood up naturally. Now that he didn't have to go to school or work, he really didn't know what to do. When Lin Qingyu mentioned their mother, Lin Ziang finally realized. Yes, he had left with Lin Qingyu originally to find his mother. He thought that if Lin Qingyu could cure his mother's illness, he would be willing to do anything for her. All the anger, resentment, and frustration can be set aside when facing your mother's illness. Nothing is more important than her life. What do you like to eat usually? The brother and sister walk out together, discussing where to eat tonight. I'm fine with anything. I don't have picky tastes. Lin Ziang hasn't eaten out much. Mostly, he's had street snacks.
But those are usually the cheapest kind.
When working part-time, sometimes he doesn't have time to eat and just grabs a quick bite outside. He usually buys cheap, filling food with average taste. As for the quality or flavor, children like Lin Ziang can't really expect much. It's okay. We can try a different style of food every day. Lin Qingyu notices Lin Ziang's nervousness and decides to take him to a regular restaurant first. Later, they can gradually visit more upscale places. Taking small steps like this might help him accept new experiences better. Even if Lin Qingyu lowers the restaurant's level, Lin Ziang still sees a different world. He used to visit such restaurants before, but always as a customer. Sometimes he was even insulted by customers, or criticized by managers for small mistakes. Now, he is the one sitting at the table, able to order and have waiters serve him freely. Seeing the neat and professional waiters, he thinks about his past. But opportunities to work in such fancy restaurants are rare for him, and he only had one experience. That time, he was bullied badly. If it weren't for earning money, he wouldn't have been able to stick with it. At least within the country, you can attend any university you want. If someone had said this to Lin Ziang before, he would have sneered. But when Lin Qingyu said it, Lin Ziang didn't doubt her. Lin Fuguei is the richest man in the country, and the identity of this young lady from the Lin family is even more mysterious. It can be said that no one in the country doesn't know Lin Fuguei. However, people in the country know little about the rumors surrounding the daughter of the richest man. They only heard that she works in a special department and that it's not easy to find out more. You can't see her on TV. Such a big figure isn't someone ordinary people can meet in real life. Halfway through the meal, Lin Ziang suddenly spoke. Is there something you want to tell me? Seeing Lin Ziang hesitating, Lin Qingyu directly asked. She doesn't like guessing games. If she can be straightforward, she prefers that. If it weren't for the fact that he's her younger brother, she wouldn't bother to entertain a boy. I want to know why you call me back. Lin Fuguei is the world's richest man, and as his children, they are sure to inherit his business. Now that Lin Fuguei is getting old, if he sent someone to find him, Lin Ziang could understand. But it was the young lady from the Lin family, Lin Fuguei's only daughter in name. That made him a bit confused. In wealthy families, isn't fighting over money common, even to the point of hurting each other? Why does his sister seem different? What he feels most from the Lin family is the kindness from Lin Qingyu. Could it be that she's not afraid he will take her wealth or position? Actually, this is a coincidence. I only found out about you a few days ago. As for my father, since my mother died, he swore he wouldn't have any more children. He has never brought any woman in front of me or to the Lin family. Lin Qingyu spoke indirectly, but Lin Ziang understood. He also admired Lin Fuguei for his feelings toward Lin Qingyu's mother. Although they, as mother and son, have suffered a lot because of this man, in the end, it doesn't seem to be Lin Fuguei's fault. His mistake was sleeping with his mother, Su Xianwan, which led to his birth. But all of this happened when Lin Fuguei was not in his right mind. He doesn't even remember that he has a mother. Not everything can be judged as right or wrong. At least in this case, Lin Ziang can't find an excuse to blame Lin Fuguei. Actually, I don't oppose Dad remarrying, and I don't mind if he has new children. Honestly, I was very happy when I found out about you. Our Lin family is small, and we don't have an heir to carry on the business. Originally, Dad planned to donate everything to charity after we pass away. But since I learned about you and the hardships you've endured over the years, I thought, instead of giving everything to outsiders, I should leave it all to you. After all, you are Dad's son and my brother. Hearing Lin Qingyu speak from the heart, Lin Ziang's eyes instantly welled up with tears. His sister, this half-sister, was the first to accept him. Even his father and mother couldn't fully accept his true existence. But this girl in front of him, because of blood ties, truly recognized him. At that moment, Lin Xiang felt that he was truly alive in this world. There was someone who genuinely accepted him. What about him? Lin Qingyu knew that Lin Xiang was talking about Lin Fugui. She picked up the water cup in front of her and took a sip. Dad only just found out about having another son. Actually, both of you learned about each other's existence at the same time. You must be just as shocked as Dad. He does not care about you. He's just still reacting to the news of having another child. Lin Qingyu reached out and served him a bowl of soup before continuing. Just wait and see. Once he reacts, he will give you all the compensation you deserve. You don't need to refuse. You've suffered so much over the past 10 years. If Dad had known about you earlier, you wouldn't have had to go through all this. Take whatever he gives you. Don't be foolish and push it away. In this family, besides us siblings, everyone else is a stranger. I don't spend your money or Dad's money, and I don't even know who will end up spending it. Hearing Lin Qingyu say this, Lin Xiang obediently nodded. But sister, doesn't my existence mean I will take away a lot of his wealth? That's the most confusing part for Lin Xiang. Who in this world would complain about having too much money? Even if they are the richest person in the country, they might fight fiercely over family assets. Haha. Silly little brother. One day you'll see that the real richest person in Manhwa isn't Lin Fugui. Lin Qingyu's lips curl slightly. Even Lin Fugui doesn't know exactly how much wealth she has. With the heavenly trading system in her hands, being the world's richest person is just having a bit of money. The resources she holds are the true treasure. Sister, are you very rich? But Lin Xiang sensed something more behind Lin Qingyu's words. It seemed that sister didn't care about Dad's wealth. This is a feeling that wealthier people naturally show towards ordinary rich people. It's not contempt or disdain, just a calm indifference. My wealth can't be measured by money. Brother, when you find your true roots and return to your family, I will tell you my real identity. Although Lin Xiang was still curious, he wisely didn't ask further. Instead, he obediently followed Lin Qingyu, and the two went to the hospital together. Unexpectedly, when they entered the ward, they saw a different scene. Lin Fugui, who had left home earlier, had somehow come to the hospital and was now standing by Su Xianwan's bed. They seemed to be talking, but Lin Fugui's face was very cold, while Su Xianwan looked very nervous and scared. That, Ansu. They spoke at the same time, causing both to turn and look. Her illness is not completely incurable. If she cooperates actively, there's a 50% chance she can be cured through surgery. Specifically, you should ask the attending doctor later. Lin Fugui really didn't know how to address the woman in front of him. To him, Su Xianwan was a completely unfamiliar person. He didn't remember her when she was a nanny at his house, let alone after so many years had passed. Now, she had a grown son, and was also a mother. This made Lin Fugui feel a bit uncomfortable. Most importantly, Su Xianwan was not the type he liked. His favorite was still Lin Qingyu's mother. Right now, Lin Fugui's biggest worry wasn't whether he accepted Lin Xiang as a son, but how to face Su Xianwan. Should he give her a formal status for the sake of the child, or just give her a large sum of money? Honestly, as he got older, his needs in that area weren't as strong as before. But suddenly, two strangers appeared claiming to be his family, which was really hard for him to accept. Thank you, Dad. I also found a medical team, professional doctors from our organization. Later, they can coordinate and see if they can find better treatment methods. I think a 50% chance is still too low. Our family isn't short of money, so we can invite more teams to research and see if we can improve the success rate. Lin Qingyu knew her father was a cold-looking but warm-hearted person. Since Lin Xiang came back, he hadn't pressured her to go on blind dates. He also didn't say she should marry sooner. Now, she had successfully diverted everyone's attention to Lin Xiang and his mother. Once Su Xianwan's condition improved, she could return to the research institute. In her limited life, leaving some advanced technology behind for the world was what she believed she should do most. If you can involve your internal medical staff, it could indeed increase the chances of success. Okay, I have other things to do. You two should stay here and keep your Aunt Su company. After instructing his daughter, Lin Fugui turned his gaze to Lin Xiang. Don't worry, if there's any way, I will definitely not let your mother come to harm. This is his promise to his son. Since he cannot hate this man, Lin Zieng chooses to go with the flow. It's not because the man has a high status or strong wealth. It's because this man is truly admirable. Many of Lin Fugue's companies are involved in top industries. Countless people are eager to get in. But how many actually succeed? It's like 1,000 soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. Very few make it. Little brother, just call him Dad and you won't lose out. You should know many people are willing to call him Dad. The National Lin Dad is not an exaggeration. Anyone wanting to get rich calls me Dad, Lin Dad. Lin Qingyu reached out and tugged at Ziang's sleeve. She could see that he wasn't opposed to their father-daughter relationship. He just hadn't fully accepted this truth yet. He was willing to give him more time, but Ziang's identity wouldn't stay hidden for long. He needed to adapt quickly and face the whirlwind of attention. The Lin family isn't afraid of any power, at least while they are alive. They don't have to worry about troublemakers. But Lin Qingyu can't stay in this world forever. In the end, the Lin family must carry the burden themselves. It's easier while she and Lin Fugue are alive, but what happens after they are gone? Although Lin Qingyu isn't married and has no children in this world, she inherited her biological mother's space and plans to do more for future generations. That's only right. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel at ease taking this space. After speaking, Lin Qingyu realized that the two men in front of her were staring at her intently. Why are you just staring? Call him already. She pushed Ziang from behind without hesitation. What a great opportunity. Just call him Dad, and he could become the son of the richest man in the country. This is definitely a wealthy second-generation heir. Is this kid foolish? Whether out of sincerity or not, a single title could bring him fame and fortune for the rest of his life.
Who wouldn't want that? Dad.
Dad. One dares to teach, and the other dares to call. Actually, Lin Zieng deeply hopes to receive love from his family. Recently, when he returned to the Lin family, his sister took good care of him. Although the man in front of him was somewhat cold toward him, he still received all the treatment he deserved. As his sister said, many people want to be his father's son. Though such thoughts seem unwise, Lin Zieng feels that he is his father's real son, so why give others a chance? The son of the richest man in the country used to never dare to think like this.
Hey,
You two stay here for a while, then go back early. I've already arranged for a special caregiver, so you don't need to stay with me. That's Su Xianwan, I'll be leaving now. Lin Fugue seemed to suddenly feel young again. He nodded in agreement, feeling quite touched inside. He used to be laughed at a lot because he only had a daughter and no son to carry on the family name. But Lin Fugue didn't mind that. Suddenly, he realized he not only had a capable daughter, but also an excellent son. At this age, who wouldn't want their children to be close? His life has been worthwhile. Got it, Dad. Lin Qingyu smiled, knowing this old man was kind-hearted despite his cold face. Just one word, Dad, made him so happy he couldn't find his way. He might pretend to be calm in front of them, but after going back, he must be very happy. Got it, Dad. Seeing his sister say so, Lin Zieng instinctively responded. Okay. I'll ask the housekeeper to prepare dinner for tonight. Remember to come back early. Lin Fugue left, looking back several times, making Su Xianwan on the bed stare in surprise. From what she knew, this Lin old master was very ruthless. Many women who caused trouble at his house ended up in very tragic situations. One was even beaten and had her legs broken before being thrown out. At that time, Su Xianwan wondered why, in a society governed by law, these wealthy families didn't seem to care about human life. What she didn't know was that every girlfriend Lin Fugue had previously dated had signed a prearranged agreement.